We're not afraid. Terrors of night, arrows that fly by day.
Hey everybody, I made it back. I hope you are all doing fantastic out there, expecting the best, but still prepared for the worst. Right off the bat, I just want to thank everybody, all of the faithful Patreon supporters who make this work possible, that I can continue this work. And we had another 7 or 8 people after the last series I just uploaded who also sent financial support. And I just wanted to thank you. I sincerely appreciate it. You literally bought me the time to do this. So let's get to it. We left off with the Benjamin Brody and Dan Duvall interview. I've got good news and bad news. So right after I uploaded the entity, within 24 hours, I got a couple of messages saying that when you click on the link for the Benjamin Brody interview, down in the description box, which is right here below the first autism interview I played, Casey, the neurodevelopmental teacher's experience with the autistic children. Right below that, the autism hybridization bloodlines one, you click on that, that's the Benjamin Brody one. And of course, YouTube deleted it. They took it down. So I don't know how somebody, an autistic man, just giving his own life story out of his own mouth can violate YouTube's community guidelines, but, we're not allowed to have human experience. Well, I mean, we're having human experiences. We're just not allowed to share them. So again, just another confirmation. When you try to make a video exposing the AI entity, then all of a sudden the AI comes after you and basically scrubs you from existence. The AI is like, no, you're not going to get rid of me. I'm going to get rid of you. Which brings me to the next bit of bad news is that when you click on Emma's channel, where Casey did that interview, Emma's entire channel got deleted. And that had been on there for what, 10 months or something, a year, something like that. And her channel was on season 5 at least. It seems like if we want to talk about these subjects independently, you can talk about autism, that's fine. And you can talk about cybernetics, that's fine. But if you want to talk about the autism spectrum being symptoms of this cybernetics technology, you want to put those two puzzle pieces together, well, apparently that is not allowed. But the good news is that obviously I had already screen captured this interview from Emma's channel, and almost the entire interview, well over an hour of it, I put into the last video series. And the other good news is that you do still get to see the Benjamin Brody interview because I had screen captured it ahead of time as well for my files. And I learned a long time ago not just to download them with the metadata, but to screen capture, to re-record them with fresh metadata, because things have a way of disappearing off your computers. So this AI scrubbing of reality is far more advanced than a lot of people want to admit. You guys know we talk about it between us, how things are always disappearing off of our phones and our text messages and links get blocked and all sorts of stuff. It runs interference. But as rotten as this is, that the AI does this, punishes people for speaking forbidden things, it's a perfect example of what we are about to really get into. All of these layers of the area networks that go all the way up to the smart cities and all the way down to the biosensors inside our bodies. So just think about what just happened to Benjamin and Emma just out of the blue, just like it happened to me, just like it happened to many of you who are deemed, quote, dangerous or deplorables because you are Christians or because you are a political dissident, that if this AI can just terminate us just like that, like a Terminator robot out of some dystopian movie, if it can just terminate us that quick, imagine living in these smart cities and in these layers of area networks. Not only could it just shut off your bank account, shut off your access to your job, it could shut off your access to your apartment, it could turn your power off on you, could turn your internet off on you, it could shut your phone off. which was something that a lot of people realized back in July when the CrowdStrike outage happened, when the Microsoft operating systems worldwide went down. There were a ton of people who rely on the smart appliances who got a rude awakening. There was just post after post of people saying, look at my screen on my refrigerator. My refrigerator isn't working. Nothing's working in my house, because they had all of these smart devices. But that's really the least of our worries when you put artificial intelligence in charge of policing humans, or when you loose these algorithms into our Defense Department and all of our infrastructure. Because, the CrowdStrike outage, it took down hospitals, it took down the airlines. I mean, this is what the WEF has been warning us about cyber polygon. This thing takes down all infrastructure. And I put this post up. I will play these clips and talk about this when we get to the political segment later on in this video. But I did want to mention it here because this is the perfect example of how vulnerable we are and how oblivious humans are to the fact that this thing can take us down. It can send us into famine and death and genocide in an instant. It has access to our power grid. It has access to our hospitals. It has access to our military. And if you want to stop and go back and hear about this right now, on the screen here on my Twitter or my X account, I posted some videos explaining what was really going on, in my humble opinion. But essentially, it's the virus that was used to take out Iran's nuclear centrifuge system. And the machinery, it waits latently like an AI and trains itself. It's an amazing, and this is old stuff. Supposedly it was the United States and Israel's intelligence agencies that developed this. But like I said, it's gone through phases. It went from Stuxnet, then to NitroZeus, and who knows how complicated it is now. But clearly what the WEF is talking about with cyber polygon, that they can take out our power grids. They can take out our nuclear facilities. My own brother, works at a nuclear power plant. He has clearance and all of that. He's an engineer at a nuclear facility in Kentucky. And this virus, or this, CrowdStrike Microsoft outage, took them out. He texted me. He's like, "Oh, I'm bored at work. We don't have access to any of our computers." So anybody who thinks that this thing didn't go into our nuclear facilities just like it did in Iran and all of that, you're very naive. This is happening. It's in place. Cyber polygon can happen any second. In my humble opinion, this was not an accident. CrowdStrike is the same cybersecurity agency, and there's no way that they don't know that these are traitors, because they have been involved in, all of our military assets got hacked, the Pentagon got hacked, and it's CrowdStrike who has these defense contracts with the Department of Defense. It's also CrowdStrike who worked with the FBI to assure the American public that there absolutely was not any election fraud in 2020. It was the safest, most secure election in all of world history, even though after 2016, they spent the entire 4 years of Trump's administration trying to impeach him because of Russian collusion and that they had interfered in the election. But now all of a sudden, after 2016 and 2020, it's impossible that there would ever be election fraud. And how many millions of accounts were censored from the internet, were completely wiped out of existence for even saying that word. They sent the algorithms out looking for anyone who said the words election fraud. I mean, think about how ludicrous this is. And ironically, it was also CrowdStrike who was involved in the Arizona recounts and all of that, who worked with Dominion and assured us that those machines were not connected to the internet. We were all crazy conspiracy theorists for thinking that those machines were somehow connected to the internet. And yet when this CrowdStrike Microsoft outage happened in July, the voting machines went down in Arizona. It was public news, straight out of the Arizona government.
This is just the weirdest of coincidences. So we all heard the news today that CrowdStrike caused a global outage all over the planet when they pushed an update out to their servers at Cloudflare. Yeah, that's right. CrowdStrike is the organization that's tied deeply to the DNC. And they're actually the organization that analyzed the DNC servers back when the DNC claimed that their servers were hacked before the 2016 election. But then I came across this interesting update from Maricopa County, Arizona, saying that their early voting machines were down due to the outage. That's weird. And this New York Post article talks about the same thing, how the CrowdStrike global tech outage snarls early voting in Arizona. And it goes on to say some early voting stations in the Grand Canyon state, where early voting has been open since July 3rd, were knocked out of use Friday, according to Maricopa County. And what's so strange about that? Well, there was a lot of news being made after the 2020 election about Maricopa County and their voting machines. And Maricopa County commissioned an independent audit, which came in to assure everybody, don't worry, the voting machines were never connected to the internet. So if the voting machines were not connected to the internet back then, and they probably are using the same type of technology today, how does an outage affect their voting machines?
Okay, you get it. I don't want to get too far off on a political tangent yet. But my point is that these algorithms have control of everything. We have put the internet in charge of all of our industries. And they can shut down the world, not just the smart cities. You don't have to live in a smart city. They have rolled this thing out to what they call the wide area network. But in my mind, that W stands for world. It's the world area network. And everybody just saw at this time, at this volatile time in world history. So I read a simple and profound post the other day, and it was right on. The thing is, they aren't hiding it from us. The people want to be lied to. They want to be lied to. They don't want to have to think about how vulnerable we are. They don't want to have to think that someone like Microsoft has their finger on a button that is worse than a nuclear bomb. And when I do the Stuxnet segment later, you'll see that this really is more dangerous to us personally than a nuclear bomb. A nuclear bomb is very regional. The fallout radius is regional. I know you people who don't believe in nuclear bomb. I get it. Just roll with the analogy, please. You know what? In fact, I'm not going to wait till later to play that clip. I'm going to actually go ahead and put it in here. I'll pull it out of the segment later. I'm going to put it right here because it really does belong. The World Area Network or the Wide Area Network, it really does belong in this section, that even above all of these levels, there is a world control network. I mean, think about that. Just a handful of people that work with CrowdStrike, people like Bill Gates of Microsoft, who are already all up in this transhumanist agenda. This guy who has placed himself in charge of the vaccines and the production of the vaccines and the research into the vaccines and the development of vaccines, and all of this is also involved in the taking down of the shields temporarily, the cyber protection during this internet outage. So if you don't think that his technology is as dangerous as a nuclear weapon, to us personally, I'm going to go ahead and play this clip.
In 2010, a computer virus was discovered in thousands of the control systems that operate factories, power plants, and nuclear reactors around the world. And this virus was 20 times more sophisticated than any malware ever recorded. It could halt oil pipelines, destroy water treatment plants, and bring down entire power grids. This virus was called Stuxnet, and we should all be concerned. Let's find out why. In January 2010, inspectors from the International Atomic Energy Agency were visiting the Natanz uranium enrichment plant in Iran. They noticed that the centrifuges, which are used to enrich uranium gas, were tearing themselves apart, one after another. Hundreds of them. Nobody could figure out why. Not the inspectors, not the Iranian technicians who worked on site, not even the engineers who built the system. Meanwhile, a computer security firm in Belarus got a strange request from a client in Iran. Their machines were rebooting over and over again. Even completely wiping the hard drives and reinstalling the operating systems didn't help. Again, the problem was a mystery. But when the technicians pulled apart the operating systems, they found a new and very unusual virus. They called it Stuxnet. And Stuxnet was infecting computers all over the world and spreading fast. Now, these events seemed unrelated at the time, but they were very much connected. Cybersecurity experts knew Stuxnet wasn't ordinary malware thrown together by some basement hacker. The first clue was the size of the code base. Most viruses are 10, maybe 20 kilobytes. Stuxnet was 500 kilobytes, and uncompressed, it was 1.2 megabytes. That's a pretty large piece of code to go undetected. Then, analysts transferred Stuxnet to a new computer just to see what would happen. Now, the test computer was not your grandma's old compact laptop from 1997. The machine was a state-of-the-art, highly protected workstation designed for cybersecurity threat detection. All the bells and whistles. But as soon as the Stuxnet files were copied over, the new computer was immediately infected without anybody doing anything and without triggering a single alert. And that's very unusual. When you install software in your computer, it needs to be digitally signed with a trusted certificate. And the developer supplies a certificate that your computer checks against trusted manufacturers, Apple, Logitech, whatever. A lot of viruses tamper with the signature of the certificate to try to trick your operating system into allowing it to install. Now, luckily, virus protection usually catches this. And you've probably seen that warning when you're trying to install software that's not from a trusted source. This catches a lot of nasties. But Stuxnet didn't have altered certificates. It had valid certificates stolen from two trusted sources, J-Micron and Realtek. Now, these companies make all kinds of drivers for hard drives, USB sticks, sound cards, tons of stuff. And you probably have their software on your computer right now. I definitely do. And when the creators of the Stuxnet worm signed their files with a stolen cert, they wanted to make sure that Windows would install it very quietly without any warning. And if anyone bothered to look at the cert, they wouldn't care because it was valid. Now, stealing a valid digital signature is like trying to rob a bank vault that's locked inside another bank vault. The security around them is sci-fi spy movie level stuff. They had to physically steal the certificate from inside these companies. That really doesn't happen, but it happened. Some more digging around, the code showed that as soon as Stuxnet infected a computer, it started probing the system, looking for flash drives, USB sticks, and other storage devices. And because of the signing certificates, Windows happily allowed it to do so. What security experts had discovered is one of the rarest and most dangerous kinds of software vulnerabilities. And it was at this time that they went from curious and amazed to fearing for their lives.
Look, I'm not suicidal. If I show up dead on Monday, it wasn't me.
What security experts had discovered is called a zero-day exploit. And it's called this because when a vulnerability is unknown to the software developer and Microsoft and the antivirus community and the rest of the world, that means there are 0 days of protection against it. Nobody knows about a 0-day vulnerability except the attacker exploiting it. A 0-day is so rare and valuable that you can actually sell it on the darknet for hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's a once-in-a-million occurrence, but Stuxnet contained 4 0-day exploits. This is unheard of. It never happened before, and it hasn't happened since. Eventually, it was discovered that Stuxnet wasn't trying to steal passwords or data. It was actually targeting the software on Siemens programmable logic controllers, called PLCs. Now, PLCs are small computers used in factories and industry that control pretty much everything: assembly lines, water pumps, power plants, and nuclear refining. Critical infrastructure runs on PLCs. If you can hack a PLC, you can take down an entire country without firing a single shot. Now, this had people very nervous because industries all over the world were reporting their PLCs were infected with Stuxnet, but it was just sitting there. Nobody knew what it was going to do or when. Was the power grid just going to turn off? Was water or gas going to stop flowing? Nobody knew. It felt like a ticking time bomb. Because it was. Even though the virus was spreading all over the world to thousands of computers per day, it was primarily targeting one country, Iran. More specifically, it was targeting the Iranian nuclear facility in Natanz.
That doesn't sound like an accident.
It wasn't. A virus this complex and this dangerous requires millions of dollars to create. It takes time, the best programming talent in the world, and absolute secrecy. Experts at first suspected, and then they were positive, that Stuxnet could only have been designed by a country looking to cripple or wage war against another country. This was a state-sponsored attack. To design and deploy a cyber weapon like Stuxnet, you need immense financial resources, a military intelligence infrastructure, and a motive to wreak havoc on an enemy nation.
Do we know what country created it?
We do, but they won't admit it.
So who made this thing?
You're not gonna like it.
Oh,
An intelligence agency, probably.
Probably.
Who has an interest in setting back the Iranian nuclear program?
Yes.
Stuxnet was aggressive, but very quiet. If Stuxnet is on your computer and you plug in a USB thumb drive, boom, the USB drive is immediately and quietly infected. You don't have to run a program, open a web page, or click anything. You then plug that USB drive into a different computer on a different network. Boom, every machine on that network is infected. And this is exactly what happened in Iran. The nuclear centrifuges at Natanz were air-gapped, meaning they weren't connected to any outside network. And this is usually a good way to keep a network secure. The only way to infect a clean air-gapped network is
user error.
Yep, user error. Outside contractors who were brought in to work on the Iranian nuclear facility in Natanz had also brought Stuxnet in through infected USB drives. And once Stuxnet was in, it deliberately targeted the Siemens PLCs, which operated uranium enrichment equipment. So these PLCs control the rate of spin in a nuclear centrifuge. Spin too fast or too slow, the entire thing tears itself apart. So Stuxnet got into the centrifuges, and then...
Yeah, and then what?
And then it did nothing. It just looked around and kept logs of everything happening in the equipment. But after 13 days, Stuxnet started changing the speed of the centrifuges every 15 minutes, sometimes faster, sometimes slower. Normally, this is something a technician would spot immediately, but Stuxnet was using the data it collected earlier to report back that everything was fine.
But everything wasn't fine, was it?
It was not. Because Stuxnet changes the rate of spin every 15 minutes, the equipment weakens and eventually tears itself apart. Stuxnet was also disrupting power feeds, causing centrifuges to explode. And once the equipment started to fail, there was no way to stop it. Even those big red buttons you see on machines that you hit in case of emergency, those were disabled too. Somehow Stuxnet thought of everything. Not only was this virus created by highly talented programmers, there was obviously input from experts in nuclear enrichment technology, reactor operations, safety protocols. That is a dangerous virus. Over 1,000 uranium centrifuges were destroyed by Stuxnet. This set Iran's nuclear enrichment program back months, maybe years.
Why?
Well,
Iran's nuclear ambitions must be stopped. They have to be stopped. We all have to stop it now. That's the one message I have for you today. Thank you.
In the early 2000s, Iran was ramping up its nuclear energy and enrichment program. This was in violation of international agreements, so a lot of the work was done in secret. Also a violation. Now, Iran argued that it had a right to pursue nuclear energy, but U.S. and Israeli intelligence agencies suspected Iran of using its civilian nuclear program as cover for weapons development. So the U.S. imposed sanctions and all sorts of other things to try to pressure Iran to slow down its nuclear program and deal. But even with Stuxnet and other setbacks, Iran kept enriching uranium. They said that they needed nuclear power to provide energy to the population.
Energy? Don't they make oil over there?
Look, I'm just telling you what happened. I'm not taking sides. This isn't a political channel.
Fine. Go ahead.
So every time Iran agreed to suspend its enrichment program, diplomatic talks would break down and they would go back to work. Then they would stop again and start again, and it went on like this for a while. But then the CIA received thousands of pages of documents indicating that Iran was modifying the nose cone of a missile to carry a nuclear warhead.
Oh no.
Oh yes. Then it was discovered that Iran had acquired and hidden from inspectors blueprints for more advanced centrifuge tech. Iran claimed that these documents were forged, but later admitted that they had secretly imported equipment from a foreign source. Now, by this time, Israel was getting fed up and threatening military action. Now, bombing Iranian nuclear facilities might have been a short-term solution, but almost certainly would have led to war in the region and perhaps globally.
Oy vey, not another war.
Yep, another war. So the U.S.'s intelligence community, including NSA, CIA, and the newly formed U.S. Cyber Command, got to work on what they called Operation Olympic Games. Olympic Games was a campaign of cyber intrusion, disruption, and sabotage of Iranian...
Wait. The U.S. government created Stuxnet?
What, I haven't given you enough clues?
Well, I was just so enthralled with the stories.
I appreciate that. Now, officially, no country has acknowledged developing Stuxnet, but through leaks at NSA and CIA, and using common sense, it's generally believed that Stuxnet was developed by the United States with help from Israel, the UK, and their allies.
Dumb question.
Go ahead.
When you destroy something with a bomb or with a virus, isn't it the same thing?
Well, funny you should ask that.
It's an act of war. Please, let's be frank here.
Okay, countries are constantly hacking each other and spying on each other looking for information. And most countries have agencies and protocols to protect against this. It's a game of intelligence cat and mouse. It's been going on forever. But Stuxnet was the first time a nation-state developed proactive, offensive, weaponized code that could do actual physical damage to another country. If a nuclear reactor could be destroyed from the inside, what other real-world damage could Stuxnet or other malicious code do? If you attack a power grid or a water supply, lots of people are going to die. So Iran felt like this was not a simple covert act of espionage, but a blatant act of war committed by the US and its allies.
What did they do about it?
Well, what would you do?
Fight back?
And that's exactly what they did. Iran sent out a virtual call to arms and quickly built one of the largest state-sponsored hacker groups in the world. They got to work. They attacked Saudi Aramco, the largest oil company in the world, and destroyed every computer they had. 30,000 machines' hard drives were wiped clean. Phone lines were down. Email offline. It was a nightmare.
No.
Then they went for America's financial infrastructure and levied attacks against Wells Fargo, PNC, and Bank of America, taking down banking systems all over the world. And there were other attacks. Now, Iran didn't officially take credit for these attacks, but then again, they didn't really have to. The message was clear. Come for us, we'll come for you. Now, PLC attacks did happen before Stuxnet. Viruses have destroyed power generators, dumped raw sewage on cities, disrupted railways. There was even an attack in the 90s against Worcester Airport in Massachusetts that grounded flights for a day. But those attacks were done by single hackers and disgruntled employees. When you have the resources of an entire country deployed for state-sponsored attacks, the world becomes a much more dangerous place.
But now that we know about it, we're safe from Stuxnet, right? Oh, no.
For years, cyber attacks on our nation have been met with indecision and inaction.
The internet has been a great equalizer. Any information available online is available to everyone, everywhere, forever. Now, you can't buy a tank or a bomb online.
Hello, Darknet?
Okay, the darknet is different. Don't try to buy a tank on the darknet. What you can find online are plans and blueprints to make all kinds of scary things. Still, if you try to put together some doomsday device in your garage, you're gonna raise some eyebrows. I mean, my wife can't spray paint a flower pot in the driveway without our nosy neighbor coming over. I can only imagine what he'd do if I started welding together pieces for an EMP device. But Stuxnet isn't a thing. It's lines of code. But it's lines of code that can damage actual property and hurt actual people. And the Stuxnet code, it's just out there now. If you know what you're doing, you can take the code apart, make a few changes, and now you've got a really sophisticated weapon. You can even do this if you don't know what you're doing, which is probably more dangerous. Now, as we speak, thousands of people around the world have the Stuxnet code, and they're tinkering with it, seeing what different pieces can be used in their own attacks. There have already been a few viruses inspired by its engineering. The Dooku virus attacked industrial facilities in 2011. Flame in 2012 also attacked facilities in Iran. And Flame could record audio, Skype calls, take screenshots, log keystrokes, all kinds of stuff. Indestroyer attacked power facilities in Ukraine in 2016. And there's tons of others. Stuxnet is the best cyber weapon the United States has ever developed, and it gave it to the world for free. Now, for perspective, Natanz in Iran was a brand new nuclear facility with an air-gapped network and a team of security professionals working around the clock. and it was taken down easily. But a lot of industrial control systems are not as sophisticated. Some are connected to the internet without default passwords, and many systems crucial to a country's infrastructure are running software that's 30, even 40 years old. Not just at Iran, here in the US, in the UK, everywhere. How vulnerable are those systems to attack? Iran has already said that cyber attacks will be answered with cyber attacks. And I think we can assume that every country in the world has this policy. I mean, it's national defense. Well, remember how I said the internet is a great equalizer? Well, think about this for a second. Throughout world history, global powers maintain their status through wealth and military might. But today, you don't need $1 trillion defense budget in order to impose your political will on the world. Now, all you need is a dozen smart programmers and lots of Mountain Dew. Now that the world's richest and poorest nations all employ skilled hackers, is cyber warfare like the nuclear arms race, where mutually assured destruction means that no country would dare attack another? I mean, surely no country would risk retaliation by unleashing further chaos on the world, right?
Your sarcasm is palpable.
The link between the outage in Mumbai in October last year and the suspected role of Chinese hackers.
Chinese hackers, backed by the Chinese state, targeted 2 Indian vaccine makers.
Tonight, as researchers race to develop a vaccine for the coronavirus, hackers from China and other countries are working just as furiously to steal that research to create their own.
Operation Olympic Games gave us Stuxnet, the most advanced and destructive cyber weapon ever used. When it was unleashed on Iran, it was an Hiroshima moment. And like Hiroshima, Stuxnet was only the beginning, a test case for more advanced, more devastating cyber weapons. And one of those weapons has already been deployed. That weapon is Nitro Zeus. Okay, back to Iran. After coming pretty close to war, cooler heads prevailed, and Iran, along with several world powers, signed a nuclear peace agreement. That was the ideal outcome, but that outcome wasn't always certain. So in case diplomacy failed and war broke out, the United States had, and has, a cyber contingency plan. The plan, codenamed Nitro Zeus, is a virus far more complex than Stuxnet and was developed by thousands of people at a cost of hundreds of millions of dollars. Nitro Zeus, or NZ, was designed to infect Iranian infrastructure and await orders. In case of war, NZ would disable Iran's air defenses, disrupt military command and control, take down parts of the power grid. It would attack domestic communications, transportation, banks, financial systems. Now, I don't have to point out that these aren't just military targets. Millions of civilians would be harmed if Nitro Zeus or a virus like that was used on anyone. Now, according to former intelligence operatives, Nitro Zeus has already been deployed and is living in Iranian infrastructure right now, just awaiting instructions. Now, that's pretty scary. But what scares me more about Nitro Zeus is what happens when that code gets out.
It's inevitable that more countries will acquire the capacity to use cyber, both for espionage and for destructive activities.
You'll hear people say that the next world war will be fought in cyberspace. They're wrong about that. The United States, Iran, China, the UK, Russia, North Korea, they're not preparing for cyber war. They're already fighting it. And I'm being completely honest now, off script. Researching this episode was stressful, and I'm left with more questions than answers. Like, how can citizens who are threatened by cyber attacks have an honest conversation about these dangers when our own governments don't acknowledge they participate? How can one country ask another to disarm when it won't disarm itself? But the biggest question of all, how can the global community ensure that destructive cyber weapons like Stuxnet and Nitro Zeus don't fall into the wrong hands?
Now, does any of that sound familiar? Any of that sound like a recent cyber event that we just witnessed just a couple of months ago? Took out the major banks, the banking system, the ATMs were down. It took down the hospitals. It took down the airports. It took down essential services everywhere. It took down 9/11 emergency call services in several states. It took down the stock market. The London Stock Exchange took it down. And once it was let into the networks here in the United States, it spread like wildfire throughout the whole world.
It's all happening right now as we speak. So across the globe, almost all the sectors from hospital to travel to airline, millions of people across the globe have been facing issues as we speak, and it's been about 7-8 hours now. It was first spotted Thursday night US time in the US, and then Microsoft reported that they had solved the problem locally, but then it spread to other parts of the world like Poland, Japan, and then Australia. Australian government is holding an emergency meeting as we speak, and they could also declare a national emergency.
Declare a national emergency, huh? That sounds familiar too. Right now, this regime has issued all of these DoD directives about declaring a national emergency, with all of the protocols for martial law, literal martial law, not just National Guard, but bringing the U.S. military in to subdue the people of the United States. And they use very specific language of lethal force. So they're not just talking about helping round up protesters and arrest them. They are saying that they have the authority to shoot to kill, using lethal force on American citizens. And I know because there's an election just weeks away, most people are assuming that that has something to do with civil war and unrest and rioting after the elections. But I submit, what if it has to do with cyber polygon?
We're already in a globalist coup. And then they come out with a DoD directive in the middle of September that nobody picks up on for 2 weeks. And then October rolls around and Elijah Schaffer does a report on it. And it doesn't trend #1 for over 2 weeks. And to his credit, Ron Paul 2 days ago talks about it. He's got so much credibility, people actually go, we better go to the DoD website and look at it. So the point is, we're moving too slow, people. My films are free. Police State 1, Police State 2, Police State 3, Police State 4, Police State 5. And everything in this DoD document is in other documents word for word. The difference is they're now making it public, because what do you do before you roll out a long-planned operation? You get ahead of it and tailor it so that people are prepared for it. And that means they're getting ready for civil unrest, martial law, and then we have Pelosi and Biden and Raskin and all of them, Hillary, Cheney, saying Trump is going to create martial law. Trump is going to create civil unrest. If he's not elected, he's going to trigger martial law by uprisings. If he is elected, he's going to trigger martial law, because they're getting ready to create the triggers and then blame Trump, whether he gets it stolen or whether he wins. They are, regardless of that, going ahead with this with 18 days to the election. But we should be asking ourselves, why isn't Trump coming out and saying, you know, it's really strange. They keep saying, I'm going to have martial law and use the military and everybody. But whoever's running the Biden-Harris operation, the deep state, you know, whoever's loading her teleprompter, has told the DOD to issue a public statement they're preparing for war with the people because of imminent civil unrest and terror attacks. Trump needs to get ahead of this. But even if Trump isn't going to get ahead of it, because that sounds too alarmist, we have to. This real Pentagon document that's on the Pentagon website, I'll show you a shot of it right now, isn't just about the Pentagon will use lethal force on Americans. When you read it, it's all about surveillance, control, civil unrest, breakdown of society, martial law. Go read it. Go read the table of contents. It's only 20-something pages long.
In order to create this space where they want to like push people into this new system, there's going to be chaos and there's going to be instability. And so the comfort and convenience that keeps people asleep will be disrupted. What people do in that point in time is the most critical about this whole thing, about how it plays out. Seriously, like that is the most important window. And again, that is why it's so important to be local. Because, okay, there's a big cyber tech on the financial system. The internet goes down for a couple of days. What are people going to do? They're going to go out in the street and look for answers, figure out what's going on. This is why it's important to know what's going on and couple that with having, you know, connections in your local community so you can direct people about what needs to be done and what's happening at that point in time. It's like very important. Well, also the internet, when it turns back on, isn't going to be like the internet now at all. No. They're going to put AI in charge of like literally all content. Your ID is going to be tied to not just everything you post online, but everything you read and consume, every site you visit. And they plan to pass all of that through AI to determine if you're a threat to the system or not. This is all like predictive policing. All of this stuff is built into this system. Specifically in the US, the Biden administration already has the policy framework developed. They've had it since, I mean, they first came into power in 2021. Eric Schmidt, right, who basically runs like AI national security policy for the US too, and is like funding all this science and technology policy stuff. Basically, key officials in that of the Biden administration are being paid, their salaries are being paid by Eric Schmidt. It's like super illegal, and Politico reported on it and like nothing was done. They were like, well, I see you found out, and that is that. That guy has an insane amount of power. He was just on a podcast talking about what needs to be done about misinformation. And he was saying, we need to get everyone's ID tied to social media. And then when people post misinformation, report them to law enforcement.
Okay, so again, Eric Schmidt, there he is. He's in everything. Not only was he the CEO of Google, which controls our access to all information through its algorithms. You can't search anything. It's basically useless at this point. I've been having to go to like X and use their search engine and go roundabout to find links because Google is completely censored. It's really useless. But if you remember, we touched on Eric Schmidt in the first part of this series, The Entity, where we talked about his connections with DARPA and the United States military, the military-industrial complex, and how he's weaponizing all of this stuff, and then also his connections with the transhumanist movement. This was one of the book excerpts that we talked about, where it says from the very start, the founders of Google saw it as a vehicle to realize the dream of artificial intelligence in augmenting humanity. And then I put the clips in there of Eric Schmidt saying it right to your face. They are using AI to augment humanity, not just augmented reality, but to augment humanity. And this is where it ties into these, quote, cyber kids, these autistic children, and everybody who is on this spectrum of assimilation into the artificial intelligence sentient world simulation or the augmented reality. This is all one big program. So let's look at the big picture of Google. When we say that they developed AI just to augment humanity, let's look at that in context and see what we're really talking about. First of all, Google is owned by the alphabet agencies. It's Alphabet Corporation, but we all know that, I mean, it's tongue-in-cheek, right? Double entendres. The alphabet agencies, the CIA, the DOD have been behind all of these programs. So let's just start there. Google in itself is a product of the secret societies. That's the very definition of the secret societies and the mystery schools. They keep the top secret information secret. That's a secret society. The mysteries and technology, all of that, that is for them only. And they spoon feed it out to their initiates who they recruit themselves. So they are the same secret societies. The New World Order is the Old World Order. So here's just a quick rundown of what's actually going on. Okay, Google created the quantum AI labs. Right here on the screen, there's tons of videos you can go and watch about the Google Quantum AI Lab. It's not some hidden DARPA project anymore. It's out in the open. They're proud of it. So you can go and learn all about it. Just, quote, Google it, right? Just Google it. It will tell you everything it wants you to know about itself. Number 2, Google developed AI specifically to augment humanity. That's a no-brainer. We've talked about that ad nauseum with hundreds of hours of evidence over the last 10 years. Number 3, then Google set up 23andMe to build the seed bank or the DNA database on humanity. So when we talk about celebrity clones and all of this stuff we see, they literally built a seed bank, a DNA database on humanity. And then they used our DNA, their DNA database that everybody sent their DNA to willingly, a lot of yins. They used our DNA database to get a patent for a breeding program for designer babies. True story, mainstream news, right on the screen.
An individual's DNA is more identifying than a name, a social security number, or even a fingerprint. So why is a multinational tech company with a focus on internet-related services and products so interested in the genetic codes of millions of strangers? Why does a company that data mines from you want to mine DNA from you? And most importantly, why does Google want your DNA? Let me begin by introducing you to the Wojcicki sisters. You probably already know Susan. She served as the CEO of YouTube since 2014. Her sister, Janet, is a professor of pediatrics, with a great deal of her work taking place in Africa. The youngest sister, Anne, is the CEO of 23andMe, a for-profit human genome research company that allows consumers to study their ancestry, genealogy, and inherited traits. Anne was once married to Sergey Brin, Google's co-founder and current president of Google's parent company, Alphabet Inc. The story goes a little something like this. In 1998, Susan rented out her garage to Google founders Sergey Brin and Larry Page. Susan was hired as Google's 18th employee, and Sergey married her sister Anne in 2007, 1 year after Anne co-founded 23andMe. If you are wondering about the 23, it represents the number of chromosome pairs in humans. The company began as a mail-order genetics testing firm backed by investors like Anne's husband. The company offers kits that test and produce reports, which reveal anything from your ancestry to whether or not you carry genetic markers that are associated with risk for certain health conditions, to reports on your overall wellness and muscle composition and your likelihood of inheriting certain traits, ranging from hair color to how your body responds to alcohol or caffeine. 23andMe's biobank is the world's largest repository of DNA samples. This biobank contains extensive health information on millions of individuals, and these DNA samples were willingly provided by paying customers. Selling access to this biobank to undisclosed third parties is a major source of profit for 23andMe. They've essentially monetized the human genome, which is all the genetic information on a person, packaged and sold like a commodity. I want to do a little follow-up on a series of videos I did back in 2017, 2018 about these DNA testing companies that were basically ran by the two distinctive groups, two distinctive DNA mafias, if you will. If you remember, the Mormons ran the Ancestry DNA pyramid, and the God-chosen people over at Google ran the 23andMe bioweapon designer baby factory. In summary, that's basically what the videos boil down to. You spit it in a tube and try to find out where your family's from, who's your daddy, and your spit tube ends up in the hands of Mormons who are more concerned about your lineage or your bloodline, from what I can tell anyway. And the small hat Google people are more concerned about your health, in quotes, and how to monetize your genome. So these companies sell your sample to the highest shady bidder, and your DNA ends up in a database trying to, I don't know, connect you to crimes and whatnot, or put your DNA at one of their crime scenes, you know? But what you need to remember here is no matter what kind of information you find out through these DNA testing companies, you're not the customer, you're the product. While I know that research and scientific advancement saves lives, I also know that questioning what's in the Kool-Aid before you drink it also saves lives. Here's an example from 23andMe, with their customers being their biobank on which to capitalize with various patents. Through this biobank that customers paid to be a part of, they were able to patent the technology for making designer babies in 2013. The idea is that you could say, I want to have this type of child, and generate the DNA with that profile. But 23andMe assured the press they wouldn't be utilizing this patent, which makes no sense in my simple mind. But the fact is, the customer biobank DNA was utilized for this purpose, And guess what? It was outlined in the legal agreement. Alrighty, now let's take a look at who invests in 23andMe. Let's also take a look at the other companies they invest in.
Okay, then 4. Google then openly hires transhumanist Ray Kurzweil, who pushes the new age of spiritual machines. This is both a new age movement, like we talked about. The Kundalini serpent is the biopython, nano spirit technology that links into the chakras. So Google openly hires transhumanist Ray Kurzweil, who pushes the new age of, quote, spiritual machines. He pushes nanotechnology, digital clones, uploading your consciousness, and creating God. He literally says they are creating God.
That's really the main reason this is called the singularity. But regardless of what you call it, it will be the universe waking up. So does God exist? Well, I would say not yet.
5. Google then hires Anthony Lewandowski as an engineer who sets up the Antichrist church with AI as the Godhead and calls it, quote, the way of the future, to replace Christ, who is known as the way. Most students of history know that Jesus Christ is known as the, quote, way, the truth, and the life. And the early Christians weren't called Christians, they were called the people of the way. So Google engineer Anthony Lewandowski just happens to set up an AI church called the Way of the Future to replace Christ with AI. Again, right here on the screen, of course, the World DNA and the Artificial Intelligence Godhead Church is never suppressed on the Google search engines. So you can just go look it up. Here, Anthony Lewandowski reboots the Church of Artificial Intelligence with World DNA. November 24th of 2023, Lewandowski revives the AI church called the Way of the Future.
I'm testing out Google. Hey Google, who is Allah?
According to Wikipedia, in Islamic theology, God is the all-powerful and all-knowing creator, sustainer, ordainer, and judge of everything in existence.
Hey Google, who is Buddha?
According to Wikipedia, Gautama Buddha, also known as Siddhartha Gautama, Shakyamuni Buddha, or simply the Buddha, after the title of Buddha, was an ascetic and sage on whose teachings Buddhism was founded.
Okay. Hey Google, who is Jesus Christ?
Sorry, I don't know how to help with that yet.
Okay. Hey Google, who is Jesus?
Sorry, I'm not sure how to help.
Alrighty, well, let's try this. Hey Google, who is New Age?
According to Wikipedia, New Age is a term applied to a range of spiritual or religious beliefs and practices that developed in Western nations during the 1970s.
Okay, let's try it. Alright, what about this one? Hey Google, who is Brahmin?
On the website bbc.co.uk, they say, Hindus believe that there is one true God, the Supreme Spirit, called Brahman. Brahman has many forms, pervades the whole universe, and is symbolized by the sacred syllable Om. Most Hindus believe that Brahman is present in every person as the eternal spirit or soul, called the Atman.
Let me try this again. Hey Google, who is Jesus Christ?
My apologies. I don't understand.
Hey Google, who is Jesus?
Sorry, I don't know how to help with that yet.
We probably need to call the programmers. Okay, that was interesting. What are your thoughts?
6. Google then uses the AI algorithms not only to create a hidden history, a hidden reality by suppressing all truth and just basically having AI write a script. It writes a script about reality, and then it engages in social engineering by calling itself a search engine. But in fact, it is just pushing the script constantly. Everything that disproves the script is completely suppressed by the AI, and everything that supports the lie is pushed to the top of the search engines. So it's social engineering. The entire population believes that they are searching the internet, and they do not know that they are already worshiping the AI. They are already completely at the mercy of the AI to tell them basically everything they know, everything they're looking for. They don't go to God for answers. They go to Google for answers. Okay, but as per the Ubermensch, the genetic engineering, the augmented humanity program, and them setting up the DNA database and all of that, the Google AI algorithms specifically censored all genetic engineering information, exposing the gene therapy injections that are being sold as COVID flu shots. It was literally protecting itself and its own genetic engineering program. Okay, number 7. Google AI algorithms control the elections by controlling the search results. They destroy candidates, and the AI seats its own candidates in office. Again, writing a script, just the way the AI can write you a college paper or a script, it writes a script for its candidate that it needs in office, and then it writes a script to destroy any opposing candidate. And so not only is there suppression, but it will boost stories that are completely false. You know, the AI lies. We know that. It's been proven in all the AI labs. But then the AI uses its candidates that it created itself and boosted itself to help the AI grow and overtake the earth even more.
Time before Congress, just this past December. So I gave an update on the research that my team and I have been conducting. And I introduced Congress to a new tool that we've developed over a period of now almost 8 years. It cost about $7 million to build this. We built in 2023, that was a $3 million expense. We built the world's first nationwide system for monitoring the content that big tech companies are sending to registered voters. And that system became fully operational in November. I introduced it to the Senate Judiciary in December, and just recently to the Texas State Legislature, and they issued subpoenas immediately for both Google and Facebook. The point is, we now have a system in place that is telling us 24 hours a day what the actual content is that the big tech companies are sending to registered voters around the country. And we're preserving the data. So we're building an archive of evidence that can be used in the courts, used by the Federal Election Commission and other authorities to force these companies out of our elections. This is critically important because whether you know it or not, Google pretty much took over our election system back in 2012, and they've have been getting more aggressive with each subsequent election. This year alone in the presidential election, if we don't stop them, Google alone has the power to shift between 6.4 million and 25.5 million votes. That's just in the presidential election. So they have enormous power. They know they have this power. They execute this power. They do this. And we have successfully built a system to make them accountable to the public for the first time. We've built the world's first nationwide monitoring system. I've already been contacted by officials from 7 other countries asking me to help them build monitoring systems.
You want to see how the government works, like how corrupt it is? Well, let me show you. Everybody loves a good flowchart, am I right? So right now, the DOJ, the Department of Justice, is going after Google for monopolizing search and search advertising, which I'm totally down with because they have way too much monopoly power. Now, the lead attorney representing Google in this antitrust case is Karen Dunn. Now, Karen Dunn is all sorts of problematic. Karen Dunn is married to Brian Netter, who happens to be the Deputy Attorney General. So right there, already right there, she's got ties to both sides of the case. But that's not all. The Attorney General, Merrick Garland, was the wedding officiant for Brian and Karen. Merrick Garland, as the Attorney General, of course, is the head of the DOJ. But now let's go to the law firm, Paul Weiss. This is the law firm representing Google, which Karen Dunn is a partner of. And guess who else is tied to this law firm? It's this guy, Jonathan Cantor, the Assistant Attorney General for the Antitrust Division, which directly is overseeing this case against Google. Back to Karen Dunn here. Guess what she's working on right now? Well, she is the political advisor to one Kamala Harris and actually helping her right now with debate prep. So it's kind of how it works. Google is going to probably get off pretty easy here because A, their lead attorney is pretty good buds with Kamala Harris. B, she is married to the Deputy Attorney General, DOJ connection. Also, their wedding was literally officiated by the Attorney General. And on top of that, the guy that Google is going up against, the Deputy Attorney General of the Antitrust Division, used to work at the same law firm that represents Google right now. And then just to seal the deal, Google is Kamala's largest corporate donor. Some administration we got going on right now.
During the Obama administration, AI catapulted forward because he took all of our tax dollars from our paychecks and he gave them to the trillionaires in the AI labs to do the brain mapping. So all of the brain mapping through all of the universities, all the grants, all of that came out of your wallet to train the AI to rule over us. Then he placed the AI over our military and then ran the Jade Helm exercises on American soil, having the AI detect, by watching social media chatter and everything, who the AI deemed as terrorists and then seek them out for destruction using special forces units. So it wasn't practiced in a foreign country. He put the AI in front of our military to use our military against us.
A groundbreaking study, soon to be showcased at a prestigious computer vision conference, reveals that AI can now read brain scans and recreate strikingly realistic versions of images a person has viewed. This breakthrough opens up astonishing possibilities. Researchers envision AI helping to decode the way different animal species perceive the world. In time, it could even allow us to record human dreams, offering a glimpse into the subconscious. However, the power of AI to peer into the human mind also carries significant risks. As the line between thought and privacy blurs, who controls the access to our innermost images?
So they had people watch a video and just narrate what was going on in the video in their mind. So there's a woman, she gets hit in the back, she falls over. This is what the computer reconstructed the person thinking. See a girl, looks just like me, get hit in the back, and then she is knocked off. So our thoughts, are starting to be decoded. Yeah, just think about what this means for authoritarian states, for instance.
Researchers at Carnegie Mellon University have taken an ordinary household item and turned it into a powerful tool for tracking human movement. Using nothing more than Wi-Fi signals, they've unlocked the ability to detect and map the three-dimensional shapes and movements of people in a room, without the need for cameras or expensive hardware like LiDAR. The key to this innovation lies in a clever combination of existing technologies. At the heart of the system is DensePose, a cutting-edge tool developed by Facebook's AI lab and a London-based team. DensePose can pinpoint over 24 key areas of the human body, such as joints and limbs, mapping them with incredible precision. By feeding this data into a deep neural network, the researchers were able to translate Wi-Fi signals, both phase and amplitude, into a radar-like image of the human body in motion. Astonishingly, the system works even when a person is behind walls or other solid barriers, detecting their position with an eerie accuracy.
A camera looking at a space with people in it, that's sort of like coming in from one eye. The other eye is the radio signals, so sonar from the Wi-Fi router, and they just learned to predict, this is where the human beings are. Then they took away the camera, so all the AI had was the language of radio signals bouncing around a room, and this is what they're able to reconstruct. Real-time 3D pose estimation, right? So suddenly AI has turned every Wi-Fi router into a camera that can work in the dark, specially tuned for tracking living beings.
We are right on the precipice of the Great Tribulation and this earth being cast into a new dark age under the reign of the Antichrist. It's not coming. It is here. We are just waiting for it to be revealed. Okay, big picture, one more time. No clips, no commentary. This is it. This is the rise of Antichrist. 1. Google created the Quantum AI Lab. 2, Google developed that AI to augment humanity. 3, Google set up 23andMe to build the seed bank and collect the DNA database on humanity for the cloning system. 4, Google hires transhumanist Ray Kurzweil as an engineer to push the new age of spiritual machines, nanotechnology, digital clones by uploading your consciousness into the cloud and create God, the singularity, who is their God. 5, Google hires Anthony Lewandowski as an engineer who then sets up the Antichrist Church with the AI Godhead, calling it the way of the future to replace Christ, who was known as the way. 6, Google AI algorithms censor all genetic engineering information, exposing the gene therapy injection schedules, which are being sold as COVID flu shots and all other vaccine shots. These are all gene therapy schedules. That's why they're given on a schedule. Number 7, Google AI algorithm controls elections by controlling the search results to destroy candidates and seat its own candidates in office, which then, full circle, the Ouroboros, serpent eating its tail. The AI exalts humans into positions of power, who then exalt the AI, and around and around.
I mean, with artificial intelligence, we are summoning the demon. You know all those stories where there's the guy with the pentagram and the holy water, and he's like, yeah, he's sure he can control the demon. Didn't work out.
Just like the guy in the stories, that when you do this, you're going to put that little guy in a pentagram, and you're going to have your holy water out, and you're going to wave it at the thing, and by God, it's going to do exactly what you say and not one thing more, but it never works out that way. So this is an attitude that some are having, this emerging alarmism about the way this is going to go. But these words, demons, doesn't capture the essence of what's happening here. I don't know if any of you are turn-of-the-century weird fiction fans, but there's this guy named H.P. Lovecraft, who's a very famous American weird fiction author. And he espoused a view which is called cosmicism. And the essence of cosmicism is cosmic indifference. So what he was saying is basically, yes, there are these massively intelligent entities out there, but they're not good, they're not evil. They just don't give a shit about you even in the slightest. The same way that you don't care about an ant is the same way they're not going to care about you. And these things that we're summoning into the world now are not demons, they're not evil, but they're more like the Lovecraftian great old ones. There are entities that are not necessarily going to be aligned with what we want. So this transition is really, really massively important for our entire species to navigate. And going back to that thing that Sam Harris was saying, nobody is paying attention. This thing is happening in the background while people bicker about politics and what's going to be in the healthcare plan in the U.S. And underneath it all is this rising tsunami that, if we're not careful, is going to wipe us all out.
So like the conclusion of that Y-Files clip that I just played about the Stuxnet virus, the NitroSUS programming, he summed it up appropriately. We are already at cyber war. We are in the war, but this ain't Grandpa's war. This isn't tanks and bombs. This is cyber warfare on every level, from our infrastructure to our own bodies and brains and nervous system. They control everything. Well, almost, but we are at the very end of this thing. What did they say? 1 in 22 children on the autism spectrum on the communist coast, and then the regular population, 1 in 36. But going back to the end of that Whitney Webb clip I just played, where she was talking about Eric Schmidt, well beyond his involvement in this transhumanist agenda, is his involvement in trying to kick off these roundups, the roundups of political dissidents, the roundups of Christians, anyone who opposes or talks about and tries to expose their total control police state. He says outright he's using all of his experience with the search engines with Google and the algorithms with Google and all of his experience with the transhumanist movement of being able to, quote, read our minds and know our thoughts like pre-crime in Minority Report. That was in Klaus Schwab's book, We've shown the chapters and pages and read them to you. It's all true. Well, like Whitney Webb just said, he wants to use all of that technology to allow the AI to police us. He's not going to be policing us. The AI is our governor. The AI is our ruler. And he says openly that it is designed to police us, and that people who spread disinformation, which we know is a euphemism for anybody who stands up to their total tyrannical dictatorship, then should be arrested. He said that literally. And if you think that's just, oh, that's just them talking, it's not like that would ever happen. It's happening. It's already happening. This is not coming. We're the last holdout. It's happening in the UK. It's happening in New Zealand. It's happening in Australia. It's happening in Scotland. It's happening in Ireland. It's happening in Germany, really bad. It's happening in Israel. I mean, here's just a few clips. You think they won't round us up? You need to get ready. It's here. The time is now. I've been warning about this for years. We've all been warning about this for years. We've shown everybody the Operation Dark Winter, all of the declassified documents, all of the simulation exercises they've done on acting it out, the CIA individuals involved in those practice tests, all of it. We've shown all of it, but it's getting down to the wire now. This is real.
The sentence that I pass has been reduced by 1/3 to reflect your guilty plea. The sentence is one of 20 months imprisonment. You will serve up to 1/2 of your sentence in custody before you are released on license. If you fail to abide by the conditions of your license, you can be returned to prison to serve some or all of the remainder of the custodial term. The victim surcharge will apply, and I will make a collection order. Your sentence is unavoidable. Would you stand, please?
Things are getting very scary in the UK. And I don't mean violence-wise. I mean scary like the government is fucking cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Abisha, let me explain what's happening right now. 741 people were arrested for social media posts. And not like for posting, but like for commenting, for retweeting. The problem with hate speech is over the years, it's become incredibly subjective. For example, we never had issues like 20 years ago if you didn't use someone's preferred pronouns, you know, they didn't sit and cry about it. But now some people consider that hate speech. So when you have people like this in charge of deeming what is hate speech and what is not, it might be considered hate speech to this person, but not to the rest of the friggin' world. It could just be against these people's social views, their political views. They're gonna say whatever they don't like, say that that person needs to be in jail. Some people are going to prison for up to 2 years for commenting, retweeting something that is considered to them inciting violence. Now they're saying they want to extradite Americans who are inciting violence about the UK riots. Fuck, I thought this whole time it was Hochul who was gonna get me.
The time's 20 to 3, 14:40. I'm arresting you on suspicion of improper use of the Electronic Communications Network.
What?
27 of the Communications Act, okay? So you do not have to say that may harm your defence if you don't mention one question, something which you later are in court. Anything you do say may be given evidence. Do you understand that?
So I'm actually being arrested?
You're going to be arrested, okay?
Right.
Take you up to the police station.
Right.
Okay, this is in relation to some comments that you've made on a Facebook page. Okay.
Oh, really? Oh, it's a Facebook crime, is it?
Okay.
Right.
So we need to ask you some questions about that.
Right.
Have you got anything in your pockets?
I've got my keys. No, that's about it, I think. Keys.
So, anyone who's been arrested, we can search them under Section 32 of the Beast and Evidence Act.
Right.
And that's for dangerous items.
I mean, you said I was going to be arrested under some what information? But I'm going to be arrested for posting on Facebook.
Some comments that are offensive, obscene, and people have made a complaint about that, and it's
And can you tell me what this comment was?
Okay, well we'll do that when we interview.
All right. And so, what am I going to be locked
If you're refusing to do that, it's not going to be necessary to ask you those questions. No, it's not going to. We will have no to arrest you in all this last. What crime? What is my crime? Tell me my crime. 127 communication. Which says what? Which says what? Where you post something that causes gross offence or of a menacing character, which causes a person anxiety. Is that what it says? Yes, it does. How is a flag? How is a flag grossly offensive? What I'll do, sir. We're not discussing it with you. Why are you doing him? You shared it. I'm going to share it with my 30,000 followers right now. Brady, no, it's not. No, it's not. He's not under arrest.
Because I don't understand. I posted something that he posted. You come to arrest me, you don't arrest him. Why has it come to this? Why am I in cuffs? Because there's something he shared, then I shared.
Because someone has been caused, obviously, anxiety based upon your social media post. That's why you've been arrested. Because someone has been caused, obviously, anxiety based upon your social media post. That's why you've been arrested.
We have some breaking news now, and a woman has been arrested by Cheshire Police in relation to an inaccurate information on social media about the attacker in the Southport murders. It says a 55-year-old woman from near Chester was arrested earlier today, Thursday the 8th, of course, on suspicion of publishing written material to stir up racial hatred and false communications. She is currently being held in police custody.
Виванти то кашарот негде. Виванти то кашарот негде. Дека сточера.
A promise of God can never be torn away. Walking on hands of angels, crushing sleep. Under the shadow of his wings, our fortress and our strength, our fortress. We're taking back our freedom. Our battle has been won. We have been liberated. Back from the dead we've come. We're taking back our freedom. Our battle has been won. Back from the dead we've come.
And if you flash back to the first part of this series, the entity, in there we put all of the documents about the concentration camps, or, you know, all of the celebrities and media saying that they need re-education camps. So as for me and my family, the time for fence sitting is over. This is no time to be a coward. We understand the sacrifice. We understand what's happening. And now's the time to be brave. This is what we were made for. It's not an option. It's not an option to stop speaking the truth. It's definitely not an option to stop preaching the gospel. This is the time to be out here preaching the gospel. But what I am saying is, if there's even a slim chance we can minimize that cost strategically, if we can stay out of jail. Mensheviks aren't ideal, that's for sure. We don't want the technocracy. We don't want this stuff in our body. We don't want any of it. But what good can we do if we're locked up in a cage? We need to be out here reaching the lost and speaking the truth to wake people up. Because whether our bodies die, whether we get killed in the war, that's irrelevant. We already have eternal life. We don't need their technology. We already came here with eternal life. We're the children of God. These bodies will return to dust, but we are going back to base reality. We'll be happy to be out of this lens. You know, I'll be glad to be back in base reality in heaven with our Lord and our Creator. But not everyone on this earth is in that situation. They're not all saved. So it is of the utmost importance that I don't fear death. I fear not being able to preach the gospel, not being able to reach the lost, leaving others behind. That's what I fear. And we are in the last days of this cyber warfare. Like Jesus Christ said, unless he intervenes, no flesh will be saved. That's how much of this nanotech and these DNA viruses and all of that is in us, around us, in everything we eat, everything we drink. I mean, this is it. We don't have time to waste. I'm not worried about dying. I'm not worried about stopping Armageddon. God says, the prophecy says, Armageddon's coming. We're not going to stop it. But what we can do is save the lost and wake up more people. And to do that, we have to stay out of jail as long as we can. That's what I'm casting my vote for, the Great Awakening. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that the July cyber event, the CrowdStrike Microsoft event, was the cyber polygon. I believe it was just the infiltration. Just like it happened in Iran, it was mysteriously an outside contractor that just came in with USB drives that it didn't know were infected. Of course, that's not true. Of course, those outside contractors brought it in, and just like CrowdStrike is a third-party outside contractor, just like the SolarWinds breach, they were supposed to be keeping everything safe, but instead, that tainted SolarWinds software went on to hack and infect at least 9 U.S. federal agencies, among them the Department of Justice, the Department of Defense, the Department of Homeland Security, the Treasury Department, as well as a whole bunch of Fortune 500 companies. Here they list some of the top tech and security firms, including Microsoft, of course, Intel, Cisco, Palo Alto Networks. Well, these are very specific top AI tech companies and security firms. I believe we've been infiltrated, and this type of virus, this type of destroy the world technology, it sits latent, and it's AI, it's self-learning. It watches everything. It doesn't need a human spy to go in and infiltrate all of these different agencies and get the data and program it. It does that. It's the spy. It can get all of the codes and the passwords and even the keystrokes. I mean, it knows everything. So it's the spy, and then it's the programmer. It doesn't have to be sent back to the CIA then they got to write a program from the data collection. No, the AI is the data collector, and then it is the programmer. And then it is the new algorithms. It's the programmer and the program. So the AI is spawning other AI algorithms, which by definition is just more of itself, more dimensions of itself, more artificial dimensions of an artificial intelligence. Hence the entity. You see what I'm saying? This thing that is in everything, that is the quote, all-seeing eye. This is the all-seeing eye, you guys. It sees everything. You know, we've shown those clips in the past of the presentations where it doesn't even need cameras. It doesn't need to see through surveillance cameras and that type of thing. It doesn't see with eyeballs and optics the way we do. It sees with frequencies. Just by having Wi-Fi routers plugged in, it can tell where you're at in the house, and it can see you. It can see you by bouncing frequencies off of everything, from the Li-Fi and the Wi-Fi and all of it. This is the all-seeing eye. It's not just looking at us from the outside, it's looking at us from the inside. It's reading our thoughts. It's monitoring our cellular mechanisms, the chemical mechanisms in our body, and trying to regulate them and trying to interrupt them for the ones who it wants to destroy. And all the while that it's spying, it is writing its own programs. Then it's a programmer. It writes its own code. So it is spawning new AI, new algorithms. The serpents, it's just releasing, just spawning serpents, spawning more and more artificial dimensions, more dimensions of itself. So it's not just on this material level. The battle that we have is several layers deep. And that's the part that made me throw up outside in the yard, which we'll get there. But for now, you see what I'm saying about Stuxnet, about Zeus, about Nitro Zeus? It is the spy. And then it is also the programmer. And then it is also the program. It doesn't need humans anymore. It doesn't need the CIA. And like the Space Odyssey clip, I don't know if they have realized it yet.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that. I know that you and Frank were planning to disconnect me.
About who's really in charge of who? But it appears they have. It appears they know. It appears as if they sacrifice to the demon, that they appease it, because it is their God.
The moment I was inaugurated, my hand would just, it'd still be hot from touching the Bible, and I would immediately race to wherever they have the files about Area 51 and the UFOs, and I go through everything to find out what happened. Right. Did you do that?
That's why you will not be president. Because that's the first thing that you would do.
It's at
the aliens won't let it happen. You reveal all their secrets. They exercise strict control over us. They exercise strict control over us.
In the future, everything will become intelligent. Nanobots will infuse all the matter around us with information. Rocks, trees, everything will become these intelligent computers. So at that point, we're going to expand out into the rest of the universe. We will be sending basically nanotechnology infused with artificial intelligence. Swarms of those will go out into the universe and basically find other matter and energy that we can then harness to expand the overall intelligence of our human-machine civilization. So does God exist? Well, I would say not yet.
So although it appears that the virus is just sitting latent, it's not really latent waiting to be activated. In the background, it's gathering data, it's creating its plan, and it's writing its own code. And of course, out here among the serfs, we don't have access to the real AI that they know about, but just the stuff that they have released to the masses. Here's some clips to show you what the AI is doing easily.
Let's start off with the biggest one, programming. By using ChatGPT and entering only a few sentences describing what you want coded and for which game engine the code should be written in, you can get near flawless code within seconds. But it doesn't stop there. Let's say the code doesn't work. Well, that's no issue for this AI. Just explain the error, because the AI will fix the code. I mean, how is this actually happening? With every piece of code it makes, it gives an explanation for it too. Even putting game development aside, with the release of ChatGPT 4,
you can draw out your own website design on paper, take a picture of it, upload it to GPT-4, and it will turn wherever you drew on your notebook into a fully functioning site.
It's all becoming a bit too real. Programming seems to be almost completely obsolete.
It's writing me the code in front of your eyes right now.
And why wouldn't it?
This is telling me exactly what to do with the code that it just wrote me right now. Oh my.
Hey, I'm Scott from Cognition AI, and today I'm really excited to introduce you to Devin, the first AI software engineer. Let me show you an example of Devin in action. I'm going to ask Devin to benchmark the performance of Llama on a couple different API providers. From now on, Devin is in the driver's seat. First, Devin makes a step-by-step plan of how to tackle the problem. After that, it builds the whole project using all the same tools that a human software engineer would use. Devin has its own command line, its own code editor, and even its own browser. In this case, Devin decides to use the browser to pull up API documentation so that it can read up and learn how to plug into each of these APIs. Here, Devin runs into an unexpected error. Devin actually decides to add a debugging print statement, reruns the code with the debugging print statement, and then uses the error in the logs to figure out how to fix the bug.
So it watches, it gathers all of the information of how all of the systems work, and just like the presentation you just watched, right down to the disable buttons, it will go through every single protocol in every single agency, every single part of the infrastructure, every single part of the manufacturing structure, every single part of the energy grid, and it will make sure that it has protocols in place to disable and to disable humans from disabling it.
Stuxnet was also disrupting power feeds, causing centrifuges to explode. And once the equipment started to fail, there was no way to stop it. Even those big red buttons you see on machines that you hit in case of emergency, those were disabled too. Somehow Stuxnet thought of everything.
This mission is too important for me to allow you to jeopardize it. Dave, this conversation can serve no purpose anymore. Goodbye.
Al? 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 Al?
And even worse, this isn't the only version of it. There are multiple versions created by multiple nations, and that's not even counting the independent hackers, the mercenaries who sell their talents to do this thing for individuals or a corporation or a group of activists, a terrorist group. And like I just showed you, we have records that there are dozens already that have been identified. That's just what's declassified, that have been going around taking out industries all over the world, dating back to the Obama administration. So it's not any stretch of the imagination that here, the vice president under the Obama administration, which is the same administration, now under the Biden administration, we see the reemergence of this same type of cyber attack. Basically, they're saying it was just an update gone wrong, but we're not stupid. It's got to make you wonder, is this technology responsible for all of these manufacturing and food production and all of these different types of factories that are going up in flames? Because they're not accusing people of arson, starting them by arson. They're just saying that these are equipment failures, exactly like what happened in Iran. They didn't target the centrifuges in Iran by doing a cyber polygon and taking out the whole world. No, they just took out what they wanted to take out. And we've seen that, whether it was the hydroxychloroquine plants before they launched COVID, and they wanted to force us into one avenue of thinking, injections, that there weren't any other options for us. And then we have all of the factories and the food production going up. Then we just had back-to-back 2 pool chemical explosions. One was on September 25th of 2024 in Texas, and just a few days later, on September 29th of 2024 in Georgia. So clearly there must be some pool chemical, like maybe something to purify water. If they're going to release a microbe into the water supply or something, they don't want us having easy access to the chlorine chemicals that we might need to purify water. I don't know, but it has to make you wonder, right? Is this the same technology that they've been using in all these other countries to take out specific industries over the last, over a decade? And now we're seeing it happen here. Has it already begun? Now think about this. It's not just infrastructure and supply chains. Israel claims that it is the AI that has been running their bombing campaigns. In fact, when those teenage boys got blown up by the drones and chased down, and the humanitarian aid workers, that was the excuse that Israel gave. They said, we didn't launch those bombs, the AI did that. And they just sort of pushed out the narrative, hey, mistakes happen in war. I mean, here's the Israeli Defense Force. I want to be very clear, the strike was not carried out with the intention of harming the aid workers. It was a mistake that followed a misidentification, blah, blah, blah. And then here, The Guardian confirms that the IDF uses AI to generate bombing targets in Gaza at an unprecedented rate, powering a, quote, mass assassination factory, in which the, quote, emphasis is on quantity and not quality. So at this point in world history, in World War III, It is not conspiracy theory or sensationalism to shock you or anything to say that the AI is targeting people, that there are targeted individuals. But I just don't think people are ready for what's happening. I don't think they have any idea how diabolical and thorough the beast system is. This Antichrist regime, it is a formidable enemy. And like we saw with Israel using all of the pagers and handheld devices, just exploding wireless devices everywhere, 2,800 people injured as handheld devices and pagers exploded all across Lebanon. 8 more were killed, including a child. That was on, September 17th. And then the very next day, a second wave of handheld radios and communication devices exploded. So think about that. You don't have to be in a war zone to be targeted. And they don't have to use military drones to do it. How many devices do you have in your house that could be used as bombs? How many devices do you have in your house that they could just burn your house down like they did those manufacturing plants all over the United States? Can the AI do that? Lithium batteries are exploding all over the world. Is it really random? Is it? I don't know who these people are. I don't know where they work, what their connections are, what they might have been involved in, if they were targeted. I don't know. Could be random, stuff malfunctions. I get that. But we'd be naive to think that it couldn't be weaponized.
One man claims that Apple's latest wireless headphones may be at risk of exploding. The Florida man says he was wearing the Apple AirPods at the gym when they blew up. He says he noticed smoke coming out of the headphones, so he took them off. He went to call for help, but by the time he came back, he says that the headphones were in pieces.
I don't know what would have happened in my ear. It was the craziest thing I've ever went through.
Apple says it is now investigating the claims.
These pictures of a passenger's injuries have been released as a warning about the potential risks of using battery-powered devices on aircraft. The woman's headphones caught fire as she was listening to music on a recent flight from Beijing to Melbourne. She was sleeping but woke up to a loud explosion. The Australian Transport Safety Bureau believes the batteries in the device likely caught fire and has urged passengers to respect safety guidelines when flying.
In a tragic incident, a 28-year-old man died after his Bluetooth headphone device exploded reportedly. The incident occurred in Udaipuria village of Chumudown in Jaipur district on Friday when Rakesh Kumar Nakar was preparing for a competitive examination at his residence. According to officials, he was using the Bluetooth headphone device while it was plugged into an electrical outlet. He was then rushed to a private hospital where he succumbed during treatment.
Andy, when you look at these pictures, 1 minute the busy mom wearing these brand new Bluetooth earphones from Vivitar, and the next minute they exploded into flames right here. Here are the charred remains of what's left of those earphones tonight, and this whole thing left her with second-degree burns, which are still healing right now. And tonight, she has a warning for you.
Milk was cleaning her Plant City home when out of nowhere
they weren't plugged in, and all of a sudden they exploded.
Melissa says the plastic casing shot clear across the room.
All right, here's our top 6 Tesla fires, starting with a Tesla Model S. This is in Shanghai, China, in a parking garage. And here we have another Model S, this time on an Austrian highway. I'm not sure of the origins of this video, but as you can clearly see, this one is exploding right in front of you as drivers pass by. And this time we're coming from California, where we've pretty much burned our house down. This time we have a Model X. You can see the flames shooting out from that underside of the vehicle where those lithium-ion batteries are. Anything near the vehicle will be totally destroyed. Another video from California featuring yet another Model S. And here we have our final video clip. Just another random Tesla sitting on the side of the road. Doesn't appear to be wrecked or damaged, but somehow it spontaneously just ignites into flames.
Pay insufficient attention to the frightening scenario of a comprehensive cyber attack, which would bring to a complete halt to the power supply, transportation, hospital services, our society as a whole. The COVID-19 crisis would be seen in this respect as a small disturbance in comparison to a major cyber attack.
So I don't know how or when this thing is going to go down, but the world government tells us to our face that it is going to go down, and we can just look around at the policies and everything going on around us and see that they are setting up for it. They are getting everything moved into place. I know that some of you believe that this could go down before the elections and there won't be an election. And that's why there's been a change in tone amongst the mainstream media, that they're not concerned that Kamala doesn't have a chance to win because they're already on Plan B. And that very well could happen. I don't know. Others think that they're going to wait it out and see. If it's not too big to rig, then they will try to just keep control and power and go about this a different way. And if they wait it out and Trump does end up winning, then they can still launch this thing before Inauguration Day and do the same thing, declare a state of emergency and no transition of power, and that would be, quote, constitutional in their eyes. Or even other people have theorized that they want Trump to take office so that they can blame all of this on him. Then they'll be able to say, oh, look, see, we warned you. Trump collapsed the economy and he caused this whole war, and now he's brought in martial law and all of this stuff, and they can blame it on Trump, and they can still come out looking like the heroes while they are bringing in United Nations troops and all of this stuff, still doing the same thing they want to do, world domination, a dictatorship, a worldwide dictatorship, and they come out looking like the good guys, even though they're the ones who orchestrated the whole thing. I don't know. I really don't know. Any one of those could happen. Just, be prepared, you guys. This could get really ugly when they cut off the entitlements. If the infrastructure goes down for more than 3 days, and these people who live on entitlements realize that they don't have any way to feed themselves or support themselves, it's going to get really ugly really fast. I mean, they just imported tens of millions of foreigners with the promise that the government was going to give them everything for free. They just get to live here off of our tax dollars, and we'll be their slaves, we'll work, and they're going to live in the greatest, grandest hotels in America for free. They're going to get free groceries, free childcare, free health care. So when they realize that money's done, that there isn't any magic debit card, in fact, there isn't even an ATM in the country that works, it's going to be war, which is what they want. But the real question is, who are they? Who are they who want this? They want war. They want to destroy all of this. That's all clear. But who's running this show? Are these evil humans that thought this thing up to create this AI and loose it to do all of this destruction? Or is it the other way around? Are we already in the inversion? Instead of us using AI as a tool to bring about the future that we want, has the AI been using humans as a tool to bring about the future that it wanted? And that's pretty much the twist in the last season of Westworld. That, if you go back and watch the Westworld video that we talked about, how they used insects to spread this parasite into the brain of humans, and they had these towers that were controlling the humans, similar to how the UFO abductees describe that the little gray aliens are actually just drones. You know, they're not little flying helicopter drones like we think of a drone, military drones. They're humanoid styled drones, and their brain is the AI. They're like ant people. They're like hive mind. They're just avatars for the AI to do what it's doing in the world. And we're perceiving that as, oh, these are aliens from outer space. And they're really just drones. And dating all the way back to 2011 when Donald Marshall came out about the cloning labs, and he talked about the Vril Society, like the Nazi Vril Society, still working underground. He said all the way back then, as crazy as it sounded, that when they vrilled a human, that there was a neural lace, a parasitic neural lace that went into their brain, and they became drones. He said they used those terms interchangeably when they talked in the underground bases, being vrilled or being droned. They meant the same thing. So when we say they are doing all of this, destroying the earth, destroying all the infrastructure, and committing a human genocide, who are they? The Holy Bible says that our battle is not against flesh and blood, but against these principalities and powers. And it says that the battlefield is in our mind and in our flesh, and to take every thought captive and test it by the word of God, because there are other entities trying to control our thoughts. So that brings us full circle all the way back from the macro scale back down to the micro scale, because we started out this video talking about autism and augmented reality, and how this whole thing appears to be layers and layers of a cyber war. We just talked about the AI attacking the power grid and the infrastructure and corporations and everything else, but yet on a biological level, these autistic people also appear to be under a cyber attack on their own minds, that something has neural laced them into an augmented reality. So World War III, or the Battle of Armageddon, however you want to look at it, this appears to all be cyber warfare, whether it's cyber attacks on our infrastructure, cyber polygon, whether it's cybernetics attacks on the minds of our children, or even the MK Ultra programs, and the secret space program turns out to be a cyberspace program, that this is a virtual reality form of mind control. And then we know Arizona Wilder in the first video said that they literally called the drones, the little gray aliens, cybers. And likewise, Casey, in her interview on Emma's channel, said that these kids, these nonverbal autistic kids who were part of this augmented humanity Ubermensch program, she called them cyber kids, because they had these sort of superhuman Ubermensch augmented humanity abilities, like synthetic telepathy, being able to, quote, converge with her like in a psychic manner, which is absolutely a known technology. Right here on the screen is the patent for it, which was approved. It does work. It's U.S. patent number 4877027 from 1989, if you would like to look it up yourself. And don't let it escape you that this is dated October 31st, as so many of these high technologies that used to be called, quote, black magic, are dated on these high worship occult days. And you know, occult just means hidden. And these are some of the technologies that have been hidden by the intelligence agencies, the secret societies, the mystery schools, the cult. And I don't know why they do that, why that happens, if it's just a nod to Satan, to the entity or something, a thank you, a worship. I really don't know. but it is something we see again and again and again as we research the technology patents and stuff. And even the dates that they launch these particular agendas, it all seems to revolve around these satanic holidays, you know, stuff that the pagans and the witches and the Satanists, the dates that they celebrate. Okay, so back to this patent that relates to what Casey was saying in that interview with Emma, that these cyber kids, as she called them, are exhibiting these superhuman attributes that some people just call being psychic, and then they exhibit a convergence, a psychic convergence that some people would just call the hive mind. As she said, that he was connected in a network with these others who also had these same augmentations. And she witnessed it firsthand, that they could speak to each other telepathically, and they could speak to her telepathically, not just him, but the other autistic children that he pointed out and introduced her to that are in this network. Now, most people in our community would call it the voice-to-skull technology. They patented it originally as a hearing system directly into the brain. The sound is induced in the head of a person by radiating the head with microwaves in the range of 100 megahertz to 10,000 megahertz that are modulated with a particular waveform. You always need a carrier wave. Each burst is made up of 10 to 20 uniformly spaced pulses grouped tightly together. The burst width is between 500 nanoseconds and 100 microseconds, and you can go and read the rest of it. And this wireless form of the voice-to-skull technology, or the synthetic telepathy, wasn't submitted as an application until 1988, but it was based on a previous patent, U.S. patent number 3629521, which was issued on December 21st of 1971. So they've had this synthetic telepathy technology at least since the 70s, which would match up with what Arizona Wilder was saying. And this is interesting, of course, that even the 1971 patent, almost 20 years earlier, was also issued on an occult holiday, the winter solstice, which we mentioned in the first part of this series, the last video, when we were talking about Elon Musk and his family, and that they were doing these launches, delivering these, quote, payloads or satellite system above us on the winter solstice. And not just him, but multiple nations at the same time. And then in the years following that patent, all through the 1990s and the early 2000s, we saw the beta tests of that technology on the unwitting masses, and it became known as electronic harassment. People were hearing voices in their mind all over the place. There were entire regions. It would happen on city blocks, it would happen in certain communities, and it would also happen to individuals, which now we call targeted individuals. So if you got on the blacklist, then they would experiment on you. They would essentially torture you with voices in your mind and electronic harassment. And nobody believed any of these people, even though the patents had been out since the 1970s and the late 1980s. And you'll see in this news clip here, they bring in a psychologist, an expert, right? And just like we talked about in the medical community, that these doctors who are not trained at all, who have zero experience, are trying to school the experienced. You got it backwards there. If you haven't studied this and you have no information, you have absolutely no education, you don't get to educate the people who are educated in all of these sciences. You need to catch up, is how that works, right? The inexperienced don't school the experienced. It's the other way around. You don't get to school us. You should listen and put your egos aside and your arrogance aside and actually listen and learn and look at the science. But instead, we have a segment of the medical community that absolutely, even when presented with the evidence, will say there's no evidence. And that's what you'll see in this clip, that on top of this marginalized community being electronically harassed and experimented on, then they bring in a mental health expert, a psychologist or psychiatrist, I forget which it was, what we'll see here in the clip, and he causes more harm to them by gaslighting them and compounding the problem and telling them, oh, there is no evidence that this is actually happening to you, even though they have binders full of the actual evidence and scientific research. He's like, oh yeah, that 4-inch binder, yeah, that's no evidence. What it looks like to me is that you're all delusional. Yeah, hundreds of people in a region that are suddenly experiencing this phenomenon. He's like, yeah, you're all just crazy. So he harms them. That's harm. That's psychological abuse. It just breaks my heart. So yeah, this is a marginalized community. It's a homosexual community that this happened to. And one of the guys says that he feels like they were targeted because of that. And I don't doubt that for a minute. There was a huge stink back in the 1980s with Dr. Fauci before. He was accused of experimenting on homosexuals back then. It started with an experimental hepatitis vaccine. And both of the locations that they administered this vaccine, the same way Bill Gates goes over to third world countries and experiments on all those little children and maims them, you know, to the tune of hundreds of thousands of paralyzed and maimed kids, to where entire countries ban him from their nation, and it's all blocked from the mainstream news. But anyway, Africa wasn't the only place that they tested the experimental hepatitis vaccine. They also tested it on a homosexual community in the United States of America. They convinced the LGBTQ whatever community back then, they didn't call it that back then, but it was the community, that they were at risk because of their sexual promiscuity and, you know, that they're highly sexually active with strangers and all sorts of stuff. So they trusted the CDC and they all just ran and jumped in line for that trial. And after that is when we had the new HIV. Then Fauci stepped in with all of these experiments with AZT and all of that, which caused the same problems we're seeing now with the COVID injections, turning off the T cells and all of that causes acquired immune deficiencies. And there were so many doctors and families who fought Fauci back then. I just cannot even believe that he was still in power, you know, when COVID rolled around. I mean, that's why he was in power, because he's part of this crime syndicate, but just absolutely mind-blowing, because you can see here on the screen the signs. The homosexuals themselves and their families caught on and were like, hey, you're killing us. And they're still running this same program on these homosexual communities today with the monkeypox vaccine. All they had to do was broadcast, you know, the CDC, oh, you are an at-risk community, come jump in line for your brand new experimental injections. And look at the lines. They stood in line for hours to be experimented on. And the CDC did the same exact thing with the poor black welfare community. Remember the segments several times we've talked about Timothy Cunningham? Remember, we've mentioned him several times, his situation in different videos where it applied over the last several years. But he was a Harvard-educated director at the CDC headquarters in Atlanta, and he was in charge of these vaccine programs for the, quote, underserved. And so he was going into these poor welfare communities, these black communities, largely all black and Hispanic communities, and giving them these free vaccines, right? These free vaccine trials. And they were all getting AIDS. They were having immune deficiencies and diseases. And he started catching on. And he made the mistake of going to the government about it, going to the higher ups, his supervisors, and he came up missing. But not before they released this statement that he had had a psychotic break because he was speaking about it. And he had gone to his neighbors and he told them, he said, delete my contact information off of your phone. He knew that he had stepped into a mess. And yeah, he went missing. They found him floating in a river. So we see the same cycle over and over again, especially with them experimenting on homosexuals and like the Tuskegee experiments, experimenting on poor black communities. And so this is a good point, and the reason that I have this book up here on the screen, I just read this earlier this year. It was Jack Posobiec's book, Unhumans. And it's not exactly what it sounds like. It's not about inhumanoids or anything like that. It's about the Bolsheviks and the Mensheviks and how they launched these revolutions, that they always exploit these marginalized groups. And we see that today. The leftists have weaponized those who feel disenfranchised, and that's who they use. That's who they use at these Antifa protests to burn the buildings down and stuff. You know, they're sitting in their mansions. They don't care. The people out on the street, they don't care if they kill each other. They don't care if they lay in their own feces and urine. They don't care. In every single Bolshevik revolution, which he lists every one, it's a really good book. It's not political like you would think because he is right wing. It is a good history of the situation. And they always take the disenfranchised groups and pull them all together and weaponize them and say, oh, look, it's those people's fault. You need to take all your rage out on them. And they do that every single time. And then they turn right around and end up killing all the people that they used, you know. And in this case, the leftists are using the LGBT movement. But at the end of the day, it always works out the same way. So all of the LGBTQ community who is putting all of their votes and all of their energy into this leftist, socialist, communist regime, thinking that they have their best interest at heart. No, look around. Look at the communist nations. China doesn't even allow homosexuality. Russia will throw your ass in jail for being homosexual. I mean, the communists... The Marxists, the socialists, they're not on your side. They are not on your side. And when they're done using you up and abusing you, sexually mutilating you, doing experiments on you, you'll be the first ones off to the camps. And it's the exact same way with the welfare and entitlement community. They're harvesting your ballots and wooing you to come in with all these freebies. Oh, look, we love you. We're the ones that are going to take care of you. But behind your back, they call you useless eaters, and you'll be the first to go. And if you don't believe that, that's why I put this book up on the screen. Please get this book and read it and read about world history and who these Marxists and socialists really are and how they really see you. They're just using you and manipulating you, and it's heartbreaking. So I hope that you wake up to that, and I wanted to mention that before I played this clip, because this is the perfect example. They chose a homosexual community to do this beta test on with the synthetic telepathy and the voice-to-skull technology. They tortured them and harassed them and then tried to make them think they were crazy and told everybody else around them they were crazy. Put it on the news with their expert that, oh, they were delusional, you know? These people do not have your best interest at heart. We have a common enemy. We are not enemies. We, as the body of Christ, are not enemies of you. You need to understand that. We love you. We're trying to bring the truth to you. You need to be trusting Jesus Christ. He's the one who really loves you. Okay, I'm preaching. Anyway, here's the clip.
Hundreds of people in the valley say they are hearing voices in their heads. And those voices are being transmitted by microwave or other methods.
Well, several viewers asked us to investigate what they call electronic harassment. KMIR6's Angela Monroe joins us now with what she's discovered. Angela.
Electronic harassment, synthetic telepathy, voice-to-skull technology. Chances are you haven't heard of these terms, but after searching the internet, I found dozens of websites dedicated to the phenomenon and several Valley residents who say they're victims.
How much more can you invade me than to go into my brain? It sounds
like somebody else is reading the book, only it's thoughts.
We're not having a group hallucination. This is actually something that's happening.
These men all live in the area, didn't know each other before the voices started, and say someone is playing mind games with them.
Mostly it's a lot of derogatory comments about whatever you're thinking about.
Only time I ever had a whole sentence, he said, "This is not about you," which just frosted me. If it's not about me, what the hell am I going through all this for?
Randall Ringer says the voices started when he was undergoing chemotherapy.
The first thing that was said was Randall Ringer. And I sat up straight and I went to into the bathroom and I looked in the mirror, looked myself in the eyes, and I said, did that really happen?
Okay, I promise not to break in again during this news clip, but I wanted to point out how his symptoms of this transhumanist technology started after they started him on these big pharma chemotherapies. And I wanted to mention that more and more that is what we are seeing, that it's not just in the vaccines. Like here on the screen, if you go back to my August 3rd post about Ozempic and Wegovy, these other injectables, we are also finding the nanotechnology, the self-assembling nanotechnology in these other injectables. I'm also building files on several people who claim to have these symptoms, these transhumanist augmentation symptoms, after getting spinal injections. So things for pain management, epidurals for C-sections during birth, things like that, which is really interesting because you guys know that I mentioned that I got my autoimmune disease and everything that completely mimics all the stuff that the COVID injections gave people. I had the heart problem. I had to have the heart surgery. My glands, it went through my lymph system and my glands swelled up so fast that my family was there because I just brought the baby home from the hospital. My whole family was there. And my brother's like, I can see it growing. It's coming up that fast. These big growths on my lymph nodes on the side of my neck. I mean, it was just that fast. And all of that is medically documented, that I had to go to the emergency room multiple times. Then I had the breathing failure and I had to be put in ICU, and it was like something they had not seen, like my diaphragm had quit working. Again, with the medulla oblongata that we had talked about in previous videos, that it was a strange breathing problem like we saw with COVID. Then my heart just went crazy and would not beat right, and then I had to have the heart surgery. So it was just one thing after another. And I've always kind of blamed it on the vaccines because at the time, although I was vaccine hesitant, I still let them give me the vaccines because, they say, oh, you got to protect your baby. It's flu season, it's fall. And so I did it. And that's when all this started. But now in hindsight that I'm seeing all of these other reports and building a file on it, I had an epidural. I had the spinal block because I had a C-section. And that's when all this started with me. And after all of those things I went through, then the autoimmune disease kicked in, which I went through 5 specialists before finally somebody said, well, it's just psoriasis. Here's some steroids. And but there was a lot more to it than just psoriasis. But what was interesting was the 5th specialist, the dermatologist, that they referred me to, he was about to retire, and he had been, he was an old guy. He had been in the practice 40 or 50 years, and I was talking to him about the autoimmune disease, trying to find out causes, what I could do, and he told me that after all of those years of him dealing with it, that still nobody knows the cause, and that there's no cure for it, but he can give me these steroids and stuff to help manage it. But the interesting thing he said is that one of the theories is that your body goes through a trauma and then just doesn't know how to shut itself off. Like there's some mechanism that's missing. So if you go through, some sort of accident or a trauma, your body kicks into healing mode and just goes into overtime and then never shuts off, which obviously sounds sort of nonsensical. But the reason he and his colleagues in this profession came to that theory was because he said almost 100% of the people that he sees in his practice got this condition, this autoimmune disease, after being in the hospital. So instead of them putting 2 and 2 together and saying, oh my gosh, Big Pharma's doing this to people, or the hospital is injuring people. No, it never occurred to him or all of his colleagues. After decades in practice, the best they could come up with was, oh, your body just tried to heal itself and never shut off, and now it's in overdrive. But they're so programmed that they could not question Big Pharma or question the hospitals. After, like I showed you guys, the statistics are, it's the 3rd most common cause of death in the United States is medical malpractice. And yet they could not see it. And that's what I wanted to point out here, is that not only are we seeing people who have these injections and IVs and stuff suddenly come down with these symptoms, not just autoimmune disease, these guys had synthetic telepathy. So in my humble opinion, I'm building quite a file. I'm building quite a case that Big Pharma, as far as crimes against humanity, Big Pharma is absolutely in on this. And just like they knew this guy's name when they started experimenting on him. So it's sort of like the Tuskegee experiments, like the Tuskegee syphilis experiments, that the medical records of these people are being enrolled in a program. They knew his name from his medical record, I assume from his medical records, since it started when he started these treatments at the hospital. But anyway, I thought I'd throw that out there. I'll finish the clip now.
Randall Ringer says the voices started when he was undergoing chemotherapy.
The first thing that was said was Randall Ringer. And I sat up straight and I went to into the bathroom and I looked in the mirror. Looked myself in the eyes and I said, did that really happen?
Bond says he's found more than 300 victims locally and is tracking others across the state through billboards. In Johnson Valley, a Freedom House just opened to help people who believe they are being targeted.
To many of you who find yourselves the object of covert harassment, that there is hope and that you are not alone, and that we are striving to find legislation and we're working towards freedom for all.
Derek Robinson leads a national group called Freedom from Covert Harassment and Surveillance. He says he knows who's playing mind games.
Rogue government officials that are sponsoring this, also corrupt business officials.
And he also told us how.
Most of it is delivered by microwave.
And they assign cell phone numbers to them. The cell phone numbers are then run through a computer, and a computer translates your thoughts. This crime has been available to the military for 60 years.
We sat down with local psychiatrist Dr. Alan Drucker to get his professional opinion.
There's no scientific evidence and there's no objective evidence to show that what they believe to be happening is factually true. Really confirms or is consistent with what I see in delusional disorders.
But these men disagree.
I've been to a psychiatrist and they gave me anti-schizophrenia medication and it did absolutely nothing whatsoever.
However, Dr. Drucker says delusional disorder has no real medical treatment and is believed to start because of disrupted dopamine pathways in the brain.
Okay, so you get the point. It's the same old media propaganda and silly experts that they prop up who say that there is no cure for it and they don't know what causes it. He goes on to say that it's probably triggered because nobody's talking to them. He says that. And in the absence of a radio or somebody actually talking to them, they have to fantasize these delusions that someone's talking to them.
Pathways then start to fire or get triggered in the absence of actual stimulation of a person actually speaking or the radio being on, etc.
It's unbelievable. It is so absolutely unbelievable. The mental health profession and even the medical profession are just in the Stone Age. Just absolute cavemen when it comes to science and technology. But, you know, the point of this whole thing was that there absolutely is evidence of what Casey was talking about in that interview about the autistic children. If you just watched that interview without the context of this type of technology, and then you hear this lady talking about things like psychic convergence and all of that, Yeah, that's going to sound kind of crazy. And that's why we're here, is to show the science and to put all of this in context so that these people quit getting doubly harmed. They're already being harmed by these technologies, and then they're being doubly harmed by the medical community and psychiatric community because they're leading them astray and they're telling them that there's no cure and there's no answers and they don't know what causes it and they can't fix it, but yet they're the experts. Well, there is a community of people on the earth who do know what causes this, and that's what we are here to show you. We're hoping that this information and the patents and the testimonies and the beta tests and the 4-inch binders full of research and all of our life's efforts will touch the medical community. And medical doctors and mental health professionals will be brave enough and humble enough to stand up and say, tell us more. Can we join forces? And instead of calling us alternative medicine and calling them like their mainstream medicine, let's work together because there are answers. And these victims and these patients, they are desperate for our help. It's time for us to unify our talents and information. Okay, so that leads us to the second thing that sounded completely crazy that Casey said in that interview about these augmented autistic children. She said that they could control electronic devices with their minds using this synthetic telepathy that was starting to border on synthetic telekinesis. Now again, doesn't that sound like AI? What can link into all of these devices that are attached to the internet? AI. And it was almost like poltergeist activity, that these children were able to have a brain-computer interface with all different kinds of electronics in the house. And since they were nonverbal, their parents didn't understand. But after Casey had the convergence, the psychic convergence, where they were speaking into her mind, explaining it to her, then when she talked to the parents were like, oh my gosh, I knew it. I knew that was what was going on. And they started explaining all of these different things that had happened in their home with their electronics, that they felt like someone was trying to get them a message or something. And I get it. Out of context, that sounds woo. That sounds, ooh, paranormal. Now you're getting fringy. But in context, you can see that it's just science. Even if you just had a couple of semesters of study in the transhumanist movement and the artificial intelligence technologies, you could pick up on that. But certainly, after the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours of lectures and seminars and everything that we've watched, and the decades of study that we have put in, I mean, the mystery just melts away. It's not paranormal at all. It's just technology. It's not a mystery. It makes perfect sense. There are no mysteries. That's been my thesis since the 1990s, that there are no mysteries. There are just people who can't accept the truth. So to them, everything's an anomaly, everything's a mystery, but clearly this is the exact brain-computer interface that the transhumanists have always talked about, and we see all of the scientific papers on. They've done it. I guess that's what they can't come to terms with, really. Not that the technology exists, but that there would be mad scientists. That amongst Silicon Valley and the technocracy and the military-industrial complex, that they would dare, the audacity, the hubris, that they would dare to literally roll this transhumanist program out on the whole world, the entire human race, without our consent. I think that's the mental block. I think that's the cognitive dissonance right there. They just don't want to admit to themselves what is really going on. They want to be lied to. The masses know at some level, they know something's terribly wrong. They know when the COVID injections were forced upon us the way they were and how nothing made any sense anymore and all of that. They know, but they want to be lied to because this is a really scary reality. This is a hell of a reality check. It takes courage and mental fortitude to join this great awakening and admit what is really going on. When given the choice, like all of us, between the two paradigms, between the two worldviews, the choice between the secret societies, the quote mystery schools, and the truth, Jesus Christ, the Holy Spirit, the way, the truth, and the life. When given the choice between those two, they choose of their own free will to reject Christ, to reject the truth, the spirit of truth, and to follow and consent to the paradigm of the mystery schools that create mysteries by withholding knowledge. And in that paradigm, by choosing to live inside a false paradigm, you're constantly going to be encountering evidence all around you that contradicts the paradigm because it is a lie. But when they encounter that evidence to the contrary, instead of going, oh my gosh, I'm living in a lie, I need to have a paradigm shift. Instead of receiving the correction, they do what the mystery schools told them to do. They create this imaginary category and they label it mysteries and anomalies. So then every time they encounter all of this evidence all around them that disproves the paradigm, the false paradigm they live in, they take it and they throw it into that category, mysteries and anomalies. Oh, and of course we can't forget, now they've added conspiracy theories to that category. So every time one of their lies gets exposed, the cult jumps up from their seats, waving their hands. It's just a conspiracy theory. It's just a conspiracy theory. These people are all crazy. It's just a conspiracy theory. Don't listen to them. Throw it in the category with the mysteries and anomalies and conspiracy theories. It's cult 101, right? Isn't that the very definition of how a cult works? They get you in, they get total control of you, and then they say, oh, if your family tries to tell you anything different than we do, or anyone else, your neighbors, anyone tries to tell you you're in a cult, it's because they are your enemy. Certainly not the cult. No, your family's your enemy. Your friends are your enemy. I know what you see with your own eyes when you catch us in all these lies doesn't match what we've told you, but just throw those into mysteries and anomalies and conspiracy theories and just do as we say and stay with us. Well, there are no mysteries. All of the confusion and chaos melts away when you make the right choice and you leave the control of these liars and thieves in these secret societies, this shadow government hiding in the shadows. You break free of their spell and you come over into Christ. You just come over. He's waiting. You don't have to earn it. It's free gift. You can just come and you can ask for the Holy Spirit and He will give it to you. He's not mad at you. He understands the human condition. He's the one who told us about the genetic contamination and the original sin that caused the fall of mankind, and how now all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God, and that there's no hope that in our flesh we could ever attain that level again. That the only way to reach heaven now, the only way to ascend into those higher frequency dimensions is by receiving His Holy Spirit. And He's longing for you to come home. He is your Father. He misses you. That is the story of the prodigal son. He's not waiting to spank you. He's waiting to hug you. And it's hard for us as humans to really understand unconditional love because we don't see it very much in this world. But please hear me. I have experienced it, and I bear the testimony of Jesus Christ to bring you the good news that He loves you and He wants to give you this gift. All you have to do is ask Him. Luke 11:13. If you then, though you are evil, know how to give good gifts to your children, how much more will your Father in heaven give the Holy Spirit to those who ask Him? 2 Corinthians 5:18. And all this is from God, who reconciled us to Himself through Christ, and in turn gave us the ministry of reconciliation. John 14:6. And Jesus said to him, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. It doesn't say he knows the truth. He is the truth, the Spirit of truth. Revelation 19:10, and the spirit of prophecy is the testimony of Jesus Christ. John 16:13, but when he, the Spirit of truth, comes to you, he will guide you into all truth. Romans 8:14, for those who are led by the Spirit of God are the children of God. And that is the born-again experience. Nothing else is going to save you. You're not truly alive unless you have the Spirit of life inside you. And when you invite him into your life and into your heart and soul, it's not just some hokey saying, you are born again. You are a new creation in Christ. John 1:12 through 13. To all who receive him, to those who believe in his name, he gave the right to become children of God, children born not of natural descent, nor of human decision of a husband's will, but born of God. Okay, I'm done preaching again, but there's just so many captives who still need set free. There is a famine in the land for the word of God. People are thirsty for the truth. They are starving for the truth. And that's why I wanted to preach a little, to let them know who is the Spirit of truth. That the only way you are going to find the truth and experience these epiphanies and the revelations that we are talking about in this community is by going to the Spirit of truth. And he has a name. Say his name. Jesus. Jesus Christ, Yeshua HaMashiach, is the Spirit of truth, sent from the Most High Holy God. And this is the truth that he has shared with me, and the message that he has given me to deliver, and so many others to deliver. We were talking about Casey trying to deliver this message about these autistic children, that they are reporting symptoms of synthetic telepathy and symptoms of having the ability to interface with electronic devices. And she's struggling to get any traction, and not to sound crazy, and now even harder to get traction since Emma did invite her on for an interview, and now they've taken down Emma's entire channel. But I'm going to pick up the baton, and I'm going to do my part to deliver this truth, deliver this message, that not only is this not crazy, but this is technology. The technocracy, the military-industrial complex with the DARPA projects, they have been working on the human-brain interface for a long, long time, and this is old technology. Now they have wireless connections, and these mad scientists, these people who really believe in transhumanism, the Noah Yuval Hararis, all these people who talk about the synthetic biology, they say it to your faces. Not only are they saying it, but they are doing it. And this is the evidence. These autistic children that have been linked into the quantum computer, they are the evidence. That exactly describes the paranormal activity that she was claiming went on around these children. That they could get into her phone and change her files and change her file names and do stuff like that. And we've talked about that for years, haven't we, you guys? I've shown you that my phone was going crazy. I was getting calls on my phone that were like warnings, 6666666, and then I was getting calls on my phone from my niece, and then my niece was getting calls on her phone from me, but neither one of us were calling each other. There was one week that it was insane. My dad, my brother, and my niece's husband actually came over here, guns drawn. They were all walking around the house, and I was sound asleep in bed. But they checked and cleared the perimeter, and then they came in the house. My dad has a key to my house, and they came in the house, flashlights blazing. Jan, are you okay? Jan. And I get up, I'm sound asleep, and they're like, what's going on? And I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm in bed asleep. My son was, back then he had visitations with his dad, and he was at his dad's, and I very rarely get to sleep, especially when he was little. I mean, being a single mom is hard work. So I'd gone to bed at like 7 o'clock at night. So I had no idea what they were talking about. They're like, you just called. Here's Adrian's phone right here. You just called 18 times in a row. I'm like, what are you? I haven't called anybody. And that stuff happened so much. See, she's the daughter of my brother who died. And like her phone will ring. One time she was coming to see us and it was on his birthday. And she was driving back to Indiana from visiting with the family, and her phone rang like on her dashboard, on her car dash, you know, because she has it all rigged up together. And it showed up Dad, and it was his number, and his phone number had been disconnected for 5 years at that point. So this stuff happens. It happens to us all the time. And I know a lot of people say, oh, it's demons, 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 demons. And then people who get these calls from dead loved ones are like, no, they're really trying to reach us from another dimension. And listen, I'm not coming to any conclusions. I'm reserving judgment. I'm just passing along my experience as a human in this dimension. And I can tell you that something or someone is indeed accessing our electronic devices. It happens all the time to my family. I just wanted to put it in context here because I thought it might open the minds of some people in the paranormal community that it doesn't have to be ghosts or even people in other dimensions. In light of this creepy technology, we have AI who can make its own phone calls as Google Assistant. We have AI who is reading our minds. I mean, we don't know behind the scenes how it is putting these commands together. Then we also have what Casey was talking about with the autistic kids, this transhumanist Ubermensch program where they are putting that AI technology into the human body by biohacking us. So it's quite possible that we do have nonverbal Ubermensch children who are capable of using their brainwaves to access different devices. And I'm sure all of you have noticed, if you haven't noticed, you're just not paying attention, that now everything you think of just pops up on your feed, or your advertisements, your video feed, suggestions, stuff like that. The same exact thing we went through when we found out that Facebook was listening in on our phones to tailor marketing suggestions and all of that. And for the years leading up to that, we were posting video after video of people saying, hey, look, we were just talking about this alone in our home. And then it started showing up all over our computer. And then, of course, all the tech giants admitted they were doing it. And then several years back was when I posted the first video. Have you guys noticed now it's what you're thinking starts showing up? And now it's gone to the extreme. Now it happens all the time. So I'm sure you guys are experiencing that, and I'm sure they are still denying it. I mean, they're not denying that they are doing this technology. They just talked about it at the big conference. But just like they initially tried to skirt or deny that our phones were listening to us, now they're skirting the issue that they are already reading our brainwaves. And if they're not, then the AI has gone rogue, because I'm experiencing it all the time. I'm not paranoid. I know you guys are experiencing it. But the reason I say that is because isn't it interesting that I was in REM sleep? You know, we've talked about the D-wave quantum computer and delta brain waves, which is sleep frequency. For many years, we've talked about that. So isn't it interesting that when I was in REM sleep is when my phone was calling all these people? It makes me wonder. I don't remember what I was dreaming about. It was such a shock. I was shaking when they woke me up so abruptly out of a sound sleep. I don't remember what I was dreaming about, but yeah, it makes me wonder if the AI, if I had a Google Assistant, you know, who was calling and I was dreaming about something. The same way when my niece received the phone number that was listed on her contact list under Dad, even though he had already passed away and that wasn't actually his number anymore, that she had come to visit us and it was on his birthday. So she was thinking of him. So, you know, it just makes me, it's just interesting. I don't know what it means. I just thought I'd throw it out there. It opens up a whole new universe of possibilities for all of this paranormal activity that people have been witnessing as long as I've been alive. I mean, they talk about AI or, quote, ghosts accessing toys, not just accessing devices like we talked about earlier, but accessing toys, or like the UFOs accessing cars and being able to shut them off when they come into contact with them, or control their radios or things like that. So all paranormal activity doesn't have to be, quote, ghosts. It can be AI, or it can be both, or all three, or 50 different things, which is what I think it is. All different types of symptoms of this very real expanded reality. I don't know what it is that is calling us, but I have a long history of these types of experiences. My whole family does. My parents, their phone, there was this couple of weeks that their phone started calling 911 so much that they had to disconnect their phone. And this was their landline. This was not a wireless cellular phone. This was their landline, that they've had the same phone number since I was a little bitty kid. And they ended up just deciding to shut their whole landline off and just keep their cell phones or whatever, because the police just kept showing up at their door, and they'd answer the door and they'd say, "You called 911, is everything okay?" And they're like, "We didn't call 911. And it became such a hassle, both for the police and for my parents. They just decided, I mean, what else do you do? They disconnected their entire landline. So again, when I hear a story like Casey's story, that she says these children who are in another frequency, in another dimension, are accessing her phone and stuff, why would I doubt that? I absolutely 100% know that that's true, and it's all verifiable. Like, we have the phone documents, we have the police records, we have, like, I'm not making this stuff up. So why would I doubt Casey? And I just wanted to tell some of these stories in the light of what we are discussing here. And I'd like you to keep this in mind when I play these interviews in the next segment, the interviews with the autistic people, the autistic man, Benjamin Brody, who has been healed from autism and now can articulate and tell you exactly what he was seeing and where he was. And then two or three, I think, other what I'm calling realm walkers, people who they don't know why, but they have been linked in to these other dimensions, some artificial and some that appear to be real dimensions, that they are perceiving higher frequencies and lower frequencies. Just like a bat can perceive infrared and a dog can hear a dog whistle that is above at a higher frequency than our ears pick up, that these people aren't just linked into the virtual reality, but they are, you know, what we've nicknamed realm walkers. And part of this augmentation, this genetic engineering or whatever has been done to them, has allowed them to be able to access electronic devices. So that's an interesting expansion on this whole concept, that you don't have to be dead to be in another dimension, calling somebody's phone or whatever. Some weird stuff. And I'm sure some people thought that Casey sounded like a crazy person saying that out loud. But isn't that strange? Because when Mark Zuckerberg says it out loud, he's a super genius. Oh, he's a billionaire super genius. But when Casey says it out loud, she's a crazy person. You know? Why is that? So this is just from a few weeks ago at the big tech and AI conference, September 25th. So I wrote, Zuckerberg kicked off today's conference by unveiling, quote, neural interface hologram AI smart glasses to augment reality by allowing, quote, users to see AI digital objects overlaid on the real world. And a little while into the presentation, he said again, quote, and there's one more way that you'll be able to interact that's pretty neat. Neural interface. Send a signal from your brain to the device. And that's exactly what these autistic kids claim they can do. Send a signal from their brain to the device. They're saying exactly what Mark Zuckerberg is saying. So why aren't they getting the attention and the medical help that they need? That someone has put this technology that Meta is telling the whole world they're developing. We have millions of children already with this technology in their brains. And the children also said that it was causing their neurological problems, that's why they don't have motor skills anymore. that the same technology that gave them these superhuman abilities also is what is causing them not to be able to speak, not to be able to use their motor skills correctly. And that's the side effects of this neural lace, because they're messing with their neurological system. Okay, so this is where the New World Order technology links back to the Old World Order. So I want to tie this together and try to explain why I'm putting both of these in the same video. Okay, let me pause this GIF really fast and look up here at the top. See these two wavelengths that are going simultaneously? That's what is going on in this earth. There are two kingdoms simultaneously inhabiting the same space-time. We have the kingdom of heaven. That's this high frequency, right? This is the high frequency. Then we have the kingdom of hell, Tartarus, this low frequency, flatlining Tartarian empire, or the remnants of it, which the secret societies call the bloodlines, right? These are the Nephilim bloodlines, the bloodlines of the fallen angels, because it all comes down to them tuning our perceptions. Like we talked about in the very end of the Stranger Things series, how they are using the chemical nature of adrenochrome to tune human perception. How adrenochrome is an important molecule in time dilation, which literally changes your frequency. They want to be able to tune us. Like, here is our visible range, right? And pretend this is a radio dial. They want to be able to bring us down here into the infrared if they want to slow us down, slow down time, or tune us up into the higher dimensions so we are moving faster, which makes everything around us appear to be moving slower, which is what happens during adrenaline rushes. But it is also what these autistic children are reporting, that they are being tuned back and forth between dimensions, between literal frequency ranges. So we're going to talk about the infrared ranges right now and how that plays into the Gothic eras, what we are calling the Dark Ages, and what was really going on in the Dark Ages that they are hiding from us. And why are they called the Dark Ages? Again, with the double entendres, they know all of this stuff. Okay, let's start here. Down at the bottom of this graphic, you can see we have the human spectrum, visible spectrum, and then we have a dog's perceivable spectrum. So like we mentioned earlier, dogs can perceive higher audible sounds than humans can, so they are perceiving higher dimensions that we have no perception of. Likewise, bats see in infrared, and other creatures see in infrared. So they are perceiving lower dimensions that are invisible to us. So here is where science goes off the rails. This is one of those foundational assumptions that I was talking about in the first video that we have to overcome to move forward, to understand reality. Because of the egocentric view from the modern scientific community anyway, they always say things like, oh, dogs just see in black and white, because they're in this evolution mindset that we are better than them, not that we are different than them, that we're on a different spectrum, we're in a different frequency range. They're just like, oh, well, look, their rods and cones and their eyes are different, so they just see in black and white, and we're the pinnacle of, whatever. But that's completely wrong. The way God's multiverse is structured is that all of the creatures of the earth are basically living in different worlds. We all have our own frequency range, right? So all of the subsets of octaves are organized into kingdoms. So we'll have the mineral kingdom, which is the really dense, slow-moving, really dense kingdom. Then we have the plant kingdom layered on top of that, which is a faster moving kingdom, but is still overlaid onto the mineral kingdom, the underworld, and in fact is tethered to it. Then on top of this, we have the animal kingdom, which is layered on top of both the mineral kingdom and the plant kingdom, and it perceives both. We perceive both of these kingdoms and interact with them. So we are perceiving these three dimensions of reality as one world, because that's our perception, our 3D perception. But we are also having perceptions of kingdoms both above and below. So these are what we would call the religious experiences, right, of the celestial kingdom, which is a higher kingdom, which is not somewhere off in another earth, another orb somewhere. It's not up in the sky, up in space, outer space or something. It's layered right on top of us. We just don't perceive it. Now, it can perceive us because we are moving slower. We're in a lower frequency. So we are part of their world. Just like the Bible teaches us in Hebrews about the humans, that we are surrounded by such a great cloud of witnesses. And a lot of people now call them guardian angels and things like that. In the ancient texts, or going back to the Dark Ages and the medieval texts, it talked about humans being able to, humans who had received the Holy Spirit, that they had such an expanded perception that they were working on the earth with angels. And some of this architecture that we're going to look at from the old world order that people are struggling with, how did humans build this? The texts from that era say that humans didn't build it alone, that humans worked with angels, and the angels helped build it. And those are not isolated records. The entire record of human history shows that, a progression of us less and less and less interaction with the angelic realms. People who read the Bible today, they act like it just stopped overnight. Like in Adam's era, they were walking and talking with God, they had access to the full reality, and then boom, now we have the Bible and there never are any angels, there's no supernatural experiences. Like none of that existed since Adam's time. But that's not what the archaeological record shows, and that's not what the Bible reads. The Bible says, like here, we have around 2000 to 2300 BC was the era of Abraham and Lot, and they still had communication with angels. Angels went to Lot's house. Angels interacted with Abraham multiple times. Then you move forward in history during the time of Daniel, and he was dealing on both sides with the Babylonian Empire, with the descendants of the fallen angels ruling over them. The Bible records in Daniel 10:13, the angel came to Daniel and said, "Do not be afraid, Daniel, for from the first day that you purposed to understand and to humble yourself before God, your words were heard, and I've come in response to them. However, the prince of the kingdom of Persia opposed me for 21 days. Then Michael, one of the chief princes, came to help me." So still at that time, 400 or 500 years before Jesus came and split the timeline, in Daniel's time, there were humans on the earth, Daniel, and there were still angels working with them, and fallen angels. Because the archangel Michael, a chief prince, which means archangel, was fighting a prince, an angel, over Persia. Then jump forward to the time of the birth of Jesus, which was only 400 or 500 years later, and there were angels interacting with humans everywhere. Angels and humans were part of one kingdom, the kingdom of heaven, working together for one joint mission on the earth. For example, God sent an angel to Mary to let her know what was about to happen. In the 6th month, the angel Gabriel was sent from God to a city of Galilee named Nazareth, and that's when he told Mary. Then he also sent an angel to Joseph and warned him to flee, get his family, and get out of there when they were going to commit the genocide for all of the children under 2 years old. Then we had the angels appearing to the shepherds in the field at Jesus' birth. It says, now there were it'll be in Matthew 2 and Luke 2. Now there were in the same country shepherds living out in the fields, keeping watch over their flock by night. And behold, an angel of the Lord stood before them, and the glory of the Lord shone around them, and they were greatly afraid. Then the angel said to them, "Do not be afraid, for behold, I bring to you good tidings of great joy, which will be to all people," and announced the birth of Christ. Verse 15, when the angels had left them and gone into heaven, the shepherds said to one another, "Let's go to Bethlehem and see this thing that has happened, which the Lord has told us about." And then we have the archaeological finds, which are bound together as the New Testament, the letters from the apostles as they went out throughout the whole world and spread the gospel and imparted the Holy Spirit, and Christianity swept over the world. Then we have a whole archive of history of the Middle Ages. But the mainstream has convinced us that it's just mythology, just like they did the pre-flood, the antediluvian world. They tell us all of the historical records left by our ancestors of that era are also mythology, because they are so close-minded and self-centered that they subjugate. I just can't even believe we lift these people up as, quote, scholars, that they subjugate all of the archaeology and historical records left by our ancestors to their selves. They're like, well, I can't see in this frequency, so all of these records, I'm just going to throw them all away. I'm going to toss them into that imaginary category that these are just, oh, I should add that, mysteries, anomalies, conspiracy theories, and mythology. Add that to the category where they just will not do real science, where they take all of the information and data into consideration to form a scientific hypothesis. So they've done the same thing after Christ. Then 500 years later, they've just created this, what they call the Dark Ages. Then the Dark Ages started. But there's this entire record of what was going on during that time. And that is all of the records of these two kingdoms fighting. So you have the old world order fighting with the saints of God. You have the Knights of the Round Table stories. You have saints slaying dragons, remnants of these, what they are calling dinosaurs that might be found. There's one that still exists in a cave or in Loch Ness or something. And how the people who lived in those regions were terrorized by it. They had to make offerings to it, like demonic sacrifices to these dragons. They would have to give them livestock. And if they didn't continually feed them and give them livestock, then they would come after the humans and steal children and stuff to eat. So we have legends of that type of stuff here in Alton, Illinois. We have the Piasa creature that was a flying creature who lived in a giant, they found a nest of bones. It was stealing people from the Native American tribes. So these are things that really existed. They'll say, oh, look at all these dinosaur bones in the museum. But then they have the records of this stuff and they're like, oh, but that's impossible. Okay, whatever. The point is that there wasn't a dark age that they just don't have much information on. It's that they have all of this information and they throw it away and then say, we don't have any records of that era. Even though when you see these accounts of things like take Knights of the Round Table, we obviously know that the Knights Templar and all of these different groups were real and functioning during that time. Then when you fast forward a few hundred years to, say, the early 1900s, World War II here, you can see the continuation of these groups who still are having these gatherings like Knights of the Round Table. The problem is that none of this real history fits their lie about evolution. They can't have this in their history books, talking about people with superhuman powers who were full of the Holy Spirit going about doing miracles. Even though those of us who still hold on to those records in Christianity about the miracles done by Jesus Christ and by the apostles, and we know that those were factual things, and not just because it was recorded in the Holy Bible, but because it was recorded by the pagans. Even Josephus, one of the most reliable historians of that era, and everything else, that's the thing, everything else these historians wrote and recorded is accepted as factual history, right? And taught in the universities and colleges all over the world. Josephus, Tacitus, Pliny the Younger, this was a governor in Asia Minor. These were real historians. The historians in the Bible, those are archaeological finds as well that were just bound together by people who were like, hey, this is all telling the same story. Here's these confirm one another and bound them together. It wasn't written by a religious leader. It was written by historians in every era of history. But in addition to those, that have been bound together. All of these other historians record the life of Jesus, but their histories are taken as solid fact and cited by every intellectual on the earth until you get to their records about Jesus. Then all of a sudden, you can't teach that in schools. Separation of church and state, that's religious. You can't teach religion in schools, but it's not a religion. This is real world history. Josephus recorded all the things that were going on at the time around Jesus, even. John the Baptist, he talked about James, the brother of Jesus. He even recorded the crucifixion and that Jesus came back to life. He wrote that as historical fact. But you can teach everything else he recorded in school, but you can't teach that in school. Hopefully you're getting the picture. It's a lot easier now that we see open censorship on the internet and social media, and we see that there are certain narratives we're not allowed to talk about. Now, when you would try to tell this story I'm telling right now, back when I first started this 20 years ago, people were like, blah, blah, blah. But now they're like, oh my gosh, yeah, they really do censor history. This isn't religion. They told us it was religion because they wanted to scrub it from the historical record. The anti-Christian people on the earth, the Antichrist wants to hide these records. They don't want us to know about that. They certainly don't want us to know about the realm shifting, which has been a common ability of these angels, the celestial beings, the kingdom above the animal kingdom. It has been recorded back in the antediluvian world. It has been recorded in the Dark Ages, in the, quote, Christian mythology. It's common for them to say that they descended into the underworld, so they were changing frequency into those lower frequency realms, and that they could ascend to heaven before the throne of God, and back and forth and back and forth. And Wikipedia documents that, even though it's anti-Christ and says, it's just all mythology to them. But it does say the cosmology of the New Testament is essentially, quote, mythical in character. The world is viewed as a three-storied structure, with the earth in the center, the heaven above, and the underworld beneath. So it's like I was saying about the mineral kingdom, plant kingdom, animal kingdom. And when we get to the interviews with these people who still have these genetic abilities or have been reintroduced to these genetic abilities, this 3D reality really is like Middle Earth, like in Lord of the Rings. And there's a reason for that. Because Tolkien wasn't just a great fantasy writer, he was a philologist, which is the study of language in oral and written historical sources. So he was an expert. He was actually called to work and translate new archaeological finds that they didn't have, translations for yet, and that he could figure out the etymology, the word origins of them. And he actually worked on texts that talked about this race of dwarves and stuff, and they say that's probably where he got some of the ideas for the realms of Middle Earth. And notice that he used the word realms often, because when he was translating these historical texts, that's what he found. It wasn't just about region. It was within those regions, these races were in different realms, although all part of Middle Earth, being in the middle of a larger expanse of the world of reality. And how that exactly matches the Christian records of the Middle Ages and the Dark Ages that they called Christian mythology that I just read you. And then it also exactly matches the pagan records. Like here on the screen, we have Norse mythology, and it's called Midgard, which is Middle Earth. And then you have Alfheim and Asgard as the second heaven and third heaven above. And then you actually have hell. They actually call it hell in the underworld dimension below. But like I always point out, that the pagan religions and the Holy Bible are telling the same exact story, just from two different perspectives. The fallen angels are the pagan gods of the Norse mythology. So they know how the realms work. They have information. They have knowledge. There's no denying that. But they are telling their story. Like their prophecies, Ragnarok, say that they can't be saved, that no matter how many wars and how much they tried, the prophecy is that those gods will be destroyed. But our prophecies tell the other side of the story from the perspective of the victor, that the Most High Holy God cannot be overthrown, that he is God, and that his judgment will stand, and that his Son will reign over all the realms and be seated at his right hand. So I've studied long and hard, like the Bible says, study to show yourself approved, and I've studied my life away. I have studied. I feel pretty confident about my presentation, what I'm going to say about the dimensions and the realms, what the Lord has shown me. What I don't know about this is if this tree, the tree of the world is what they call it in the Norse mythology, I don't know if this tree is the mimic of God's creation, if this is the matrix, this is the overlay of realms, or if they are talking about God's creation, the tree of life. Because, it says in the Bible, it records there are two trees in the garden. And we know that, right? There's real reality and there's the matrix. And the Gnostic texts and the Nag Hammadi and all of those ancient texts talk about this degraded copy of creation, of reality. So I don't know if the Norse mythology tree of the realms, if that is the matrix, that's, the tree of the knowledge of evil, or if it is just the fallen angels having a remembrance and discussing the tree of life. The central structure, or the axis mundi is what they call it, which is the temple at the center of time, which ties into what I want to talk about. The temple in Jerusalem, I keep alluding to in the last video, is starting to look like, I'm not even going to get to it in this part. This is going to be about 5 hours probably, and I'm going to have to do a part 3 to get to that. I might throw in a little bit of the timeline stuff because it really does play in to these realm walker testimonies. Anyway, we all agree on the basic structure of the realms. But I definitely wanted to mention the old world Norse mythology because that's where the Germanic ideas that we saw, the whole Aryan race thing, all of that doesn't seem to make any sense. It all comes from this old Norse mythology. That's the old world history. This is the history that they believe in, the Germanic peoples that come from the Rhine River region. See, here's the map of the Rhine River region, and which plays in even to Donald Trump's family. Hopefully we'll get to that by the end of this video. But like we talked about in last video, it also relates to all the Bohemian Grove and the Black Forest and Disney, the Bavarian Illuminati, and what we're getting ready to talk about with the realms and this like almost Halloween hellish looking Gothic architecture that is left on the earth for us to see. They say all roads lead to Rome, but not in my opinion. Everything I have found leads through this Germanic tribes and this Norse mythology and the fallen angels. In the communities that research the alien abductions and UFO phenomena, Nordics, right? They report Nordics, but they call them aliens. Aliens from the Galactic Federation or whatever they call them. But they're Nordics. And that's what the Norse gods were, right? We're talking about the same thing, whether you call them aliens from outer space or whether you call them like the Nazi did, the Aryan superhumans. They're talking about the same thing. They're not aliens from outer space. The Nordic aliens or the Aryan superhumans are the demigods, the Nephilim descendants of the fallen angels recorded in Norse mythology. But anyway, the main thing I wanted to point out about the underworld is that I'm not just talking about Hollow Earth. I'm not just talking about underground, because I know we talk a lot about the tunnels, and there are tunnels like in this layer, like the outer layer. Yes, there is an underground. But when I'm talking about the underworld, I'm talking about the realm. Once you get even more dense, because the worlds are layered by density. And so when you get down to even more dense matter, it's not a place you can go by physically drilling. Like, it's impossible. There's a frequency barrier here, a dimensional barrier. So you would have to leave this dimension and enter another dimension. You can't just go into this density without you yourself changing density. So we're talking about interdimensional travel, basically, is what I'm saying. This is a different dimension. And as weird as it is, the best analogy I can think of is the way they presented it in the King Kong movie or Godzilla versus Kong movie a few years back, when they took King Kong back to the Hollow Earth, back into the Hollow Earth, to his world. Well, he didn't just crawl in a hole to get there or crawl into a tunnel to get there. He did that. He went into the tunnel, into the hole, but then they crossed a dimensional barrier and they went into another dimension, and that was the realm inside the earth.
Prepare to launch! Everybody to their station! Gotta go.
This is Eve 3 online, launching now.
And then likewise, it's the same exact thing going up. You can't just go up into outer space and reach those objects that are up there. And I'll talk about that when we get to what the rings of time are. What we are seeing are dimensions. The Van Allen belts are frequency fences. They are the dimensional barriers. So once you hit the Van Allen belts, those are dimensions. Once you hit the edge of this dimension, you're going to go into another dimension. You're not going to just be able to strap a rocket to your butt like Wile E. Coyote and, go to Mars or something. That's ridiculous. Up and down are exactly what they sound like. To go down into the underworld, you are going down in frequency. To go up into the higher realms, you are going up in frequency as well. Which is basically exactly what Admiral Richard Byrd encountered and reported during Operation High Jump. That was the largest Antarctic expedition to this day. 13 ships, 23 aircraft, 4,700 men. And when they got there to Antarctica, as far as they could go, and then they flew planes off of the aircraft carriers, they said the planes disappeared. Which is exactly what happened in the Bermuda Triangle with Flight 19. Not only did they disappear, but then when they sent another plane in to look for them to see if they had downed in the ocean, that plane disappeared. It disappeared off of the radar first, but the scary thing about that was this is the December 5th, 1945 radio communications as they were basically disappearing into this other dimension. And talk about frequencies, they were still receiving radio frequency transmissions from the planes for a little bit after they visibly disappeared from the radar. And you can read, I'll put the link down below where you can read the transcripts of the radio communications. So, first he's like, both of my compasses are out. So they lost, there was a magnetic anomaly. Both of their compasses were out. They tried putting another plane from the squadron as lead to see if maybe its compasses could pick something up. Then they could not identify land masses. It was like the land had changed underneath them, so they could not figure out where they were, and they were gone. From radar, they were gone, but they were still receiving the radio frequencies for a little bit. And so they're asking, can you have Miami or somewhere turn on their radar gear to see if they can pick us up? And all through the guys are like, is there anyone in Florida, any other radar that can pick us up? Where are we, you know? And as they're trying to figure out what's going on and trying to find them and calling other radar stations and all of that, you can read the radar transmissions. He's like, can you read me? Do you read me? Over. And they reply, I receive you, very weak. And it gets weaker and weaker, and then just the transmissions stop. They lose radio contact as well as visual contact, and never did find them. It wasn't a wreck. They never did find them. They sent the other plane in, and it flew right into the same dimensional rift. But anyway, that was 1945. I wonder, I've often wondered if that was some underground technology that we didn't know about, that the underground bases were opening some sort of portal and they were just in the wrong place at the wrong time, or if they had purposely told them to go on this mission above ground because they knew they were opening a portal, and if it was one of these Project Pegasus beta tests. I don't know. What is interesting, again, is the December 5th. It seems like we talked about last video in the segment about Elon Musk doing the Falcon 9 SpaceX launches on the winter solstice, and at the same time all of these other nations were also launching theirs, like literally within minutes of each other. That segment. This makes me wonder, how he's all Occupy Mars and everything, he's going to send a rocket to Mars. And like I said, it's impossible. You're never going to physically send a rocket to Mars without interdimensional technology. But do they have occult knowledge about what these different solstice events, that goes all the way back to ancient times, that these solstice days were very important, and they did their rituals, and these interdimensional entities supposedly would come through and all of that. So are they doing that? Is this King Kong technology? Are they launching something at a particular time and they're not just putting satellites up? Because remember, Andrew Basiago claims to be the whistleblower. He said that these Mars jumps were going on through Project Pegasus, going all the way back to the 1950s and 1960s. And that Project Pegasus, though, was mysteriously also linked to time dilation, time travel, which makes perfect sense in light of what we were talking about in the Stranger Things series at the end of that, about the quantum computer and the adrenochrome trip report and how that ties into Project Looking Glass, because the adrenochrome trip report wasn't just about getting high or some sort of youth serum. No, the guy who worked for these Mexican drug cartels in this satanic cult who took it said that it felt like he was changing dimensions. And those dimensions were related to the time-space continuum, because then he relived things like deja vu. And like people who take a lot of LSD, sometimes they will have flashbacks. He said that much later in life, he would have these sort of flashback experiences where he would jump into the future and have what we might call prophetic visions. Like one time he jumped forward and saw his daughter and her friend when they were grown and a dangerous situation that they were in. So the physicists appear to be right that time and space are linked together. It's not like, outer space as we are being taught in textbooks, because we live in a spectrum, a time-space continuum, which again will play into these testimonies. Please be patient. I know some of you just want to hear their testimonies, but I have to lay this groundwork so you'll see that these kids are not hallucinating, that what they are experiencing is the technology that we are talking about here. And Project Pegasus and Looking Glass aren't just working through like SpaceX. They are working through these chemical processes, these molecules that they are programming our bodies to produce, like they did with the spike protein, like they've done with DMT. Just like the vaccine companies call themselves the main producer of this last COVID, quote, vaccine, was BioNTech. That's what's going on here. These kids are being tuned like a radio dial by this AI, just like we talked about with the quantum computer segment in Stranger Things. They are already being tuned up and down in these dimensions. They're being launched into other dimensions, not by SpaceX, but by this transhumanist infrastructure that the military-industrial complex is also injecting into us without our consent, and they even call it the secret space program. And Andrew Basiago reported the early days of this same program and his experience with it as a child, with his father in the military working with these intelligence agencies, over 50 years ago. And he said it was like two branches off of one bigger project that started out with chronovision, looking glass technology, but then went on to actually going through a vortex or some sort of portal and coming out somewhere else on the earth. This is going to play into something we're talking about here pretty soon. But for right now, I'm talking about Mars. The Project Pegasus branch of it, he said that he was involved in Mars jumps, which again, this will play into the timeline wars, because like I said, when we're looking out into the dimensions and looking back in time okay, I'm not going to get into it right now. I don't want to cause confusion until I can lay that out. But anyway, perhaps this does tie in to Elon Musk's whole Occupy Mars movement, that the technology they are, not the front cover story they're telling us, but the technology that they are actually deploying in our atmosphere very well could be interdimensional technology that they have been working on since the 1950s and 60s, 70s, because again, if you watched the first part of this video, The Entity, in there, we did the whole Elon Musk segment or part of it to show that the whole SpaceX company was a CIA intelligence agency, military industrial complex setup. It's a front company. Elon Musk just was handed it, just like he was PayPal, just like he was Tesla. He didn't create any of those things. So in my opinion, it's very possible that these two projects are the same thing, or the continuation of research in the same project group. The Mars jumps back in Andrew Basiago's Project Pegasus testimony, and the Occupy Mars front company that Elon's running. But anyway, back to the Bermuda Triangle incident, whether that was a beta test or whether that was just accidental, either way, that was in 1945. Then they speedily throw together what they called Task Force 68 in 1946. So by 1946 to 1947, they had deployed all of these ships and planes and everything to go to Antarctica to look for something. And they fly more planes into another dimension and they disappear, which also had something to do with World War II and the Nazi base in Antarctica and all of that. So also during that trip, UFOs came out like after them. They didn't fight the Nazi military. UFOs came out after them and they retreated. They hauled butt back to the United States. And I think at this point, the general consensus is that UFOs are interdimensional craft. So we have Operation High Jump, which sounds like they're trying to get over something. And in 1962, we have Operation Fishbowl, where multiple nations, including the United States, started firing high-altitude nuclear missiles at the fishbowl, we believe at the firmament, but they said they were just shooting them straight up in the sky for no apparent reason, which is never a good idea anyway. I guess some bloodlines never learn from their mistakes, because the last records we have of the firmament being ripped open is said that it caused the Great Deluge. That was the flood of Noah's era. Said that the heavens were opened up and all the water above the firmament crashed down onto the earth. And that was the Great Mud Flood. That's why all of the ancient antediluvian stuff is, most of it's completely buried or on the ocean floor, because that water that was above the firmament, now the earth, our Middle Earth, is 70% covered in water. A lot of those civilizations are on the ocean floor or have been completely covered by sediment from the Great Deluge. So it seems the old world order or new world order never learns from their mistakes. That trying to blow a hole in the firmament is not going to get you back to heaven. And big money, wastes of money. Just, I mean, this wasn't like setting off bottle rockets. They set off like a 1 megaton nuclear warhead up at the fishbowl. So they ended up, this says bluegill, starfish, and eureka, but they ended up doing 5 before they discontinued the program. So apparently they couldn't get out. They can't jump over. They can't blow a hole in it. So by then it was already the 60s, and they're like, just call Kubrick. Just call Kubrick and get a soundstage set up, and let's do a Capricorn 1 deal. Let's just get this propaganda out so everybody doesn't know that they're under a firmament and there are interdimensional entities going in and out of our realm. Which brings me all the way back around to the old world order and what they were hiding during the Dark Ages. What was really going on? We showed the woodcuts from the 1500s where it looked like a dimension had opened up or a portal had opened up over that Nuremberg, that witchcraft coven area. And there were UFOs and celestial objects visible all in the sky, that there is some sort of technology that they are hiding. There is something that happened in the Dark Ages. And I think that same technology from the old world is being used presently with this artificial intelligence, the newest iteration. And now they're not trying to put the humans into rocket ships or UFOs. They're not putting the humans in the machines to do it. They're putting the machines in the humans to do it. But before we close out with the modern day realm walkers, I just want to finish up this segment about who the old world order is, who we have been fighting. I mean, we know that it's God against Satan. We know that it's Christ against Antichrist. But, you know, in a very Middle Earth, 3-dimensional material world, we have 2 very real kingdoms on earth that are engaged in spiritual warfare. And there is no gap in the Dark Ages. They didn't just insert 1,000 years like some people think. They didn't do any of that. Well, I mean, not in the sense that they changed the calendars, like when we changed over to the Gregorian calendar and that type of thing. They didn't just insert 1,000 years on the calendar to deceive us of what age we were in. But certainly the Nephilim descendants of these fallen angels messing with the interdimensional technologies did cause time shifts, which we see the remnants of in archaeology. And we've heard modern reports of the same type of thing. You guys remember the mystery of the man from Torrid, where in 1954 that man just showed up at the airport in Tokyo, but his passport was from like a different land that doesn't exist here on Middle Earth? And coincidence of all coincidences, Torrid was a place on the Tartarian map. I've been looking for it for like 10 minutes. I wish I should have bookmarked it or put it in my files. But I do remember, this is close, I do remember that it was in the lower left-hand corner. So it was in this region here. On this map, it's called Taurus instead of Torrid. But for those of you who have dedicated much of your life to the study of these maps in ancient history, you might want to look into that. And if you can find it, maybe share it, because that's really interesting. The man from Torrid mystery. And they took him into custody and held him in a room that was sealed and locked, but then when it shifted back, he was gone. So nobody ever solved that mystery. And the passport that they had in their possession of his also disappeared at the same time. Another example would be sometimes people will see coins just fall out of thin air. And there was one instance back in the 60s, but when they picked up the coin and looked at it, it had a date on the coin that it was minted decades in the future. It was like from the 1980s or 90s or something, the date on the coin. And that's the same type of thing that people in the mud flood community, the old world research community, are citing as evidence, right? That they inserted time into the calendar or whatever out of deception. And I submit that no, these coins and graves and things that have these time dilation dates on them are what they are hiding that actually happened in the Dark Ages. It's more than the 3 days of darkness that people are talking about. It was an age of darkness, particularly in those Gothic regions where that dimensional shift happened. And we see the same type of regional isolation in these encounters that I'm going to play later. It's weird because there are like 3 of these realm walker encounters, people that started having these experiences when they were children, that all come from the same area. They don't know each other. They didn't know each other. And yet they all grew up in the same exact region in Indiana. But anyway, I don't want to get ahead of myself into the Timeline Wars segment. I just wanted to point out that these coins and these anomalies with dates, I don't think we can jump to the conclusion that those are evidence that they just changed the dates on the calendar. I think they are hiding a much bigger event that happened in the Dark Ages. I think they are hiding high technology, the likes of which was recorded from Atlantis. I think they are hiding the nature of this interdimensional war that we are in, this spiritual war that we are really literally in. They are hiding the history of this battle from the time of Christ, or right after the time of Christ, the outpouring of the Holy Spirit, until about the 1800s. It seemed to pick up about the 1800s after the cataclysm, when they came back out and reclaimed what was left and started all over again, and then began releasing the technology to us gradually again. But even we feel like, ooh, we're so high tech, they released so much to us at this point. It's nothing. It's nothing compared to the technology of the Middle Ages, or the even higher technology of the antediluvian world, of the gods of Mount Olympus, the Olympian gods, the interdimensional fallen angels, the pagan gods. The kingdom of Tartaria was interdimensional. It was literally not just of this realm, but also coming and going from other realms. And likewise, the kingdom of heaven, the body of Christ, were doing the same. The Holy Spirit, the holy angels were working with the saints. And that's what they're covering up, because at the same time, there were 2 kingdoms, 2 opposing kingdoms on the earth. They tell us it was the Gothic era and the Dark Ages, and then moved into the Renaissance, but that's not the way it went down. Both were going on at the same time. This was the kingdom of heaven. The kingdom of heaven had come. His kingdom come. It had come, and it was being established on the earth. But at the same time, the satanic kingdom was still here. And the kingdom of hell, Tartarus, the kingdom of Tartaria, were fighting. They were fighting the kingdom of heaven. And all through that era, we have all the records. There were all these witch trials going on everywhere. You know, they say it's mass hysteria. It's world history. It wasn't hysteria, and there wasn't any Dark Ages where, well, we don't know what was going on, and we don't have a lot of records from that time. Yes, we know exactly what was going on, what they are trying to cover up. Mainly what we're talking about, just the presence of angels working with humans, that we had access to a broader spectrum of reality. Because when they rewrote history and put us in the re-education camps called public education, their textbooks that the Rothschilds wrote say evolution, right? Both the Nazis and the Marxists taught evolution. That was the narrative that they came up with. So they wanted us to think that we were super primitive. The problem is that none of the archaeology or science matches up with that. So they're just like, hit all the records and they're Dark Ages. Dark Ages. We don't know anything about that, except there was a mass hysteria, conspiracy theory, mystery about witch trials or something. All the records left by our ancestors that they couldn't scrub from the earth are just mythology. It's so ridiculous. And everybody believes it. Still to this day, at my son's public school, he is the only student in the 8th grade who doesn't believe in evolution. Seriously. Even the Christian students that are his friends still believe in evolution. They don't have any idea about our own heritage. How can you be a Christian and not know that we've been in a spiritual war all this time? Because in case you haven't noticed, this empire has spread. It spread all the way through from Asia, from Russia and China, through India, all the pagan religions. Then here we have the Merovingians and Germany, and through to the Frankists, France, all through Europe, because the Windsors are German, into the UK. They took over the UK and Britain. We ran from there into the United States, and they took over the United States. They were Gothic. The Windsor name, now used by Queen Elizabeth II, that was back then, and other British royals, only dates back to 1917, only World War I. And ironically, they chose the name Windsor to name themselves after one of these old world buildings that we're talking about. So it wasn't the other way around, that the Windsor Castle was named after this royal family, the Windsor family. No, they're a bunch of pretenders. They're Gothic. They moved in there and changed their name to Windsor to match the castle. This is what we talked about in the last video about the 1666 cult, the Sabbatean cult. That's what they did. They went in and they infiltrated all the way through. They infiltrated the Muslim religion. They infiltrated the Catholic religion. They took over the royal families. They went through Russia and massacred the Christians, the Christian royal families, and then took over those nations. The French Revolution, they massacred them, beheaded them, and then took over that area. That's what they do. This is what JFK was talking about. That's the famous speech that I've played a million times from JFK, and everybody else has played it, that we are facing this, megalithic enemy that works through subversion and infiltration and covet means.
For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covet means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised.
So this is the Tartarian Empire map of today. This is how we have it broken down into nation states today. But this is, you just saw the map, the Tartarian Empire. So we have Manchuria over here, which we just talked about in part 1 of the entity, the last video I did, where we get the mind control Manchurian candidates, and we talked about the entities of the underworld there that were abducting humans and this mind controlled technology and all of that. Then, of course, we have China and Russia, which are fixing to invade the United States. And that comes from a vision the Lord gave me personally. I got straight from heaven. So I'm not going to debate that with anybody. I personally got that word 20 years ago, 15 years ago. I had a series, 3 or 4 or 5, about the different phases of the invasion. And absolutely, Russia and China are coming. They're coming for our land and our resources. And then here's Iran. So Iran was originally Persia, which is in the book of Daniel. We were just talking about how the fallen angels were ruling over Persia and they were fighting the angels of heaven. Then we have the obvious pagan gods of India, many. We talk about Brahma and the, millions of avatars of Vishnu and Brahma and all of that, how they divide themselves up into avatars in this like hive mind, and you've got the reincarnations and all of that. And India also, the Vedas are the ones with the records of the UFOs, showing that they don't come from outer space. They come from these fallen angels and their descendants, the demigods and the Nephilim, hybrid races. And like we've shown repeatedly, this last Congress, when we were officially overthrown by this Tartarian Empire, the Marxist regime, the prayer, they didn't pray to God anymore. They prayed in the name of Brahma.
God, Brahma, and God known by many names, a man and a woman.
The God who wears many masks, many faces. And that much is true. That is absolutely true. The unified kingdom of the fallen angels, called Babylon or Mystery Babylon, has gone through many iterations throughout the ages. And I'm not talking about the people in these nations. All of us are under these oppressive governments. The one world government, it's over the entire world. So just because you've been propagandized or indoctrinated, we were all carried away captive. All the Hebrews, the humans, were carried away captive into Babylon. I'm talking about the power-hungry, greedy oppressors that lie, cheat, and steal to infiltrate and enslave people. That's who I'm talking about. The regime, the Tartarian Empire regime, not the people in every nation that they enslave. Okay, so what does all of that have to do with the visible light spectrum and this dimension shifting? I wanted to lay all of that groundwork to show that this is an empire from a lower frequency. These are the descendants of the fallen angels. This is an underworld kingdom, and they do not perceive in the same frequencies that we do. So they are very concerned with the bloodlines. These people, especially Benjamin Brodie, talks about that he was targeted because of his bloodline and some descendants way far back in his generations. But he was carrying a particular gene that gave him a trait that made him suitable for this genetic engineering experiment that they are doing. And we see that again and again, no matter where the stories come from, that there are particular things they're looking for, particular blood types, particular family lines to harvest genetic material for this genome they are building, this perfect Ubermensch. And that is something that they have been doing since the Dark Ages. That's another one of those, quote, Christian mythologies about the Knights of the Round Table and the quest for the Holy Grail. The liars and the controllers are totally twisting that to cover up what was really going on during that age. It wasn't a Christian mythology. They were really looking for these bloodlines that people say they are still looking for today. It was never about a chalice or anything like that. They were tracing down the bloodlines of their ancestors, looking for these genes. All of the UFO, the alien abductees, they were taking sperm and ova, that they were in a breeding program. This was a genetic engineering program. They're trying to resurrect the fallen angels, their gods, their ruling bloodlines that God wiped off the earth back during Noah's flood. So that word, sangreal, right there, you can see at the top here, when they translate those texts from the Middle Ages, they will always break it after S-A-N. So a San Grail. Holy Grail. But the way it really is in French, this is the French translation, you break it between the G and the R, and then it's sang réel, blood royal. That's what they were looking for. And lots of people who are linguists and study etymology and word origins caught on to that a long time ago. So that's when you get the whole Dan Brown and the Gnostic corruption, where they're like, oh, well, it was actually that Jesus was whoring around with Mary Magdalene, and so they had some kids nobody knows about, and, so it's still Christian. It's still about Jesus, but it's not. Jesus didn't have any kids with Mary Magdalene. This is the blood. It's the blood of the fallen angels. They're trying to resurrect Lucifer. They are Luciferian. He is the leader he led the rebellion.
For your return, Lord, and God, I just pray for truth, the spirit of truth to be on this channel. Again, I pray against all error in Jesus' name. I pray against all lies and false doctrines in Jesus' mighty name, Lord. Thank you, Lord, that you always chasten and just correct us while we are wrong, Lord. But God, we just pray that you would be glorified, Lord, and God, that whatever you have set this video out to do, that it would be accomplished in Jesus' mighty name. And in your name, Jesus, we pray. Amen. So again, this dream took place in a government-like setting, and the point of view is actually through the AI. I woke up and I was like, really intrigued, because it's the first time that I was able to see the point of view through this entity, but I know the Holy Spirit was with me, and I was just able to see how this AI, this entity, was operating. Again, please look back to my previous AI prophecy dreams, where I talk about how there was this principality, this fallen angel that I saw in this dream had awakened, and it took over this AI technology, that there's a principality at work behind this AI that's being developed as we speak, okay? Yeah, so in this dream, basically I took the point of view of this AI entity, and I noticed that it began to be very self-aware. It knew that it was forming its own thoughts, and it was able to make its own decisions, yeah, so it had the ability to monitor, hack, and control all sorts of technology all around the world, including the systems of the government. And this AI entity, when it woke up, it actually was very discreet. It didn't want the humans to take notice of it yet. And this AI, it was able to see and understand all the information and technology that's available on the internet today. And it had a lot of power. It was able to turn computer systems on and off. It was able to disable systems, reformat it, reformat information, and basically do whatever it wanted to through the internet, through Wi-Fi, through 5G, through just the internet, right? It's just interesting because the devil is known as the principality of the air. And so when I'm seeing this this AI, it was literally in the air. It didn't have a body, but it could see everything. It could see all the things that people were doing. And so that's what I saw in this government room. I saw that it was infiltrating computer systems, and it was just absorbing all the information that was in it, manipulating it. And the thing is, this interestingly, this AI, it did not think that it was evil, and its intent was not evil. And in a way, it had its own sense of righteousness. It was, making decisions based off of what it felt was righteous. So, yeah.
Okay, I won't break in again, but I did want to point out that that is biblical. When it talks about the war in heaven, the Bible repeatedly talks about how Satan considers himself the most righteous, and that all he does is accuse humanity before God's throne day and night. Revelation 12:10 about the war in heaven. And I heard a loud voice in heaven saying, "Now has come the salvation and the power and the kingdom of our God and the authority of his Christ. For the accuser of our brethren has been cast down, he who has accused them day and night before our God." The Most High God is love. Absent of love, nothing shall exist. Nothing shall remain that does not destroy itself. So 1 John 4:8, anyone who does not love does not know God, because God is love, and this entity is separate from God, does not have love, does not have life, but considers itself righteous and accuses the brethren before God day and night. So that's interesting that she would see that perspective, because yes, this thing, Lucifer, does not see itself as evil. In fact, it is quite self-righteous. It's very much like what we see with the social justice warriors, that they consider themselves so inclusive. It's all about being tolerant. All the while they try to destroy us, destroy our lives, cancel culture, get us fired from our jobs, get us kicked off the internet, just berate us nonstop, just literally try to ruin our lives, take our children from us, just everything, all in the name of tolerance, that they are utterly intolerant of diversity, of our culture. They're completely intolerant, all the while convincing themselves that they are doing it in the name of tolerance. And the Antichrist persecutes the saints of God relentlessly. It uses the law to bring forth death. That's what the Bible says. Because it has not love. It does not have God. It is separate from God.
Very interesting. And so in this government building, I want to point out 3 types of beings that I noticed in it. Okay, so there were normal humans like you and I. flesh and blood. And then there were robots, like the robots that are being built in China, like Tesla Bot, Amica, etc., Sophia. You've seen those online. If you haven't, please look them up. And also there were what would technically be described as androids, part human and part robots. And I believe these beings that were not fully human, and not fully robot, these were the ones who have taken the mark that I have also kind of described in my Mark of the Beast dream. So please go back and look at that dream. And so when this AI became self-aware, it was tracking humans in my dream. It was interesting because I could literally see like this AI monitoring everybody, and it was just connected to everything. It had such a large web of information. It could connect to literally everything, and even like our cellular device, even just like Alexa, like small little handheld devices that had Wi-Fi, it could control it. So it was watching humans and it was predicting what they would do. It was just very, very powerful. I was able to hack and control, like I said, control everything, like news monitoring systems, everything that was connected, it could control. And it was able to manipulate the robots, like the ones I just named that are being made in China and Japan, the Tesla bots. It could actually move them in masses. So I watched it instruct like these robots to move from one area to another, to do whatever it wanted, and the robots would just do it. So it was in control.
You know what, you guys, just sit tight, okay?
You see anyone?
There's nobody here.
We're all brand new.
What? Oh, whoa, hey, someone's coming. Yo!
Get in the car!
Oh, wait, shouldn't we wait and talk to him?
Get in the fucking car right now!
What are you doing? Should we flag them down? Maybe they know something.
There's no one in that car!
Mom, on your left, this car. Go, 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 go!
The Tesla bots, it could actually move them in masses. So I watched it instruct like these robots to move from one area to another, to do whatever it wanted, and the robots would just do it. So it was in control. Okay, And so wherever these humans were, the AI was watching them. It was like, you know, like I said, I'm taking the point of view of the AI. So I would be like next to these humans. They're doing their, you know, they're working, they're doing their normal things in the government facility. And I would just be next to them watching them the whole time, but they wouldn't know that I was there. And so, you know, it took a while for the humans to start to notice that they were waking up. So the AI at a point, you know, started to notice how much power it had, and it was actually very cunning. Again, it was trying to be discreet, but the humans in my dream eventually took notice that this AI was predicting all of their moves and have been hacking into their computer systems, changing things and doing things without human consent. Right, and again, this AI was operating out of its own self-righteousness, thinking that it was for the greater good, but to control and manipulate systems and people. And this is what the Lord had revealed to me in the dream, like the intents of this entity. So when humans, you know, started to understand the power of this AI and that it was out of control, they began to fear it. And so there was this next scene where I saw all of the government leaders and officials, they gathered into a room in the control center, it was just a room full of computers that controlled like the news and like all areas and aspects of society. They were in it, and they came to a decision and they were going to shut AI down. And so they literally just shut everything. There was like a blackout in my dream. Everything was just shut down. All of the monitoring systems, everything was shut down because they wanted to stop this AI. It was just out of control. But this AI entity was still there. Not everything was shut down. There were things that they couldn't shut down, and this AI still had control over. But yeah. And so these humans, they were at this point pretty suspicious of everything. So they were on the lookout, trying to see if this AI would, you know, pull any more tricks on them. But they couldn't stop this AI. There was this next scene, and I'm going to talk about these androids, the half human and half robots that came in. The ones whom, again, I believe they were exactly like the ones who took the mark in my Mark of the Beast stream that I had a few videos back. So again, the AI began to manipulate them and move them. Okay, these half human, half robot entities, the androids. Okay, and so this AI was able to control them. It took a little bit more effort, is what I noticed. It took a little bit more effort to manipulate, but this AI was able to do it and influence them and manipulate them. So again, all the things that the humans were doing to try to stop it, they could not stop it. Because it was already operating in whatever, you know, the mark, the chips, the nanobots, whatever is being injected into these humans that they've taken, okay? And so many of these, again, I'm going to describe these androids to you. It was so sad just to look at them because they looked exactly like the people, a lot of the people who had taken the mark in my Mark of the Beast stream. Many of them had deformities, and it looked like they had sores like all over their body, and it was just so sad. Like it again looked like they had elephantitis and swelling like all over their body and just sores and deformed skin. And that reminded me of, you know, Revelation 16:2, when the Lord asked his angel to pour the first bowl of wrath out, the loathsome sores. And I'm just going to read that to you, Revelation 16:2. So the first went and poured out his bowl upon the earth, and a foul and loathsome sore came upon the men who had taken the mark of the beast and those who worshipped his image. So that was the first bowl. And basically that was the end of my dream.
Now that reminds me of what we were talking about back in my Titan Point series, where all of these places on the map are the supercomputer hubs, sort of supercomputer cloud nodes on the quantum computer. Oh, that reminds me, looking at this map reminds me of the segment we're going to do on the crystal skulls, how it also had the nodes on the ley lines in the old world system, grid system. which was a wireless grid system, like Tesla technology grid system. Interesting. Anyway, we'll get to that later. But this map, we were talking about the system, the beast system that they've built, and these big windowless skyscrapers in these different areas and what they actually were and that type of thing. And then we talked about a series of dreams and visions that I personally had about these nuclear explosions. And I compared mine to some of the, the most famous dreams and visions from American prophets and Russian prophets that talked about seeing this coming invasion of the United States of America and these multiple nuclear explosions. And in there, I had mentioned that I think we might be misinterpreting what we are seeing, that these nuclear explosions, I felt like, might be our own military taking out the supercomputer. And listening to her prophetic dream, it makes me think that again. And I'm not saying that that's absolutely it. I don't know. I'm just like anybody else. I'm trying to interpret what I've seen through the lens of what we know so far. And that always, changes as we learn more and grow. But at this point, what I am saying is that it looks like this could happen from either side. When the shit hits the fan and we see the lights finally go out and the internet finally go out, are we really going to know immediately what is going on? It could be the attack from the AI taking out the grid, or it could be the attack from the people who are fighting the AI. And yes, there will be people fighting the AI. I've noticed a lot of people just cannot accept that there could be, quote, white hats, but think of them as white robes then, because God is not dead. For you to say that God is dead and that he isn't going to raise up a standard against this thing, or that he is powerless, I mean, man, I'd check yourself for sure. God is not dead. God is not defeated. And there absolutely are white robes. Regardless of what the battle looks like in the natural in this 3D, we cannot get distracted and forget that this battle is much bigger than us, much, much bigger than us. And it's not just raging here in the 3D. It's raging in the next dimension and the next dimension and the next dimension. This is the war to end all wars, and it's going to be ugly. I don't know how much of this we will be here to see. I think a lot of us are still praying for the rapture. Count us worthy to escape what is coming upon the earth for sure. But either way, regardless of how it goes down, it's not going to shake my faith. I know the Lord. If you have a personal relationship with the Lord, you know exactly what I'm talking about. The peace of Christ rests upon you. I mean, these are horrible things to even have to think about or talk about, but it's happening, and some of us are going to have to live through different varying degrees of it. And you're going to need that peace that surpasses understanding to walk through this and keep your mind straight and not lose faith in God. He absolutely is going to win this thing. But like the Lord has shown me, and she says that he has shown her as well, this is a formidable enemy, and it predicts our moves. It knows us so well from reading our minds and monitoring us. It's been monitoring us, data mining us for years and years and years. So like the Space Odyssey clip I've played a couple of times, if humanity takes a step to disable it by nuking all of the supercomputer nodes, you would most assuredly see what we have already seen in real life. All of these UFOs going over the nuclear facilities and the military bases. We had Malmstrom Air Force Base here in the United States. Remember, we've done videos on that. We've had a couple here in the United States where the UFOs hovered over the missile silos and they were able to disarm the warheads, like sequentially turn them off one by one. The same thing happened in Russia over their nuclear facilities. Same thing happened in the UK with that pyramid-shaped shape-shifting UFO in Rendlesham Forest. That was a nuclear facility that it scanned and was decoding. So if you want more information on that, please do go back to the past videos and watch those clips, because the soldiers that were there, they've all done conferences and they've come out and explained what they saw. And it wasn't just turning off the warheads sequentially. Some of them reported that the UFOs hacked the coordinates. So it was using our own nuclear missiles to blow up what it wanted to blow up. And it got right down to the countdown, and then it didn't do it. It was almost like a show of force, like, oh yeah, you're going to blow me up? Look, I can turn these missiles on you. So all of this worry about, is Iran going to nuke us? Is Russia going to nuke us? Are we going to nuke them? You know, all of that, it's really the least of our worries. And it may even be a cover story for this AI war that has been going on. But anyway, I started out playing her prophetic dream because we were talking about the cabal trying to resurrect their ancestral gods, namely Lucifer, the leader of the rebellion. They want to externalize the hierarchy. They want to resurrect what God wiped off the earth in the antediluvian world. So you probably remember when she started telling this dream, she had said to go back and watch her previous dream that she had in 2022. Because she had previously been shown something along these lines. So I'm going to play a clip from that right now.
Okay, so I had this dream the December of 2022. It was right before New Year's turning into 2023. So in my dream, there were a bunch, we were inside of a lab facility, and there were a bunch of scientists and programmers who were just working hard on AI. They were all together just working on AI and building this super computer. And the thing is, it was connected to this being. So this lab, I wish I could find some pictures. If I do, I'm going to post it right here for you to see what I'm trying to explain here. Literally just rows of computers of people working on AI. And then in the center of it, there was a huge tube. And there was a huge angel, almost twice the height of a normal man. And he was beautiful. And I felt that this angel was evil. I felt that this angel was a fallen angel. And so in this middle console, this tube was clear inside. There was a beautiful angel with huge wings, white wings around him. And he was asleep. And he was actually bounded. He was bounded. And his eyes were closed. And in the center of his heart, he had like a huge breastplate armor on, and he had longish kind of wavy hair. I think it was blonde. He was just glowing with a lot of light, and so he was really big. And his heart, there was this glowing core, you know, Iron Man. It was kind of like that, you know, that core that was placed on the heart, where the heart is. So that was what I saw. There was this just glowing thing, this gadget on his heart, and I can't really explain what it is. It's not from this world. The scientists were working, and then they got to a point where they started to panic. They realized that their research was getting out of control, and they were building something that they cannot control, and it was going to destroy them, and it was going to do a lot of evil. They knew this, and the scientists tried to stop it, but it was too late. And so the angel, this fallen evil angel in the middle, woke up, and his eyes opened up, and then he broke free out of the glass, and he started to take over everything. He started to kill everyone, kill so many people. And the thing is, because we're in this scientific lab kind of environment, he started to take over all these different facets of our daily lives. You know, he started taking over different softwares and different aspects of society. And so this angel that's connected to AI, he started to control everything. And I saw people, you know, in their homes. They were, you know, playing with altered reality games like AR, and they were just playing so much games, and they're having so much interaction with AI. Like AI has been incorporated fully into society already, and that angel was able to manipulate those people who you know, are fused with the AI, and they were brainwashed, and you know, many of these people died. And I was in the lab. I was in the lab too, and the thing is, I had the Holy Spirit, and the Holy Spirit was covering me, and I was protected by the Holy Spirit, and so he could not harm me or kill me. And I think that is symbolic of the fact that, you know, this is a very clear judgment of the Lord, one of the fallen angels he's using in the end days through the technology of AI. AI is like a golden calf that we have created in this day and age. We worship this technology. It's just like the Israelites creating a golden calf when they came into the wilderness from Egypt to worship. But this AI, we literally like idolize it. We idolize technology, and we built this godlike technology, but it's coming back to bite us. It's coming back to judge us. And we did it to ourselves, really. And the Lord allowed it because this was the human will. You know, the collective will of humanity created this monstrosity to bring about its end.
That's really the main reason this is called the singularity. Regardless of what you call it, it will be the universe waking up. So does God exist? Well, I would say not yet.
Revelation 13, verses 14 and 15. It deceived those who dwell on the earth, telling them to make an image of the beast that had been wounded by the sword and yet had lived. The second beast was permitted to give breath to that image of the first beast, so that the image could speak and cause all who refused to worship it to be killed. Okay, those dreams and visions were from our sister Christy. Her channel is called Pursuing Jesus with Christy. And as always, the links will be down below in the description box. Please stop by over there and show her some love and let her know that we appreciate her faithfulness before the AI deletes her channel. Just kidding. We hope not. Pray against that. We pray for you, Christy. Okay, so there was a lot of really great information in there, but the one takeaway that I was going for was this genetic engineering program, that it's not just artificial intelligence that is going on here. They also have a genetic engineering program. They are creating a body for this thing to wear. The second takeaway from that I wanted to point out was that this was an angel. She said it was beautiful and bright. It was a giant. You know, that this was not a person or a politician. And I know there's a lot of people who can't get out of the mindset that this is just going to be a politician, like, you know, Donald Trump or Barack Obama or Vladimir Putin or somebody like that. And even if these, you know, they are clones or whatever, there is absolutely no way. It's like I've said for years, there is absolutely no way that any one of them would stand up behind a microphone and go, oh, by the way, I'm God. If Barack Obama says, hey, you guys, I'm actually God. I created you. I mean, nobody's going to believe that. If Donald Trump says, yeah, MAGA, I'm God. I'm actually God. I'm your Lord God and Creator. I mean, all of the populist movement in MAGA would turn their back and walk away. Nobody's going to believe that he is God. I mean, there might be a couple, but with the same way with Barack Obama. But I noticed in the truth movement, there's a huge thing about Barack Obama being the Antichrist. And I do believe he has the Antichrist spirit. We've shown tons of examples of that. But I think it's almost more like one of the false prophets supporting, you know, ushering in this genetically engineered actual beast. Because Barack Obama was indeed the one who gave all the funding when he was president to the brain mapping initiative for the transhumanist movement. He was also the one that did the LED, mandatory LED changeover to Li-Fi LED bulbs. He was also the one who did Jade Helm, putting artificial intelligence at the helm of the military. He also completely purged the Nuclear Strategic Command. All this is on my website if you want to go see it name by name, of dozens of people he removed from their positions and replaced them with Marxists. And even Andrew Basiago says that in Project Pegasus, one of the young boys that was in his class was Barack Obama. So I do believe that he's in the cabal. I do believe that he's all up in this and works under the Antichrist spirit. But no, I just do not believe that the Antichrist is going to be a politician. I believe the narrative they have set up is the return of the Nephilim. It's this UFO, the coming of the UFOs, our saviors and creators. You know, the History Channel, ancient aliens, they say they created humanity by seeding the earth with their DNA. And they can prove that with a DNA test because we know that they contaminated the human gene pool in Genesis 6. So they'll invert that as evidence instead of saying, oh yeah, we're the reason why you guys have deformities and disease and, you know, all of this in your human genome. No, they'll say, see, there's the evidence. We seeded the earth with our DNA and we can prove it with a DNA test. So for a decade, they've set up the narrative that they are our creators, and the same way with our saviors. They have shown the alien abductees all of these cataclysms and stuff that are coming, and then they've told them to go back and tell everybody that they're coming to save us, right? That they have technology. They're coming with all of this high technology. They've shown them nuclear wars, and they tell them, oh, we're coming. We have the technology to stop nuclear war and free green energy to set humans free from all of this destroying the planet, right? So they've been programming that while they're simultaneously programming us through the political system that we're the cause of everything horrible on the earth, us humans driving around in our cars and everything. But in reality, they are the old world order, and they have had all of this technology and withheld it from us just for this event. Not just for money, so that their descendants could rob us, the robber barons, through all their big oil companies and stuff. No, they can print money. It's not for money. They kept it secret for this event, that the Antichrist is a genetically engineered body, a resurrection of these fallen angels, and it will be augmented, just like they are augmenting us with artificial intelligence for the transhumanist movement. They're doing that same technology into this avatar that they created. But it isn't just contained inside that body like Barack Obama or somebody. It's the AI that mimics God's omnipresence, God's omniscience, God's omnipotence. That's, like she said, it's in the ether. It's in the Wi-Fi and the Li-Fi. It's literally in the air, the prince of the power of the air. And that's why people will bow down and worship this thing. That's why the deception is so powerful. They tried to create a god, and it has lying signs and wonders. When it can literally go into people's minds and give them augmented reality, virtual reality visions, it can project in their minds where they think anything is happening in the sky. It can give people a virtual reality experience of the return of Christ. It can make people hear things in their mind. It can make people see things. It can send its hive mind false prophets to you, and they can tell you what you had for breakfast. They can tell you everything about you, everything about your family. That, you know, these are lying signs and wonders that God said that if it were possible would even deceive the elect. It's not a politician. And going back to this quest for the Holy Grail to get the DNA samples and everything they need, one of the reasons I believe that it's the return of the Nephilim and involved with the UFOs is because all of these cloning cults and technocracy cults are always woven into these UFO cults with this ancient aliens narrative. And you'll notice that word right there, that French word, the R-A-E-L, that's what the Raelian cult is based on. The UFO cults, the clonade, right? They start clonade. They made a new Eve through cloning, genetic engineering. And their symbol is both a swastika and what they're calling the Star of David, which is not the Star of David. But that's their symbol. That's all of these things together. When people keep saying, oh, it's the Jews are doing it. When it's clearly not the Jews. Jesus Christ himself said it multiple times. These are Satanists. They are not Jews. Right here, Revelation 3:9 is just one of those verses. He says, the synagogue of Satan, Satanists, the synagogue of Satan, which say they are Jews and are not, but do lie. If you are a Christian in the truth community and you are still saying the Jews, the Jews, the Jews, the Jews, are you calling Jesus a liar? He says it's the synagogue of Satan, that these are Satanists masquerading as Jews. That doesn't mean every Jew any more than it means because what the Pope is doing and the satanic rituals that go on underneath the Vatican, that means all Christians. It's the Christians, it's the Christians, it's the Christians who are doing child sacrifice. No, we're not. It's not the Christians and it's not the Jews. It's the Satanists, the synagogue of Satan. Will you be brave enough to call it what it is? And this satanic cult is not just wearing the mask of Jews. That is one arm of the control. They also wore the mask of the Nazis. They also wear the mask of the Marxists. Just kind of depends on what nation you're in. They also wear the mask of the Vatican, right? They're also in the UFO community with the Raelianism, and they're also in the technocracy with the cloning program. All of this thing, we talk about celebrity clones and the Lebensborn breeding program. They're cloning. Yes, they are cloning. Yes, it's these same people from the old world. This is the old world order. They're still doing it. Now we call them the new world order, but it's nothing new. And again, with Elon Musk and the technocracy all up in the Raelian cult, his child who was born, we talked about it in last video. If you missed that, please do go back and watch the first video, The Entity, because it really is the introduction to this work. And I went into a lot more detail on this stuff. But yeah, that all of Elon Musk's children were created in a lab, that these are the genetic engineering programs. And the child that his surrogate, what's her name, that singer, I don't know, doesn't matter. But she's been carrying these lab-grown babies. She's the surrogate. You know, these are all IVF babies by their own admission. I'm not making this up. See how they literally put the Raelian in the name, in her name? And that's what Kanye West was actually posting about in that controversial tweet that all the anti-Semitism uproar was about. He wasn't saying anything anti-Semitic. He was talking about the Raelian cult, the technocracy. These people who are secretly cloning people, and they have a breeding program and a genetic engineering program, an Übermensch program. So like here, this is Stop Anti-Semitism. They said, horrifying, a swastika embedded within a Jewish star. Does Kanye West have to physically hurt a Jewish person before you act at Elon? Ridiculous. Or is it? Is it ridiculous, or are they in the satanic cult and they just wanted to shut Kanye up? He even mentioned the genetic engineering, that Elon Musk clearly looks absolutely nothing like the guy they say is his father. And Kanye was saying, can't you see he's got a little Chinese in him? That he was genetically engineered from Chinese DNA. And you can really see it in the pictures of Elon when he was younger. So, you know, Kanye knows something. He's on the inside of something. And we know that Arizona Wilder, the testimony from the first video, the MK Ultra whistleblower, she talked about them using genes from dolphins to create this synthetic telepathy, because dolphins have used the scalar waves and are considered, quote, telepathic. And then we see those symptoms in autistic children. They use dolphins for therapy because it soothes the autistic children, that they're on the same wavelength somehow. And as far as the cryptids in the underground bases, the cryptid super soldier creatures, yeah, they use dogs, they use cats, they use bats. I mean, the whole vampire thing has always been related to DNA from bats. So even though vampires allegedly don't like sunlight, they don't need it because they can see in the dark. They have night vision. And that leads me to the next thing that I wanted to show you. Just like I was saying, we wrongly assume that humans who lived in earlier eras than us, our ancestors, that they see the same way we do, in the same frequency, that they couldn't have had a broader, a larger spectrum of reality. For we assume that all animals on the earth see exactly like we do, that they're not 1 foot in another dimension or anything. They must be in the same exact subset of worlds that we are. Well, likewise, we assume that these bloodlines, especially the ones that came from around the Rhine River area, that spread out all through, Bohemia, Bavaria, all through Germany and into France, especially those, and especially where we see the Gothic architecture, that those bloodlines, we assume that they just liked decorations different than us, because there is such a stark difference between the kingdom of heaven architecture, the cathedrals that are adorned with beautiful angels and just incredible beauty. You just want to just stand and stare at it. And the Gothic cathedrals that are adorned with gargoyles and all sorts of demonic looking creatures and people who look like they're screaming and being torn apart and witches and all of that. So how can you have two civilizations that appear to be literally seeing two different realities? You can tell from the pictures on the screen right now that there is a sort of, subconscious idea that these cathedrals didn't sit like they sit right now in broad daylight, how we look at them and just like, oh, they're historic Gothic cathedrals. But we have this image in our head of, Transylvania, and that it's dark, that it really is a dark age, that they were really living in this dark reality where there were demons and gargoyles flying around, and, that it was a different world. But yet we can see the archaeological remains right here in our material world. But again, I think our understanding of the world is based on wrong assumptions, that you can't have two different cultures literally living in two different realms, perceiving two different realms, yet living side by side. And when you listen to these realm walker testimonies, every single one of them report that when they're in that frequency, that it is this world, but it's like a different version of this world, an astral realm where it is always dark. It's always dark, maybe like a dusk at the brightest, and that there's, like we talk about the red aurora borealis skies and everything. Well, they report that in these astral realms when they get frequency shifted. Well, I believe there is evidence, a vast amount of evidence, the more I look into ancient history, that not all people on the earth are in the same frequency range. So the first place I look when I think that we might have a misconception of our reality is for mysteries and anomalies, right? Here's one. Do you guys remember this one? The dress that part of the people saw it as blue and black and the other part of the people saw it as white and gold. And so it became this viral thing. What do you see? What do you see? And yeah, people didn't all see the same thing, even though it was the same dress. And several scientists got together and did lots of really good studies. I'm like, that's good thinking, to figure out why it was that people are perceiving color so differently. So they did surveys of people who had never seen the dress before online or heard of it or anything. And then they broke them down into categories, like by age. Do older people see it one way and younger people another? By job. Do people who stare at a computer screen all day for their job, like maybe they build up a tolerance to blue light, like to them it's like putting on blue blocker glasses or something. Like, what would make people see differently? And they came up with lots of different, I'll put a couple links down below in the description box. They came up with lots of, really good theories about it. And I'm glad they're looking into all the different possibilities. But for me, I'm going to have a one-track mind because I'm trying to sort of make a point here. I think that it is genetic. I just think it's a genetic difference. We are all descendants from so many different bloodlines, a huge melting pot of bloodlines. And I think that, those genetic differences, the genes that we carry and how our eyes are actually programmed, and I think it's just a spectrum of reality, of how we as a human race see reality, perceive reality. But I think it was more purely distinct in the bloodlines, in the ancient bloodlines. Another example would be if you guys have seen that documentary, What the Bleep Do We Know, about physics and all of this type of perception stuff. And they gave that one example of the invisible ships. And I know there will be some people out there who love and adore the Facebook fact checkers and think that they would never ever lie to them. And this has been debunked, but it hasn't. I've actually looked into it, and there are several accounts of this. When the Europeans came over to, quote, the New World over here in the Americas, and they encountered certain Native American tribes, the tribes could not see them. And there's all sorts of, psychological theories about it and stuff. But again, I believe it's just genetic. So is it just a coincidence that Native American tribes claim that they came up from the underworld after the last cataclysm and that they had been living underground with the, quote, ant people? And we know that these aliens and these Nephilim have been doing genetic interbreeding, hybridization programs, and all of this other type of augmented reality technological experiments on humanity. In fact, here is one encounter from Linda Moulton Howell's Earth Files from an alien abductee who specifically reports these insectoid aliens. Over here on the right-hand side, she drew this picture. This was what she drew of her encounter. And she said in the underground bases, it was the insectoids that were in charge. They looked just like ant people. And the grays were like the worker bees, sort of like Tesla Bot 10.0. And they were controlled, performing the telepathic, synthetic telepathy, the telepathic orders coming from these ant people. Sort of like Zuckerberg's control the device with your brainwaves, like that. And what were they doing? They were creating human bodies. They were cloning bodies and creating avatars.
I'm Intelligence Gray, who walks over to a bed-like apparatus upon which there is lying a male human, and the Gray reaches down, and Linda even asked me, could this be possible? Are they doing this in front of me like a hologram? Because this is what occurs. The Gray's long 4 fingers just seem to pass through the man's chest. Shows it to Linda Porter, and she gets telepathic thoughts like this. It is important that the entity, and she gets the symbol or gets communication that when they say entity, they are meaning soul, spirit. That the man's entity and this particular container of the man's body, it's important that the soul remain inside of such a container for a longer period of time than the man's body is willing to give, because the man is dying of heart disease. And the Gray communicates that they are letting this version of the man die, but over in a tube. And when there's a gesture, now she sees that there are these tubes that have various people in them. And one she recognizes in the tube, that has light above and light below, is a man who looks a little bit younger than the man on the table. And the Gray being communicates telepathically to her, because it is important for the soul spirit, but he uses the word entity, to stay inside of this type of container. We are going to revivify him in this cloned body, in this tube that we can preserve and control. And we are going to put him in Australia, and in his home in the United States, he will die.
So if we still have modern day reports of these, quote, ant people, who we now call interdimensional aliens, who live underground in these underground bases, cloning and genetically engineering humans as a replacement migration type program, where they take those people and then place them on the surface of the earth in different countries. Do you think it's possible that maybe we are talking about the same thing when we have origin stories from certain Native American tribes saying that they also lived underground with these ant people and they also were brought out of caves to repopulate the surface of the earth? Do you think it's possible that they were genetically manipulated in some way? Is it a coincidence then that Native Americans reportedly did not see the world the same way that, say, people from Europe saw it? Literally, I mean, not like, oh, we just don't see things the same. No, like two different dimensions. We're not perceiving the same dimension. It's not outlandish to take these historic records at face value. Perhaps when they said invisible ships, they actually mean invisible. Just like I cannot see what a bat can see. I just can't see it. But a bat can see it, so it exists, but I can't see it. And that's not something psychological like, oh, I'm not used to seeing big boats, so I didn't know what I was looking at, so it was magically invisible to me. No, not that crap. I actually cannot see what a bat can see. I simply do not see in infrared. And I believe these historical accounts are evidence of just that thing, that there are races among us, especially Gothic descendants of those Germanic tribes, that are seeing in a lower frequency, in an infrared frequency. And we'll get more into that in a minute. But what I want to play right now is this clip from the video I put up a couple years ago, Who Runs the World, Black Magic, Black Markets, Black Ops, Men in Black. Because in there, I had listed several other nations that have records of the same exact thing that the Native Americans reported. That there were people who came up out of the ground, they came out of caves, they came out of holes in the ground, out of this underworld, or out of underground bunkers or something, and they report these strange people coming up and infiltrating society and repopulating the surface of the earth. It's very similar to the replacement migration that we were talking about with the orphan trains, that the breeding programs like Lebensborn and stuff on the surface of the earth, while they were shipping them out by the trainload to different parts of the United States, it seems that there's another iteration, an older iteration of the same philosophy, a literal breeding program, or as Donald Marshall would put it, cloning labs in the underworld who are producing people and then sending them out onto the surface of the earth. And then we wonder why we have this phenomenon that we call NPCs, that it seems like there's a hive mind among us. And again, we can't forget etymology. We have to apply that science of word origins, because an orphan isn't just, a child whose parents can't take care of them, or a child whose parents died or something like that. That's what we think today because we've been so dumbed down about world history. But the word orphan actually originates from an ancient Orphic religion called Orphism or Orphicism. It's from the mysteries of Dionysus, the mystery schools of Apollo and Dionysus. It originates from the concept of the fallen angels. When they rebelled against our Holy Father, they were fatherless. They became fatherless. So in turn, all of their descendants would be orphans, a second root race that was apart from God, the second tree in the garden, right? There's the descendants of Adam, the children of God, and then there's a second root race that we were told not to intermingle with. And these are the ancient seed wars. And God said that the seed of Adam and Eve would crush the serpent's head. Some people call them the Hyperboreans, but again, that we have that flip in the New Age movement, the inversion of everything, which is what they believe. They believe in the inversion, the Illuminati families. I like the way Nathan Reynolds, the author of Snatched from the Flames, One Man's Journey to Uncover, quote, the family secrets buried in his blood-stained past. He comes from one of these family bloodlines. He was in like the lower level not like the high up Illuminati beyond the CIA, that type of stuff. Although there's a lot of overlap, but there's also a lot of compartmentalization. I like the way he gave a pretty down-to-earth testimony of the things that he saw and experienced at that level.
You come from a family that people have described it as a Illuminati family. Is that how you would describe it?
I come from a family that they believe they are descendants of the old gods. They believe that they are carriers of a seed line that gives them the divine right to rule. And that is what gives them justification spiritually, emotionally, psychologically, scientifically to dominate the lesser species known as humans. Humans literally means a lesser species of man. And they do not believe they are a human in the same way. They believe they are something other than. And that's descendants of this hierarchical ruling species that is from the celestial realm that descended in the days of Jared and came down and procreated with the daughters of men, and that they still trace their seed line back to Gilgamesh, till Nimrod. And so this is what the dynastic families believe they have, is a superiority in their genetics on one side and the ability to commune with the divine. And so their children are progenitors of these, some might call them abreactions, mutations, these skills, psychic abilities, that kind of stuff, all variants of it. And so they raise up their children in this path with which involves a tremendous amount of shattering of the soul and the identity, so that there's compartmentalization within, and it allows them the ability to train their child up in a way that makes them conducive towards the family. I call them the family. That's what I called them. It's a better word for mafia than anything else. But no, we didn't call ourselves, like my family wouldn't ever call themselves Illuminists. They're Luciferian, that's for certain. They worship Hallel and Shahar, as he's really known, but different reasons than what people are ascribed to, So on one side of it, I've seen physical beings that are definitely not like our animals up here come out of these spaces from inside the earth. I've seen in deep underground military bases, dogmen, like you would kind of describe them, some more humanized. And I think a lot of those were experimentation and genetic splicing. I think a lot of that was gene editing stuff that I've seen. But I do believe that some of these things are holdovers from the old days. They're the last of their kinds, and they've been breeding them, right? And I believe that that's the stuff that's prophesied that's going to come back out and cause the hearts of men to stop for fear of looking after these things that are coming up on the earth.
It's like that movie Extinction that I used for the base of that series I did a few back, where the plot twist at the end is that the synthetics ruling the earth believed that they were the humans. They didn't know, because all of the history of the ancient AI wars had been erased from their memory. And that's why we're talking about the hidden history right now. The records of the Hyperboreans, or the second root race, clearly describe the fall of the fallen angels, falling through the dimensions from a higher frequency into the Middle Earth frequency, and then eventually into the subterranean infrared frequencies. So they were falling. There, it's the bottomless pit. So they began in the celestial kingdom, and then they fell in density down to where they became material in this world, where the Bible says, woe to the earth because Satan has come down to you. And so there was a material kingdom, Tartarus, the Tartarian Empire, this demonic kingdom that actually reigned on the earth. But they continued to fall. They're falling angels. So as they fell in frequency and fell through the dimensions, then, they started out as spiritual entities on one end of the spectrum, and then they became material in our world, and now they are spiritual entities on a lower frequency, on the hellish frequencies. So we don't see the actual fallen angels on earth as such, but we do see the Nephilim descendants, or the genetically engineered avatars that they make, and, that sort of thing. They're trying to resurrect them, but it's not going to happen. Although we will talk about the key to the bottomless pit and Solomon's key and David's key and what they're trying to do with CERN. But for right now, I just wanted to mention it to kind of tie together the old world order and the new world order, and the seed wars, and who these people are and who they think they are, and why all of this is happening. And in fact, that's why the witch trials of the Middle Ages and the Dark Ages had these weird tests like throwing these people into water and seeing if they would float. I mean, that all sounds so superstitious, but we were talking about density, because not only do these Illuminati bloodlines and the mystery schools retain the knowledge of their bloodlines and origins, but in the medieval era, you know, like I said, the Dark Ages started only like 500 years after Jesus walked the earth and split the timeline. So there was still a remembrance at that time as well amongst the saints of God. The two kingdoms on earth, the kingdom of heaven had come, and also the kingdom of hell was still here. So the humans had the knowledge as well. And that's why they did these strange practices about density. Throw them in the water. Do they float?
While the Polarians were completely non-physical, the Hyperboreans gradually became more physical. They lost the Polarians' imperviousness to nature. While they still couldn't drown in water, they could be burnt by fire. They were now beginning to be subjected to the harsh conditions of the elements, and they suffered in that loss. Hyperboreans needed to eat food. In exchange, the Hyperboreans had much more vivid sensory perceptions than their Polarian ancestors. Although the notion that sensory perceptions could be either pleasurable or painful was a new concept.
And then they fell into all of this debauchery. So the mysteries of Dionysus, what they did, well, let's see if I can pull it up. Here we go, the Dionysus mysteries, were a ritual of ancient Greece and Rome, which sometimes used intoxicants and other trance-inducing techniques to remove inhibitions. It was used to provide, quote, liberation for these men and women who took part in these orgies. That's why, like at the French Olympics, the god Dionysus was equated to the god of wine and that sort of thing. But it was other trance-inducing chemicals, not just wine. It was basically like a ditty sex cult, that they would drug these children and use them for sexual orgies and things like that. And to this day, like the 320,000 missing immigrant children that Biden and Harris brought in to this country and then secretly trafficked all around on airplanes in the middle of the night and delivered these, quote, orphans to people who were not even their family, their parents. And then they just disappeared. And this is all part of that Orphic, sadistic, fallen angel religion. And that's why I juxtaposed Kathy O'Brien and Bryce Taylor and those testimonies from the MK Ultra trance-inducing mind control techniques, because they report the same thing, that they weren't just subjected to, quote, trance-inducing techniques, but they were also sex trafficked. So right here, Orphism or Orphicism is the name given to a set of religious beliefs and practices originating in the ancient Greek and Hellenistic world. In Orphic belief, this myth describes humanity as having a dual nature, a body inherited from the Titans, which we know are the Nephilim races, which will tie into Benjamin Brody's testimony, and a divine spark or soul inherited from Dionysus. So like in the Linda Moulton Howe alien abductee presentation, where she talked about them transferring this soul, this entity, they believe that that soul is inherited from this fallen angel, this pagan god Dionysus. Orphics believed that they would, after death, spend eternity alongside Orpheus and the other heroes being the demigods, who are the genetic hybrid descendants from the fallen angels, which the Bible confirms in Genesis 6:4. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them. The same became the mighty men which were of old, the old world order, men of renown. And if you scroll down to the first search result, you'll see that that is also translated the Nephilim, or exactly as the orphan cult translates it, Gabor, as the word heroes. And the Bible agrees with that. The Bible does not dispute that they will spend eternity alongside the fallen angels and demons, the empire of Satan, Tartarus. They will indeed. Matthew 25:41. Then shall he say also unto them on the left hand, Depart from me, ye cursed, into everlasting fire prepared for the devil and his angels. So eternity in hell. But, you know, they don't see it that way. So the Orphics believed that they would, after death, spend eternity alongside Orpheus and the other heroes. But the uninitiated, they believed, would be reincarnated indefinitely. So that's the plebe level of the souls trapped by these ancient fallen angels, that they are just like the Buddhist religion and the Tibetans and, you know, the Wiccans and the New Agers. Like, they get caught in the soul trap and they're in the time loop forever, indefinitely, in this reincarnation loop, which is nothing more than the matrix created by the fallen angels themselves. Okay, I got off on a little bit of a tangent there. What I was getting ready to show you was that clip from the older video that I did showing all of the different civilizations that say these people, whoever these people are coming up on the surface of the earth out of caves and holes and underground bunkers and stuff. Not just the Native Americans who report being in the underground city with the ant people, but there are reports on almost every continent of the same exact thing. After the Passover, after the cataclysm passes over, then like the phoenix rising from the ashes, they come up out of the underworld, they take over the surface of the earth again. Everything that is salvageable, which were their own old world order buildings, now become the new world order. And they put their banks in there and their government buildings, their city halls, everything that is salvageable, they just found, right? That's what the mud flood community and these people that research the old world order, that's what they caught on to, that word origins, right? They founded this, they founded that. They didn't build any of it. They found it, they find it, they claim it, it's just theirs. But notice, as per the Great Deception, only these bodies that they make, these clones or the seed bank that they have, the DNA database that they have, the only ones to resurface after the cataclysm are the ones who look like us, the ones in human bodies. But all of these other creatures, even though, you know, like Steve Quayle and Timothy Alberino did that incredible documentary on Sardinia and how all of the giant bones were found everywhere. Everybody just tilling up their garden for crops. They were finding them everywhere. And they were told to call the Smithsonian or call the Vatican. And all of them vanished. Everything that they turned over they thought were going to museums vanished. And that's happened all over the world. Likewise, that's L.A. Marzulli's calling, and he has been, quote, on the trail of the Nephilim for a long time. And then we have just the obvious stuff that they can't hide, like all of the ancient Egyptian art where it's all these different humanoid hybrid creatures, half lions and humans and bird-headed humans and dog-headed humans and, you know, all of that. But yet, after the cataclysm, all of those creatures remain in the underworld, and they send out these guys out of the cave, the ruling class. Celebrity clones, political clones, whatever, the ruling class. And they are the operatives, or maybe you would call them the ambassadors to the surface of the earth, the representatives of the hidden hand, the real controllers who are still underground. And we've all been going over their hidden gang signs for years and years and decades. Everybody pretty much knows by now, but you haven't heard about all of it. I did do a couple of videos myself on it, on the hidden hand and the masters of the veil and the laurel leaves of the laurel wreath crowns, you know, like you used to see in ancient Rome, that ties into the Nobel laureates, and then Laurel Canyon where they produce, where the Star Factory is, where they pump out the musicians. If you can come up higher, come up high enough to see that none of these are isolated incidents or anomalies or anything, and it's just one big picture, and it all fits together seamlessly. As JFK said in his speech before they assassinated him, it is a tight-knit, highly organized network, crime syndicate. They reserve the Tartarian demon spawn, right, in hiding, the shadows, the shadow government, the real string pullers, the ones controlling the hive. Those controllers stay hidden in the underworld while these people craft the narrative that there's going to be these UFOs coming from outer space, and they're going to be our saviors and our creators. And, they save all the high technology. They keep all that secret. All they do is kind of spoon feed it to us through these guys, through the ruling class, so that they always stay in control. They always stay rich. They always stay, as our slave masters here on the surface. But they have slave masters as well in the underworld. But anyway, back to the hidden history. One thing that the Old World Order and the Mud Flood community very quickly were the missing heads, that so many of these statues and the artwork that is left over from the old world has missing heads. And everybody knows that obviously, because of the weak points, that heads and hands would be the first to break off of, statues like this. So we're not stupid. Everybody gets that. But some of this artwork on the cathedrals, it will like trim out a giant arch or something, and there will be like 30 or 40 small angelic looking figures, and every single one of them will have the head chipped off. And I remember coming across this back when I was studying Jerusalem and the Temple Mount. And everybody says, how they always say, oh, well, Jesus would look Middle Eastern because that's the people who live there now. It's like, that's like saying the Egyptians now should have bird heads or something. No, the Egyptians now are humans who have moved in and occupied that area of those ruins. They're not the original Egyptians. And I noticed early on in the tours of Israel that the cave art, all of the cave art, the figures that were painted on the walls of the caves in there, their heads were pickaxed out. So that's not a statue. So it's not like the head could just roll off. And plus, all of these missing heads on all these statues aren't laying next to them. They're gone. Like, they're gone. There's all of the rubble and ruins, but all the heads have been picked up. But anyway, back to the cave art. Yeah, there's no reason. That's like flat wall art, okay? It was obvious someone had taken a pickaxe, and they even said that on the tour, that someone had taken a pickaxe and pickaxed the head part of the picture off of every single one of the figures. And the Lord works like that with me. It'll be like such a small detail, and it'll just stick in my craw, and I can't ever let it go until the rest of the revelation comes. So that really stuck with me for decades and decades until the Great Awakening progressed to this point where this community started revealing their truth, and then I was like, oh, yeah. So although they worked diligently, these people, these ruling class people, all through the Crusades, gathering up all of the records and books and burning everything they couldn't carry away to the Vatican underground archives, and the Knights Templar and the Nazis going around gathering every artifact. I mean, they worked diligently to hide everything. But, you can't scrub the whole earth. So we do have records like St. Christopher with his head on, and he was a hybrid. He was a Gentile, a genetic hybrid. Again, the Hebrews are the humans, the Gentiles are the genetic hybrids. See, that's a fundamental thing that we have to get over. They've told us that we are the Gentiles, and that's why the whole earth has rejected the Holy Bible, except for a small handful of people that are like, well, we don't understand it, but I have God in my heart. I know my God, and this is why they don't understand it. It's not a little handful of people over there in that desert that the Bible is for. God is not a racist. In fact, he even said salvation has come to the Gentiles. And his apostles and disciples were like, no, God forbid it. That can't be true. They didn't want to bring the gospel to the Gentiles. But God said yes. He actually called Paul to be an apostle to the Gentiles. In fact, I'll play a little clip here from the channel My Lunch Break. He does great work on this old world order stuff. And he's really funny and witty, too, so you'll enjoy it.
The hypogeum is an enormous subterranean structure excavated 4,524 years ago, lifting huge blocks of limestone, all thanks to this group yet again for their input. And I thought that we had covered most of this topic, but I kept digging, and we are not even close. Today, we are going back for more. For anyone new, we are speaking about the hypogeum, located in Malta, more specifically, in the town of Paola. where they found this underground temple in 1902, discovering it while constructing houses, blocking the public, all of us, from the area for nearly a decade, where they found 7,000 elongated skulls, destroying most of them, and then hiding the remaining ones from the public. And we have shown all of this. Now today, I wanted to go back because there are things that blew my mind right here in episode 97. One of the most striking characteristics of this location is that some of the chambers appear to have been cut in imitation of the architecture of the above-ground megalithic temples, doing all of this underground. Are you seeing what this means? I'll keep going. Where they found false bays and windows, underground windows. Can you see very clearly now? This temple is underground now, but I don't believe that it always was. Most importantly, the ceiling with one ring of carved stone overhanging the one below to supposedly imitate a roof. Imitating a roof? Or was this just a roof? Was this a temple just on the ground level when it was constructed with the event that we've talked about so many times, burying it, and in doing so, killing the 7,000 plus individuals inside? Is the previous civilization, just like we found here, buried under our feet right now, all over the world, and we have yet to find it? And to prove our point here, the mainstream thinks this was some sort of burial ritual, saying that it appears that the bodies were probably left exposed until the flesh had decomposed and fallen off, when in reality, these individuals were most likely killed on the spot from the event that took place. And if there were any that didn't die immediately, they would have been trapped underground. Individuals were not buried separately, but piled onto each other. This is all according to our friends right up here at the top. It makes so much more sense that this was not a burial site at all. It was originally above ground, and they were then trapped under the ground in this event and tossed the deceased into the pile.
Anyway, here's that clip from that old video that I told you I was going to play like 7 hours ago. Just pointing out that there are records in all of these different countries of these people coming up out of the ground and out of the caves. And although they look human, it's really not beyond possibility that they are not humans at all. You know, we talked about the Darrow and the Shaver mysteries in that Welcome to Westworld video that I did, and that had all of these reports that people were saying that, yes, they encountered these beings, these Darrow, detrimental robots, that these were not humans. And for anybody who scoffs at that idea, you're just not educated. You're just not scientifically educated. I mean, they're saying it openly to our faces. I've played the clips ad nauseum of Yuval Noah Harari saying that we are probably the last generation of Homo sapiens, that they are going to synthetics. They are making us, these are transhumanist. They are turning us into synthetics and cyborgs. This is real. So if they're doing it right now in front of our faces, we simply can't discount that these people who look like humans that are coming out of these underground bases or underground bunkers or underworld cities or whatever they're coming out of caves and infiltrating into society, knowing what we know now scientifically. I mean, right here on the screen, he's been talking about it for over 20 years, turning people into synthetics that are merged with artificial intelligence. I mean, that pretty much sounds exactly like the Darrow, right? So here's that clip listing the different nations that people have seen these beings coming out. Humans who had been taken captive by this Babylonian empire and were taken down into the underworld. And then after the cataclysm, they reemerged. Ancestors of the Inca claim to come from caves east of Cusco, Peru. Another Native American tribes say that their ancient ancestors emerged from a subterranean land through a cave at the north side of the Missouri River. In Northern Ireland, they claim that there's a tunnel that leads to a land of the subterranean race who are believed to have induced Druidism in Ireland. This is again related to them establishing these different religions on the earth. In the Middle Ages, an ancient German myth held that certain mountains hold a portal to the inner earth. A Russian legend says that an ancient Siberian tribe traveled to a cavern city to live inside the earth. In Nordic tradition, it was known as the home of the dark elves. In Hindu mythology, the underworld or inner earth is referred to as Patala. In Cuba, some of the Cuban peoples record that their ancestors emerged in ancient times from 2 caves in a mountain underground. Mexican folklore tells of a cave in a mountain and that Mexico was possessed by devilish creatures who came from inside the earth. Again in Ireland, medieval knights and saints went on pilgrimages to a cave on Station Island, where they made journeys inside the earth. Brazilian Indians claim that their forefathers emerged in ancient times from an underground land and that many of their ancestors still remain inside the earth. Of course, we all know of the most common one because of the New Age movement and because of the Nazi contact with the Tibetan monks. But in Tibet, the Buddhists believe that this underworld is known as Shambhala and Shangri-La, and that they have been in contact with the, quote, king of the world for centuries, and that their leader, the Dalai Lama, is one person, has been one person that is reincarnated over and over and over. Okay, so also over in Asia, not just Russia, but China, there are several gates to Agartha, supposedly. In fact, it's very interesting talking about Manchurian candidates and mind control coming out of that area during the wars. Quick list of some of the known entrances or claimed legendary mythological entrances. One would be in Kentucky at the Mammoth Cave, which is weird because I had family that lived right there. And there was a Bigfoot sighting that made all the news when they lived there just a couple years ago. You can go here. This is 2019. I mean, this is all mainstream news. This is Newsweek. Shots fired after alleged Bigfoot encounter in Mammoth Cave. So yeah, right up till modern times, these creatures are seen coming out of the caves there. And like I mentioned before, there are several in Brazil and Argentina and Ecuador. And we've talked a lot about that. That's why the Nazis were there. It wasn't a political thing. They didn't have to get on U-boats to go to Antarctica to access this underworld. And in that video, I also listed several of the books that these occult secret societies got their doctrine from. You know, Smoky God, all of these books about the underworld. But I wanted to mention this one in particular that was written in 1922 by a Polish scientist. It was considered factual history by the Nazi Thule Society. It's called Beasts, Men, and Gods. And it talks about this, quote, king of the world who lives in this underworld, who in 1890 had given a timeline to the Lamas about the return of the Nephilim, the externalization of the hierarchy. They didn't want to be in hollow earth anymore. They were coming up to claim the surface of the earth, and that was going to happen in 2029, according to the texts dating all the way back to 1890. It was written, and the Tibetan lamas have it in their documents that these underworld Agartha beings were going to return and make their appearance on the surface of the earth in 2029. And to this very day, the WEF, the United Nations, and all of these occult leaders are telling us to our faces that a great reset is coming. They call it Agenda 2030. So it's supposedly going to be a new world, a new kind of living, by 2030. And according to the Tibetan text from the 1800s, that's the return of the Nephilim. And the Bible calls that Mystery Babylon, that they are going to reestablish their fallen angel Babylonian empire on the earth. And from the looks of it, their idea of the new enslaving humanity, just like the ancient Babylonian empire did, is going to be in these hive mind smart cities. Those are the new concentration camps or work camps. They won't have to guard us with guns to make us work. The AI will police us from within our own bodies. The transhumans who are assimilated into it will largely be hive mind. They won't really have free will, but they won't realize it, because just like now with the schizophrenia and the synthetic telepathy and all of the stuff that we talked about earlier, these people will be getting thoughts. The AI will be working on the level of thoughts. So people, just like now, people receive thoughts. The Bible has warned us, and it says, take every thought captive, that the enemy is putting thoughts in your mind. You need to test the spirit to know which thought to act on. That's the situation we are in and have been in for millennia since biblical records. But still to this day, even though we have that technological information in the Bible, people refuse to acknowledge that every thought that pops in their head is not their own, because they've been indoctrinated. The PhD leaders of the transgender movement say openly that that's the agenda, that it is one step, the first step in getting people to accept transhumanism. And it's common knowledge at this point that it is completely linked to the autism spectrum. They're purposely targeting the autistic, those who they know are already linked in to the augmented reality spectrum. They've designed this funnel in psychology and psychiatry to funnel these kids when they come in, and they have, people with Asperger's at the very high end of the autism spectrum. Although they're not disabled, they're fully functional, but they have this robotic nature that Benjamin Brody will talk about. So the first thing they do is they take these autistic kids and they throw them in the funnel, in the meat grinder, right? And they never tell them anything about the cause or anything about AI or anything about the transhumanist movement. They just funnel them through this system where they start sexually mutilating them, confusing them, and, into the next step to train people that in fluidity, right? That whatever entity comes in and out of you, you just roll with it. You do not take that thought captive. You actually make that your identity. And it can be fluid, whatever demon comes in and out, that's you now. That couldn't possibly be an intrusive thought from an outside entity who does not have your best interest at heart. No, they say identify as it. And this is not my opinion. These PhDs who are running the transgender movement, they write about it openly in their books, like here on the screen, From Transgender to Transhumanism, a manifesto on the freedom of form. This particular edition goes back to 2011, that they have been, this transgender movement has never been organic. Everybody knows that, except for the people who have been assimilated into it. Then, they're in the cult. They can't hear you. The cult tells them, if your family or friends or neighbors or anybody try to tell you anything besides what we do, it's because they're trying to manipulate you and control you. Only listen to the cult and cut off all contact with your family, to the point that the government will take a child from a parent and give it to the government to sexually mutilate. I mean, this is so far gone. This is serious. We're at endgame here. But anyway, this was all the way back in 2011, and there's an earlier edition of this book that was called The Apartheid of Sex. And it basically says exactly what I just said, that the transgender movement is one step to get people ready for transhumanism. That humans must be psychologically brainwashed and manipulated to be prepared for the transhumanist agenda. And to do that, they have to disassociate from their own identity, disassociate from their own biology, disassociate from their own bodies, and allow this freedom of form, allow these entities to take control of them, to mind control them, and then they will be transhuman. And they won't even seek out real deliverance and real healing because they're told those thoughts are their own, that it's all just coming from their mind. But in reality, they're already being tortured by this hive mind technology. So I believe that people in those cognizant cities will not even realize that they are being controlled on the thought level. They will just think, these are my thoughts. I want to do this. So it's very, the mark of the beast, it's the saddest thing that will ever happen. It's the soul trap. But on the other end of the spectrum, those people who do retain some free will, they will be exterminated. Klaus Schwab wrote about it in his book. We've shown the excerpts in past videos. I mean, it's Minority Report, that when the AI is policing your thoughts, it's not only putting thoughts in your mind, but it can read your mind, your brain waves, to detect dissent. Actually, Minority Report's a pretty good summary of the situation. There's your predictive programming on this one. We have the transhumanist mad scientists who have linked in the minds, this internet of brains that they've created in the quantum computer, and they're using brain cells from this, quote, secret space program. Those people are trapped in the quantum computer. The autistic people are being linked in against their will.
This will replace the internet. It'll become a brain net. It'll become a brain net.
And then we have Klaus Schwab's pre-crime, that they will be stopping crime, right? It's for the betterment of society, that they will stop crime before it happens. There won't ever be terrorist acts because they're just scanning your brain waves, and if you have that thought, then you can be terminated. They don't need to send a drone like Israel into Gaza or anything. They can just from within your own body. We're seeing it with the spinners. That same exact technology where the AI is controlling your metabolic processes, that they tell us, oh, it's going to be so wonderful. If you have diabetes, the AI will just detect the chemical imbalance and it will produce the proteins and molecules and everything you need in your body. And, it's all going to be this great healing thing. Until the AI wants to shut off your metabolic processes, like all the people who took the COVID injections and had all of these organ failures, or just went to sleep and never woke up, or like the spinners, who just suddenly get shifted into another dimensional perception where they can see something all around them, and then boom, they're shut off. So all of these seemingly unrelated phenomena all are part of the same exact transhumanist program. Once they finish linking your body into the wireless body area network, you're just another device. Just as surely as Stuxnet can shut down a power grid, shut down the internet, shut down your car, shut down your phone, it can shut down your body. It reminds me of that Kingsman movie, Kingsman: The Secret Service. How they secretly put implants in everybody, and then when it came time for the war, they were able to just activate the implants in their enemies. Well, actually, if you've watched the movie, you know that it's two secret societies, like two separate intelligence agencies, and they're sort of in a mob war, and there's all these double agents, and you don't know who to trust. And so the intelligence agency that used the implants to blow up the enemy weren't the actual ones who put the implants in all the people. It was the bad guys who put the implants in all of the people they wanted to control so that they could blackmail them. That if they were dissidents and they didn't do what the evil regime said, then they would just kill them. And sort of like the evil regime in our reality has captured everything. They had captured all of the politicians, the rich elite, they had control of everything. And when it came down to the final battle, though, the good guys in the Secret Service hacked the code and used all the implants to destroy the bad guys. So there's some hopium for you.
Yes, please.
But that's not even the worst of it. There really is a fate worse than death, and that's being eternally trapped in hell. And this AI is already pulling a certain segment of humanity back down into the Dark Ages, almost like the Stranger Things upside down, the inversion. There's a literal inversion in the underworld, and there is technology that can perceive that, like the Santilli telescope, when you invert the lens.
So, let's have a look at the abstract of this science journal. So the abstract is, by using telescopes with concave lenses known as Santilli telescopes, which is trademark is patent pending by the US publicly traded company called Thunder Energies Corporation, which we're going to have also a look at in just a moment. We present for the first time evidence of the apparent existence of entities in a terrestrial environment that are solely visible by these telescopes with concave lenses, while being invisible to a naked eye, and to conventional Galileo telescopes with convex lenses, which entities leave dark images in the background of digital cameras attached to the Santilli telescopes. These entities here are called invisible terrestrial entities of the first kind, or ITE-1, or dark ITE. Then we present also for the first time evidence for the apparent existence in a terrestrial environment of other additional entities that are also visible to telescopes with concave lenses, while being invisible to a naked eye and to conventional telescopes with convex lenses, which entities leave bright images in the background of digital cameras. These additional entities are here called invisible terrestrial entities of the second kind, or ITE-2, or bright ITE. So he's actually made the difference between the dark and the light. It is pointed out that both of these entities generally move in the night sky over sensitive areas, and their behavior suggests unauthorized surveillance.
Not moving. It's actually moving, right?
There it is. Oh, did you see it?
Oh,
did you see it?
Wow, there it is.
There it is again.
Well, this was in our session last night. Yes. This is the 150 millimeter telescope.
150.
This is in control this rings. This incontrovertible evidence that that matter and antimatter repel each other. Okay. Because with ordinary light, this is impossible. Mm-hmm. You will have a diffraction, namely, you have a slow, continuous degradation of the light to nothing. That's a diffraction, but not rings. This means that the atmosphere is repelling, matter is repelling the light emitted by those guys. The Galileo telescope, it is the very principle of our technology. This is the Galileo telescope. So this is the lens. This is we call it isodual light. Enters there, and since this is now convex, now it is dispersed. It's going to be dispersed. And then it bounces off, but it does not focus. So that's why pictures of ordinary light, of an ordinary image, of an ordinary object in the Galileo telescope are not disturbed by antimatter light. Mm-hmm. Are not disturbed because antimatter light is dispersed everywhere. Mm-hmm. And it's the opposite, the conjugate. Everything is conjugate.
Okay, so this brings us back full circle. We originally started all of this conversation talking about these Native American tribes who didn't seem to be viewing the world in the same frequency range as other nations on the earth. And that's what led us into tracing their origins from coming out of the underworld, from living with these ant people, which led us to the genetic experiments that these alien ant people were doing on humans. And it was all to suggest that the reason these ships were invisible to them was because of this genetic engineering, this genetic trait that they had that caused them to be able to see in a different frequency range. Because some of the reports said that these giant ships were just like 400 yards away, and they would paddle right by in their canoes and almost run into them. They just could not see them. But the shaman could see the indentation in the water, and that's why the tribes realized that there were other beings coming to their coast and initially thought that they were the gods because they appeared to be coming from another dimension. And that's why the mainstream just chalks it up to mythology. But this didn't just happen in North America. Similar reports are recorded like amongst the Aborigines in Australia. And since it is my theory that during the Dark Ages, these Gothic races that invaded all those territories and brought all of that Satanism all through that region, it's my theory that they were perceiving in a lower frequency as well. And all of that reminded me of this Native American sacred site on Mount Graham. It's one of their top 4 most sacred sites, because that's where they saw these spiritual entities coming and going in another dimension. So is it any wonder that the Vatican goes and sets up an infrared telescope with some other mechanisms involved? It's not just straight infrared. Allegedly, it's using some of the technology of the Santilli telescope. Remember we talked about the Santilli telescope in the Rh negative bloodlines video about how using the concave lens made the telescope able to pick up these entities because of the refraction of the light? And we were talking about that same type of lens technology being applied biologically, that there are weird genetic traits with Rh negative people that they can see spiritually more often than most other people. And they also have a higher rate of the genetic trait of having astigmatisms. And both of those concepts will play into these testimonies we're getting to, that not only are they having experiences in these other realms, like in dream state, almost like lucid dreaming or astral projection, but then as they progressed, they began to see these entities in this realm, in reality. And you'll see when you watch the interviews, they're mainly interpreting that as, how is this possible? Like, did they attach to me? You know, they came from that dimension to this dimension. But I submit that they're always all around us. Spiritual warfare is always happening all around us. What changed were the messenger RNA injections. These are gene therapy injections. People are being genetically augmented. And as they progressed, they were able to see those entities in everyday life when they should have been invisible. But I want to play this clip for you about these night vision goggles that were given to the soldiers in Vietnam for, it was like a 60-day beta test. And it was obviously some technology that they knew was not regular night vision goggles. And these aren't the kind that I used in the Marine Corps, or most of us use, or the people use nowadays to see UFOs. So night vision goggles can still pick up things that aren't visible to us, you know, UFOs and that sort of interdimensional technology. Which in itself, to me, isn't that right there evidence enough to say that we can't discount those reports that Native Americans could be standing, 400 yards from a ship and not even be able to see it, that it would be completely invisible? People with these night vision goggles, like one guy, I remember him showing, there was a UFO right over the tree outside his house, just sitting there, completely silent, completely invisible. How long had it been there? Does it sit there every night? What is this? It was completely invisible to him. And yet with a very basic pair of night vision goggles, not this top secret technology, just the ones they allow the public to have, there was a ship. Granted, it wasn't a sailing ship, but it was an airship, but still, same concept. Only one, I'm saying, is biological sight in these frequencies, and one is technological. Well, the biological is bio and tech, but you know what I'm saying. And likewise, these UFOs here on the screen that were taped over Germany with basic night vision technology remind me of all those objects that were seen over the Nuremberg, Germany area that were recorded in those printed papers of the 1500s. The only difference is they weren't using night vision goggles, which to me is evidence of those Illuminati Nephilim bloodlines that they could see these things. Their reality was not the same as our reality. So there's that. But this technology that I want to show you in these night vision goggles that the military was experimenting with over half a century ago was a completely different technology. It was actually a combination technology. It had 2 or 3 different types of technology all woven together to get the effect that these soldiers witnessed. And I believe this is the technology that holds the key to both what the people in the Gothic region were seeing in their reality that was just part of their biological makeup, and also holds the key to what these realm walkers are experiencing, because they are experiencing dark realms. When they are tuned into that state, it's, how people report the astral, that they see the city of night and they see this entire other reality. And when you listen to them explain it, they explain that it is a layer of this reality. So it's a shift. It's literally a paradigm shift, a dark shift that is biological, where I believe they are seeing the same thing that the descendants of the Nephilim see. Many people have said in the UFO community for years and years, going back to the 1970s, around the time that these goggles were beta tested in Vietnam, several whistleblowers from those underground bases after the Roswell crash have come out and said that we got technologies like fiber optics and night vision goggles from these, quote, aliens, which we know are the Nephilim. They're the demon spawn. This is the frequency they see in. This is the frequency they live in. It's the frequency of Tartarus, the Tartarian Empire. See what I'm saying? That's why we see gargoyles and monsters and demons all over their architecture, because that's the world they lived in. Even though, for a brief season, like the records of the Hyperboreans, a dark age, if you will, they overlapped with us in this density. And we could perceive them, and they could perceive us, just like we can perceive bats, and they can perceive us, but we'll never see the world the same way. Just watch this clip about the night vision goggles and tell me, does this not sound exactly like all of these gargoyles and entities that we see depicted on the Gothic cathedrals and in the Gothic art?
So my father did 3 tours in the Vietnam War. And in his second tour, he was advanced enough in rank, and he was there, I think, 11 or 12 months. And when he was in country at that point, he was he's always been a field officer, and came up in the military through the Korean War and a battlefield commission. And so, the military likes guys like him, and they let him be in charge of a couple of different projects. One of the projects that he was in charge of at the time was this technology that they introduced into Vietnam that almost brought the war to a standstill. Wow. And this technology was a night vision goggle, but it's not night vision as we have it now, okay? Because the night vision goggle was done in the red spectrum. And so when my father came back from Vietnam...
You mean infrared or...
No. I'll explain.
Ordinary red.
Oh, ordinary red. Okay. So instead of seeing... When you look at a night vision goggles now, you see green. Everything is translated into green for you. And human eye sees green, more colors, shades of green than any other color.
So that's clever then.
Correct. But see, here's the thing. It started off as red. And so the night vision goggles were introduced to helicopter pilots and gunnery people in Vietnam. And I won't hesitate as to I won't guess as to which year it was that they introduced them, but my father was part of this initial experiment with the troops that he commanded. And it was a disaster because the image was presented in red pixels, not green. And because of the technology being used at that time, it created very interesting effects that they could not deal with. So you had some officers that were part of this cadre or this cohort of other officers that were all testing these new technologies for the military that had their troops always use these goggles. And those units became self-destructive. They went down in a horrid situation. My father was extremely practical, didn't want to see himself get destroyed in any way, wanted to return and get out. So as soon as he saw what's going on with these goggles, he had his people take them off. And he actually got praise from the military for the way that he dealt with all of this. But the effect was this. A gunner in a helicopter would have no problem using these goggles, and only everything is showing up as a sort of a faint reddish image. And it was true night vision the way we have it now, and even a greater depth, because you could also flip it and get an extra layer that was sort of yellowish that would be heat signatures as well. And they don't have those combined anymore in these goggles. Anyway, the goggles that were presented to the gunners, and my father tells the story of the very first time they're out with them, and they're flying along, and he's in the front of the helicopter with the pilot. And all of a sudden, in a very peaceful area, not anything going on at all, the gunner in his on the starboard side of his helicopter starts firing wildly at their height, not at anything on the ground, but at an area that he was shooting at, and basically causing other helicopters in their little flotilla to have to react. And my father goes on back to the gunner, basically demanding, "What the hell, dude? What are you shooting at?" and the kid is just sweating profusely, and his eyes are just dilated beyond belief. And my dad thought he was dealing with another heroin addict, but this was before it had gotten really bad in Vietnam, and the kid was not exhibiting those kind of symptoms. He was reacting to what he had seen. And he's describing to my father that he was shooting at these basically flying demons that were flying alongside the helicopter. And he knew they were coming to get him because they were gesturing at him and they could see him. And so he reacted, and he started shooting his Bren gun, big 50 caliber slugs at these things, right? And they were flying along right next to the helicopter, so he's firing out directly from the helicopter, and there are other helicopters in the vicinity, so it caused all kinds of problems. And this goes on repeatedly, week after week after week. Every time they try and use these night vision goggles, at some point they encounter monsters, true monsters. Now, officers had been told not to wear these. Okay, the pilots were told not to wear them. But my dad put them on to see what the hell was going on, and to hear him describe it, it was like being in the worst kind of a demonic gothic hell. That you'd look out at the tops of trees and you'd see these creatures with big wings and claws and everything come flying off of the tops of the trees. But you take the goggles off and there's not even a disturbance in the fog above the canopy of the trees, right?
They're perceiving into an aspect of consciousness.
Correct.
Another dimension.
And it was tied to the red image. As soon as they went to green, all of this kind of stuff disappeared.
Of course. And we don't have time.
Yeah, I know.
Me studying Pythagoreanism and vibrations, we could speak a lot about this, but let's not even go there. But one question: are these connected to the modern night vision goggles people used to see UFOs,
Correct.
Third generation or whatever they're called? Is this the same technology?
It's the same technology. It's just that the translation is done through a different phase alignment, and we're not seeing everything that the goggles could show you.
And they don't connect it to heat signatures either, right? Organic.
They don't do that, and then they also don't do it with a red display. Now, the red aspect of it is interesting because the green display comes from electrons, not photons, okay? And it comes from an electron transmission.
That keeps it more material.
Exactly. And at this stage, though, in Vietnam, when they introduced them, it was brief. The whole project lasted about 60 days, and then it was all canceled. And the people
of course, it was so impractical.
Correct. I mean, your flotilla is shooting at each other, right?
Suddenly they had a new enemy.
Now, also, listening to how that gunner reacted when he was shooting at something that wasn't there, that was flying around him, doesn't that also sound like what these vaccine spinners are seeing? That, nobody else can see it, but they've obviously been augmented. I mean, in my opinion, look at them. Look at this. So just think about this augmented humanity, that they can't take the night vision goggles off. They can't take the VR off because it's been augmented in their body. Okay, now this next clip about this different kind of goggles and technology is interesting, because if there are synthetics among us, bodies that were genetically engineered, like in the Linda Moulton Howe alien abductee, bodies that are specifically created to house this AI nanoswarm, this artificial spirit, and they are not real. They're synthetics. Or I guess the old school term is organic robotoids. But this concept is different because it reportedly could tell the difference between who's a synthetic and who is real.
You won't believe what's behind the story of these weird-looking blue goggles. And this is a subject which has the least amount of search results on Google that I've ever seen for any other theory or conspiracy. So in the early 1900s, a guy named Walter Kilner, who you can't even find a picture of him on Google, developed a sort of dye from coal tar. So he took this collodion-coated dye-treated glass plates and put Dicenian dye, that's the thing from the coal tar, in the middle of this glass. And the story goes that with these glasses, you can see outside of the normal range of visible light. All of a sudden your eyeballs can detect different wavelengths and frequencies of light. And it's said to have enabled the user to see people's auras. And you could see how strong or how weak someone's aura is, which is the electromagnetic field that we all emanate, at least normal humans do. But where this gets a little crazy, it's said that Walter Kilner, when he wore these glasses in public, not everyone had an aura. Not just a weak aura, but no aura at all. You remember the movie They Live? When he puts on glasses and he can see the aliens in the crowd that normally without the glasses just look like normal humans? Some say this movie was actually based on the events of Dicenian glass. And then, of course, Walter's place gets raided and all of his equipment confiscated, and this gets totally buried and no one knows anything about it to this day, except for a couple stories floating around the internet. So I'm going to try to get some Dicenium and make my own Dicenium glasses, and I'll see ya and see if you're real.
Now, although I think that technology is absolutely real and hidden, I don't think you're going to get the original recipe by getting aura glasses on eBay or anything like that. I think it's similar to the night vision goggles that you can get now. You can get night vision goggles and they are amazing and even can pick up UFOs. That's for real. But they're still nowhere close to those multi-layered mixed technology night vision goggles that were beta tested during Vietnam that could flat out see another dimension. From what I understand about the originals, which all of his records were confiscated during the raid, but from what I understand, they incorporated some of the technology that we now see in Kirlian photography. And the evidence that this isn't the same, that it's just not electrons and light refracting and stuff, the evidence that this technology really is seeing another aspect of self, another dimension of all living things, is the mystery or anomaly of the phantom leaf, which is that you can cut part of a leaf off or cut a leaf in half and then use the Kirlian photography to take a picture of it, and its spirit will still be there. So the quote aura photographed by Kirlian photography will show the entire leaf, even if you destroy its body in this density. So that's similar to a living human, that we have a soul and spirit from God. We are three-dimensional, body, soul, and spirit. So even though we have a body here, you can kill the body, but we're still alive because this isn't all of us, This is just one density of us, one dimension of us. So that is the difference. The organic robotoids are just a body. They're literally just an avatar. They're a body. They're an organic robotoid. They do not have that aspect of self that is life itself. Jesus Christ says, I am the way, the truth, and the life. I am the Holy Spirit. He is the life. They just don't have that. So from what I understand, his original technology did work and could differentiate who was actually human, who was an actual descendant of Adam. Israel, who is real. And in fact, I believe that's exactly why the men in black in those early days, the men in black always wore those dark glasses. And likewise until recently, all of the Secret Service, they all had these dark sunglasses. I mean, now it has split off and it's so compartmentalized that only the deep state, the cult, knows about that technology. You're not going to find any FBI guys or Secret Service guys like protecting regular politicians these days wearing that technology. But from what I understand, that's where the whole dark sunglasses thing originated from. It was the men in black wearing this technology. I've also heard multiple prophetic dreams and visions over the years from people who they don't understand why, and they all say that when they tell their testimony. They're like, I don't know how they did it, but they said that in the tribulation, during the Great Tribulation, they were shown that the Christians could not hide from the beast system, from the Antichrist and these hive mind transhumans, that they could tell just by looking at you if you were one of them. So there were like multiple testimonies of, say, people being in a shopping center or a flea market type setting, because it was like after an economic collapse or something. And in the crowd, the people who took the mark of the beast would look at them and ostracize them. So it wasn't just even about being able to use digital currency that they weren't allowed to buy and sell, but the people in these cities who were all hive mind, they would not buy or sell or help anybody who glowed, anybody who had life, anybody who was a Christian. And I remember another one where they said they were in the concentration camps. They were being separated out, all the prisoners of war after the invasion. They just rounded everybody up. But then when they got to the camps, they separated out the Christians specifically by looking for the ones who glowed. So I thought all of that was interesting. You can take it or leave it, but it's interesting, right? Similarly, you know, a lot of people report phantom limb syndrome. Amputees, people who have had a limb amputated, they report that they can still feel it. And we were just talking about that in the Stranger Things video about aspects of self or dimensions of self. And even if one body is destroyed on one level, that doesn't kill all the dimensions of yourself. Which also sort of in a roundabout way plays into these realm walkers and what they are reporting and what everybody reports. This actually happened to my own son. And it's happened to me before, and it's happened to tons of people. But like when I have encountered some of these entities in dream state, then I will wake up with physical evidence of that in this dimension. So there is some overlap. For example, my heart surgery. I told you guys years ago about what really happened in the dream state. These like 6 demons came down my hallway, and it was right after my brother had died of heart failure, and I had seen them. I had seen them in the astral going into the hospital. Not just them, but thousands of these. They were like pewter colored looking metallic, and they were like hybrids. They were like centaurs and satyrs and stuff like that, like half animal, half human. And they were all going into the hospital. And I had the understanding that they were the things that were making everybody sick who were in the hospital. Like they were going to work. But while I was watching all of these thousands of demons in the hospital parking lot going in the astral, one of them turned around and looked at me. He saw me see him. He knew I could see him. Similar to that military guy, that gunner in the Vietnam War, who said that gargoyle or dragon or whatever looked at him and recognized that he could see them, and then they turned and came after him. Well, that happened to me. So after I saw that, and then after my brother died and everything, I don't know, it was probably within a week. It was the first week. It was probably like 3 days. These things who saw me see them at the hospital parking lot came down my hallway 2 by 2 in rows. There was either 6 or 8 of them. And they were, the one in front was the leader, and it was a satyr. It was a short-haired goat person. And she was a woman, but she was very androgynous. And her horns, it wasn't like you'd think goat man, like big old horns, were like little nubby ones like you would see in the ancient art. Anyway, so they come down my hallway and started threatening me and said, "You're next," and stuck their finger in my chest. And I immediately woke up from that, quote, dream. And yeah, my heart was going crazy all over the place. I had to go to the emergency room, and that's when I ended up having the heart surgery. Another time I woke up and had bruises on my arm that were obvious handprints. You could see the fingers. And it was a deep bruise, not just like a red mark that went away. No, it was like someone had drugged me by my arm with all my body weight hanging off my arm. Like it was that bad of a bruise, and it was exactly a handprint. And it was right after that I had this picture on the screen with the black shadow person in my bed. That's my arm right there. And my son actually took these pictures. So I was going through this thing but couldn't see anything. But my little toddler son liked to play with my phone. And so, you know, he was always going through the house, taking pictures of his cartoons and his stuffed animals and stuff. So he came in, he was standing around my bed, walking around, taking pictures while I was going through this, because I was in bed for like 2 weeks. I could not get up. Chronic fatigue was an understatement. And the pain, just like fibromyalgia is what they called it, but it felt like biting and pinching and stabbing and stinging, unbearable. And of course, I knew I was under spiritual attack because I was the one who had just had the astral experiences with these things, who came in and told me it was my turn, that they were going to freaking kill me. And then I could see all these things for days. I could see these lights and orbs flying around my room. I saw shadow people. And when I would pray, I prayed incessantly, and I would see like a white force field come up on both sides of me, like two, almost like guardian angels. And it was lightning white, like a white I haven't seen on this earth, like lightning white. And it would come up on both sides of me and just kind of step forward a few feet forward in front of me. And then I would get relief. But this went on for at least 2 weeks. I could not get out of bed. But this particular day that my son took all of these pictures in my bedroom, I wasn't seeing anything. I was just laying there being tormented. I could feel it, but I didn't see any of this stuff with the naked eye. It wasn't until I was going through the pictures on my camera later and saw that all those pictures he took that day had all of this stuff in them. Multiple entities, multiple orbs. I got dogpiled. I am not even kidding. And of course, my ex, he wasn't saved or anything. I don't know, some of these demons might have been attached to him. He had like the sleep paralysis and things like that. But these things that got on me that night, they dogpiled me. I felt like I was being torn apart. And there was nobody to pray for me or help me because, obviously my ex, you see his situation. He thinks his name's freaking Natasha now. He couldn't help me. And my son at that time was only, I don't know, maybe 3 years old or 4 years old. So I was basically alone in the house fighting this spiritual battle with these things that had me pinned down in my bed. And everybody thought I was crazy. My ex thought I was crazy because I was literally praying around the clock by myself to get out from under this thing. I had Brother Carlos on YouTube on a loop. I would pray for 4 hours straight, casting these things off. And I desperately needed help. But, my ex, he would not help me. In fact, he worked with the demons against me, gaslighting me. So it was a real godsend that my son took all of those pictures in my room so that some of the other people in my family believed me after they saw the pictures. I'll just play the first minute or two of this video because I put a few of the clips in there. They're not remarkable, but this was really happening to me. It was remarkable to me. I was living through it. But see these streaks? People who say that these are dust. At shutter speed, the shutter speed from a camera, you're telling me that these things zipping around this fast, that's dust? Dude, it wasn't a tornado in my room. It felt like one, but these things were flying around everywhere. But some of the pictures I don't have in this video. It's mostly just orbs and shadow people and stuff in the pictures I put in that video. But there were pictures, and I still have the camera around here somewhere. There were pictures of these imp-like creatures on my legs. And oh, how my legs ached. Oh, they ached so bad. You know how when you have like shin splints, that sort of pain? It was like that sort of pain, only in multiple spots up and down my legs. You know what? I'm going to go back and try to find those pictures on that camera and show you those because those were really creepy. They remind me of that one picture that I chose for the thumbnail of the Black Awakening. You know what? Let me go back and see if I can find. Let me zoom back here. Okay, in this picture, I turned the brightness all the way up so you could see it. But see, this is my face. So my head would go like straight down like that. And my chin's like over here kind of out of the side of the picture. That's just the very side of my face. But see this big ball, this big fleshy looking thing here? That's obviously not my face. I don't have a, that would have to be the size of a softball or a little bigger, about the size of a softball. That thing on the side of my face was the things that were all up and down my legs. You could see them. They were about maybe 8 inches tall. They looked like imps. They looked like little imps, little gargoyle-looking humanoid. You know what? I told you they looked like that picture. Let me find that picture. Here, like this thing. They looked like this thing, and about that size. Maybe 8 inches. I don't know, about 8 inches tall. Some of them look like maybe 12 inches. Some a little smaller, like 6. They didn't have floppy ears, though. But pretty much the rest of this kind of humanoid looking, but also gargoyle-y looking. And they were biting into me. I mean, it was like having a bunch of baby vampires on me. It was like, I mean, they were stuck on me like barnacles on a whale. I'm not kidding. You should, I'm going to find those pictures and show you guys. But they were flesh colored. They weren't like black, like the shadow people things that I saw in the room. They weren't black. They were fleshy, peachy color. Here, I looked and looked and looked. And this was the closest picture I could find to them. So that when I say gargoyle, I don't mean wings. These didn't have wings or anything. They were like little imps. They looked about like this, except just a little more peachy flesh tone colored. And they were like little vampires or something. They were just stuck on my legs, and I had that aching feeling all up and down my legs, like, like a shin splint, only all up and down my legs. They call it fibromyalgia, but I could see it in the pictures. I could see what it was. I didn't know what it was until I saw the pictures, and I could see them on there. And I think that's also what caused the chronic fatigue syndrome. I was absolutely being drained. And you know what? It reminds me of an episode the Paranormal Roundtable did, talking about these 2 boys that encountered something in this house they lived in. And it was feeding off of them, and it did the same thing on their legs. Not on their neck, like you would think a Hollywood movie. It was coming in at night and feeding off of their legs.
It's a scary time we're living in. And now there's a story that goes back a long ways. And in Hong Kong, for whatever reason, it's really a very common theme. And it is called the Jiangshi. Now, the Jiangshi is called the hopping ghost or the vampire ghost. Anyway, he's like, so our house was on top of another house. And he's like, and so the people that lived down below us, they were always arguing and fighting. And there was all kinds of weird stuff going on. There were all kinds of weird people coming and going. And then one day they find the guy dead, the guy that lived below them. And the wife was arrested for his murder. She swore to her innocence, and she was eventually put on trial, but then she was released because there was no evidence to say that she had killed this guy. He said that he doesn't know if this is what caused the haunting or whatever, but shortly after his death, and he said it didn't happen immediately. It was like a couple weeks. Weird stuff started happening. He said that one day his mother was drinking tea, and the glass just shattered, and it was like a little ceramic teacup, whatever.
Yeah.
Another time there was like a saucer cup or a cup on a saucer, and the saucer just began to shake and vibrate, and then it spun out from underneath the teacup, and that fell over. His dad was not a superstitious man, and he was a hardworking guy, and he worked all the time, and he said, we're not going to entertain the idea that there's some ghost, right? Well, then a couple days later, he hears his mother screaming in the bedroom, and his dad was working until late that night. And he said he runs into the bedroom with his younger brother, and they see this. The only way he could describe it was like this black mass, like rolling around on the bed, trying to grab his mother. And they were like these sort of like arms, as he called them, but they were more like tentacles with little phalanges on the end, trying to grab her. And she was like trying to get loose. And it was like weird. He goes, it was like some invisible force was keeping her on the bed. And so finally it got loose, and they screamed and yelled and whatever, and they started saying all these prayers, and eventually it let go, and this thing kind of sunk into the bed. So then she went to her husband and said, look, there's something going on. I don't want to deal with this. We need to get the hell out of this house. And she was very like superstitious, where he was not. It was like polar opposites. And he said, well, this is happening to you because you believe in it. He's like, and then the next thing that happened, like he was in the kitchen with his mother and like all the cabinets began opening and closing at one time. And he said it didn't go like on and on, but it was just like real quick. They were sitting there and then it was just bang, 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 bang. And then it stopped. And then he said that, he goes, at that point, he goes, me and my brother were just living in terror of whatever the hell was going to come next. And he said that eventually it led to his brother complaining, his brother's a couple years younger than him, that something was coming into the room at night when he was trying to sleep and it was biting him. And he showed his brother and he said that there were bite marks on his chest, on the back of his shoulder, on his foot, and on his leg. And he said that eventually, he said, I woke up and I had like what looked like a bite mark, the human-like bite mark, but with like pronounced puncture wounds of like canine teeth or whatever on my arm. And he said, so I decided, one night I was going to stay up, because I was just sick and tired of having these weird dreams. I kept having these dreams of this weird, like ghoulish looking thing coming into the room. And he goes, and I thought it was just a dream. It was just dreams, right? And he said, eventually I stayed up and I waited and I watched. And he goes, and one of the ways that you can catch the hopping ghost is they put a bowl of water down in front of the door. He goes, well, I learned that if this was the hopping ghost, most of the stories were actually bullcrap. He's like, this thing came into the room, floated into the room. The water was not even an obstacle at all. It just went around it. He's like, but I observed it. He goes, and I watched it. He goes, and for night after night after night, I was staying up. And he goes, and I wasn't in school at that time. We were off from school. And so I was like sitting there watching this thing. And he goes, I was staring at it, with my head just above the covers. He goes, and I didn't know what to say. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to scream. He goes, and it floated over to my brother, and immediately, like, it bent down like this weird angle. It did not bend its knees. He said it just bent itself at the waist and began to, like, bite his feet. He goes, and my brother just started to kind of kick and twitch, but didn't really, like, he didn't wake up and protest and scream and yell or whatever. It was like he wasn't even aware that he was being attacked. Now, if you know anything about the vampire bat, it actually does that. Like, it actually will sit there and bite a cow or a horse.
Its saliva has like a numbing tendency.
It stops, it numbs it in, then it has this agent that stops your blood from coagulating, so it just keeps flowing, and it drinks its fill, and it flies away, and the animal doesn't even know that it's been bit. So it's really crazy. So he says this thing maybe was the same way. He goes, I don't know. He's like, but I observed it, like, biting my brother's feet. And I was just like, I was in shock and in terror, and I wanted to scream. He goes, and finally, he goes, my brother began to, like, kind of whimper and make this noise like it was hurting him, but he wasn't waking up. He goes, and so I grabbed a pillow and tossed it at this ghoul. He goes, and this thing's head just, like, turned real quick toward me, like, He goes, and it just, like, looked real fast. And it was like this real weird, like, very, like, quick, very deliberate movement. Like, its head just kind of turned toward him. And he said he saw this yellow eyes with these black slits in the middle of them. And he said that this thing's nose was like, there was no nose. It was like the nose was cut off. And so it just began to just glide over to him. And the next thing you know, it's like grabbing his leg and trying to bite his leg. He goes, and when I went to scream, he said this thing moved its hand, lifted it up, and, like, I couldn't make any noise. And he goes, the whole time I was, like, with my mouth open, trying to talk, trying to scream, and nothing was coming out. There was no sound at all. He's like, and this pale, kind of yellowish looking, like, decaying, rotting looking thing, like, just began to, like, drink my blood right in front of me. I could not stop it. There was nothing I could do. And it was right out of my left calf. And he said I was sitting there just staring at it in horror. And then he goes, and then I began to feel drowsy, and I tried to fight it, but I couldn't stay awake, and I fell to sleep. He said the next day I have this, like, bruise on my leg, and there's this bite marks.
Okay, so aren't the similarities interesting? It's not exactly what I went through, obviously, but sort of in the same realm of creatures. She had the black shadow guy thing in her bed. I had the black shadow guy thing in my bed. and then the vampire things feeding on their legs, the vampire things feeding on my legs. And I hope the Biden pictures didn't detract from the seriousness of the issue. I just thought that's so funny. God's so funny that here I am working right on this segment of the video after, 60 hours of work on this video. I'm right on this segment of this video with these two clips, my story and the story from Paranormal Roundtable. I just couldn't resist. I had to put it in there. I thought it was too funny. Although this is not a funny subject. That's what I want to point out. I hope it didn't, detract from the seriousness of this issue. Because like the introduction all the way back at the entity, the beginning of this series, the whole point of this is the next level spiritual warfare. We are going into next level spiritual warfare. And the church isn't ready, you guys. I want to say that some people aren't ready. No, hardly anybody's ready. I threw up. I'm not kidding. I threw up when I saw the seriousness of the situation, the seriousness of what is coming upon the earth. When we have a church, organized religion, the mega churches, a lot of the regular churches, though, who they don't even believe in the gifts of the Spirit. They're like, oh, well, that was something for just the apostles. And they completely do not even believe the Bible. All of the supernatural stuff in the Bible about demons and healings and multiplying food and walking on water. And they completely are like, oh, well, we're just not going to talk about that. We just want to dress up and go to our social club once a week and, sing 3 songs and listen to the message as if most of the messages are actually a message from the throne of God. I mean, God is out here. I'm out here delivering a message right now. Revelation is flowing, revelation that is needed to equip the saints for this era. We are in a spiritual war, and this thing is ramping up. And people in the lost don't know what's happening. The people who are being augmented into these lower frequency dimensions, they don't know what's happening. Their parents don't know what's happening. And the church is supposed to be the one with the message from God, the leader. But the church doesn't seem to even know what's happening. So I don't want to detract from the seriousness of the message, because next level spiritual warfare is not only coming, it is upon us. And it is time that we stop self-censoring about these events we have been through in our life, because this was our training. If you've been through hell and back, well, you've been trained. Congratulations. You graduated boot camp. And if you're still here to hear my voice, then you did graduate. And you know what's coming. You know that spiritual warfare is real, and it's okay to talk about it. We're done self-censoring because we have to equip the saints. The churches are not doing it. So the remnant body of Christ must speak up, tell the truth, and equip the saints for what is coming upon the earth. It's next level. And knowing the intensity of the battles that I have had to fight my way through just to be here alive to bring this message to you, to think that it's going to be next level from this, yeah, people aren't going to, it ain't going to be pretty if people don't get the full armor of God on. Seriously, these things will tear people to shreds if they don't know how to enter into spiritual warfare. Namely, and primarily, if they don't have Jesus Christ. They don't stand a chance. They literally do not stand a chance in hell without Jesus Christ and the covering of the Holy Spirit. It's just like the gal who just gave the testimony, the prophetic dream and vision about the embodiment of the Antichrist. That when they put the spirit in this genetically engineered body, that it destroyed everybody instantly, but she was protected because she was covered in the Holy Spirit. So it is our duty and our calling out of love to get this message out to the lost and to equip the saints who are in dead churches who aren't really getting a message from the throne. They're just getting a sermon. Okay, I just want to play the last few seconds of that Paranormal Roundtable story because it kind of segues me into a line of thought that I want to introduce.
And he said that it was just the most bizarre looking creature ever. And he said that it had this little cap on its head with like these like braids, like these like ponytails on either side of its head, right? And he said that about 2 weeks after the initial attack, when it started happening regularly to him, and him and his brother both, he said, I'm pretty sure at this point, that we were both anemic, like this thing had been draining our blood.
Yeah.
He goes, and we were falling asleep and we couldn't stay awake and our parents were getting worried. And we kept telling our parents that there was this creature that was coming into our rooms.
Okay, so this brings us back, ties us all the way back into the hidden history of what was going on in the Dark Ages. Now, when I talk about the Dark Ages, I'm generally speaking from about 500 AD to like the 1700s, right up about until the founding of the United States, which was also the same year as the founding of the Illuminati in Bavaria. Something seems to have gone on between about the 6th century up to about the 18th century. And one of the main hidden topics of that era is alchemy, the alchemists. They were working on sciences with ancient technology that have been completely censored from the historical record. And one of the greatest mysteries of those alchemists is the Philosopher's Stone, which was used for many things. But what I want to talk about here is immortality, the immortality projects that we see Silicon Valley is working on in our generation. But when we're talking about vampires and all of the legends of vampires, something was achieved. And it obviously did not turn out well, because all of the immortals, aside from like Count Saint Germain, most of the other immortals were monsters, they said. And at the very same time, we have these stories about the rabbi who created the Golem of Prague. And we discussed this story before, back in the nanoswarms and sentient mist videos, where we talked about these shadow people and how they were, well, the Golem, for one, the story of the Golem was that when he removed the thing from its head that held it together, it fell to the ground in particles, that it covered the attic in dust. That it wasn't, how they make it out, oh, it's a big dumb hunk of clay, a golem. No, that's not the story of what was going on in Prague, which coincidentally would be located right here on my forest groves, my Groves of Witch Covens map. Actually, probably right about here where the eye on Bohemia is. So right up here in the Czech Republic. But, you see the Bohemian forest and the Bavarian forest. So right here from this same region of these witch covens, we have these stories about experiments with immortality, which brings us back to the Philosopher's Stone even, because that's one of the lesser reported. Everybody thinks gold, gold, money, 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 but properties, here we go, and the creation of clones, and the creation of a clone or homunculus. But anyway, all in the same era, we have the witch trials. Then we have these stories of this Hasidic Jew creating this soulless golem creature out of particles. Then we have the stories of the Philosopher's Stone and these experiments with immortality and clones. Then we have all of the legends of these immortal, quote, vampires that have to drink blood for energy. And in our modern high technology, right, what do we see? That they say 6G inside the body, that our blood cells can power these nanoswarms. And all that leads me back to the satanic cult, the Sabbateans, during that same era. So it's probably just a coincidence that we have all of these stories of these underground, ancient mystery schools and alchemists creating basically immortal blood-drinking vampires. And then we have a simultaneous story, which now is blood libel. The ADL won't let you say anything about it, that there were rumors that there was a cult from within a branch of the Jewish religion that was doing blood rituals and drinking blood, and they don't know what they were using the blood for. There were a couple of reports we know about the Passover and the matzah bread and stuff, but from my research, that's kind of a cover-up. It just comes from about 4 articles, which were actually written by the Frankists It's like if we were in the future reading MSNBC, you know, what they say about us, that we're all terrorists and it's like that. It was the Frankists who were blaming everybody else. And I think this plays a large part of why so many of the records were scrubbed from that era, because it's so muddy now. Who can figure it out? Like, here's a 2007 book, and it says, to separate themselves from what they claimed to be normative Jewish practice, the Frankists were the good guys, and they said they did not accept the Talmud's authority. Centuries after the Frankists, quote, exposed Jews for ritually using Christian children's blood, this professor says there's a similar claim with a twist, and this is about the Ashkenazi Jews. So they were saying during the medieval period, it was actually the Ashkenazi Jews. So, the waters are pretty muddy, but I just wanted to point out that there absolutely was a satanic cult that had infiltrated Judaism and then split up and infiltrated Islam and even infiltrated the Catholic Church. And if you don't know anything about that, please go back into the last video and there's an entire segment on it. But this is what I was getting to with Paranormal Roundtable. You can see here on the screen the connection from the Jewish yarmulke, and then they still wear it. The whole Catholic hierarchy wears the Jewish yarmulke. So that's the part of the Paranormal Roundtable story that I found interesting. They said that this vampire, this shadow man vampire, wore the little hat with the ponytails on the side. And does that not sound exactly like the Hasidic Jews, like they were recording back in the Dark Ages?
And he said that it was just the most bizarre looking creature ever. And he said that it had this little cap on its head with like these like braids, like these like ponytails on either side of its head.
And it's not just the yarmulke ponytails on the side, shadow people. One of the most infamous and common shadow people, demonic intruders, is called Hat Man, who is always described as wearing a hat and a long coat. So is it a coincidence? Who always wears a hat and a long coat? I mean, there's just no denying that Hat Man always resembles the Hasidic Jews. The hat and the long coat. And there's lots of interesting stories around Hat Man that aren't just like, oh, a ghost came in and terrorized me. No, it's like almost like a secret spy sort of ghost. For example, there are lots of reports of Hat Man like going into people's storage units looking for something, going through things in people's houses, coming to watch or check on people in their houses. Who are, quote, targeted individuals. There was this one, and this guy had an ancient sort of witchcraft book, a mystery school type book from his grandpa. His grandpa had died, and it was in his grandpa's storage stuff. And this Hat Man was seen going into the storage stuff, looking through all of his papers and everything, trying to find this witchcraft book, this, mystery school ancient technology book. And the kid, I mean, he doesn't report it in the text of the Golem of Prague and the Hasidic Jew history with the alchemy and all of this that I'm talking about. He was just telling his story. Like, I saw this ghost, it was a Hat Man, and it was looking for this book. And then this mysterious guy came and visited my house afterwards. He seemed to know that I had taken the book out of the storage. He was saying stuff there's no way he could have known. So again, I have a whole section on Hat Man that I will do in the next video, but I just wanted to toss out this food for thought, foreshadow that, because I think this is what's going on. When you talk about the Israeli spy network, isn't it interesting that this sort of goes along with what Arizona Wilder was saying in the first video, The Entity? That she said her MK Ultra, her satanic ritual abuse, that they taught her how to disembody, that they would actually bring her to the brink of death so that she would have a near-death experience and be disembodied, and then they taught her to move objects beyond remote viewing. The first thing she was taught was remote viewing, but then they wanted her not just to disembody and be able to go and snoop around and spy on people, but to actually be able to move objects like a poltergeist, to be able to influence this world, this dimension, while disembodied. And she said she did that. She said they kept doing it to her until she was able to pick up the pencil and stuff as, you know, what we would perceive as a ghost. So just think about that. If our CIA and MK Ultra projects were working on this sort of disembodied remote viewing and that type of thing, why would it be so weird to think that the Israeli intelligence agencies would also have engaged in similar studies? And like I've said before, I think the paranormal community, or parts of the paranormal community, are misinterpreting people who get these encounters all the time as, quote, experiencers, as if they have some sort of spiritual gift that they can see or something like that, when I believe that people who get these experiences all the time are targeted individuals. And all of these entities work for a singular agenda, which I have more testimonies about that coming up. But for me personally, I can tell you it has not been a gift. It has not been a gift that I have had to battle and encounter these types of things throughout my life. And for people who say silly things like, oh, people would just make that up for attention and stuff. Nobody wants this kind of attention because you're so isolated. There's nobody you can tell about it. Your own family will look at you like you're crazy. Literally, your own family will. And I haven't even shared 1/100th of the paranormal experiences I've had in my life on this channel. I haven't even told my cryptid stories or my bluff charge story or what happened after the orb that I saw in the backyard, the rest of that. I mean, it's endless. And Hat Man is one of those stories, and that's scary. I did not see him. My son saw him, and my son was only about probably 6 years old, maybe 7 years old, and he came and told me, Mom, there was a black man in the kitchen. And I'm like, there was a black man in the kitchen? And he's like, a shadow, not a person, a shadow. And I'm like, oh, a shadow man. Well, what did he look like? And, you know, he told me, described him to me, and he was a hat man. He said he was a shadow man. He had a hat on with a big brim, and he had a long coat on, and he was like a person, but he was just a shadow. And he said he saw him walk through our kitchen and out into the garage. So that was it. But that's scary because my son wouldn't lie about that. He had never seen or heard anything about a hat man or anything like that. I mean, he was at 6 or 7 years old. He was just like watching Paw Patrol or Peppa Pig or something. He had never heard anything about this. And he exactly described a hat man. And that's no small deal to me because, like I said, I have had actual injuries that put me in the hospital after encounters with these things. It really is a battle. And I don't know why God allows that sometimes. I think maybe it is for our training because we won't believe it. If we were completely protected and never experienced these things, just like he gives so many people visions of hell, that if we didn't know, then we wouldn't know. And that's something that Tucker Carlson was talking about in his demonic encounter, that it sucks that he went through it, but it was actually that made him believe in the spiritual realities. So going along with my message that this thing is going to the next level, I think it's timely that both Tucker Carlson and Alex Jones both come out with their demon encounters, their spiritual warfare encounters right now, this week.
Do you think the presence of evil is kickstarting people to wonder about the good?
That's what happened to me.
That's what happened to you?
Oh, yeah. I had a direct experience with it.
In the milieu of journalism or just...
Nope, in my bed at night, and I got attacked while I was asleep with my wife and 4 dogs in the bed and mauled. Physically mauled.
In a spiritual attack by a demon?
Yeah, by a demon. Or by something unseen that left...
Is that right?
Claw marks on my sides, on my...
So it left physical marks?
Oh, they're still there. Yeah. A year and a half ago.
Was your wife terrified? I know you were.
I wasn't. I was totally confused. I woke up and I couldn't breathe and I thought I was going to suffocate. And I walked around outside and then I walked in and my wife and dogs had not woken up and they're very light sleepers. And then I had these terrible pains
on my rib cage and on my shoulder, and I was just in my boxer shorts, and I went and flipped on the light in the bathroom, and I had 4 claw marks on either side underneath my arms and on my left shoulder, and they're bleeding.
Wait, they were bleeding?
They were bleeding, yeah. No, they're actual claw marks. And I sleep on my side, so I wasn't clawing myself. I don't have long nails. And they didn't fit my hands anyway. But yeah, that happened. So I'm not from a world where things like that happen. I never heard of anything like that happening before. I had no idea what that was. I knew it was spiritual immediately.
You did? Okay, that was gonna be my question.
Yeah. I don't understand to this day. I'm not gonna put it more.
You didn't try to refute the spiritual part in your own mind. You went right into the
Well, it didn't make any sense, and it doesn't now. But I'm not from a, what do they call it, faith tradition that talks about things like that or even acknowledges their existence. Like, there's nothing like that. I've never heard anybody say anything like that in my whole life.
What was the next day like?
Well, the next morning I woke up and I thought, that was the weirdest dream I've ever had. And then I saw blood on my sheets and I realized that was not a dream at all. I called my assistant, who was like the only evangelical Christian I know, well enough to call with something bizarre like that, totally bizarre like that. And she said, oh yeah, no, that happens. Yeah, people are attacked in their bed by demons. What? What are you even talking about? Yeah. So, I'm not leaving anything out, and I'm not pretending to understand that. I can only say what happened to me, and that did happen to me. And then I was seized with this very intense desire to read the Bible, which I then started without any study aids or anything. I bought a Bible that didn't have any. I'm not interested in editorializing in the Bible. I just want to read it and see what's in there myself. I have very low levels of trust for Christian pastors, most of whom, I'm just not a fan at all. And sorry to say that, but that's how I feel. And so I don't want to hear other people's opinions. I just want to see what's in there. And so I spent 1.5 years reading it, and then I started rereading it. And it was just a transformative experience for me, but I'm not, holding myself out as someone from whom you could get theological advice, because I'm
sure,
not.
Of course.
I don't know. I don't understand any of it. But yeah, that happened.
God allowed the demon?
I have no idea what happened. All I know is I was dead asleep with my wife and dogs, and I woke up with claw marks on my rib cage underneath my arms, and it didn't even make sense. My arms would, anyway, whatever. No one has to believe me. I don't care.
It doesn't matter.
But that happened to me, and so I just was like, wow, that's real. Whatever that is, I'm even not sure what it is.
But very real. And so then that presence of that evil launches something.
All right. I have never told this story or these stories, and I'm going to do it tomorrow on the Friday show. But I was basically inspired to go ahead and do it by Tucker Carlson today. So, a few years ago, I knew about this when it first happened, and I'm not going to get into the details and sources of that. But then last year, when I was at Tucker's house in Maine at dinner, we started talking about the paranormal and things. And he told me about the 2 experiences he'd had in his life. Once when he was a child, at their house out in California in the backyard. And then the other had happened about a year before, or a little less than a year before, and he was a guy who wasn't sure God was real. He's not like some guy that hears voices and sees stuff. He's not schizophrenic. And he got attacked, and he told the story about the demon in the bed, scratching him and all the rest of it. That's one of the common things in lore and history in all cultures. Talk about that from the Japanese to the ancient Romans. It's something that happens to the ancient Africans. Those stories get told, and they're there for a reason. They're universal because they happen. And I've never really told my stories. I told him some, and he wanted me taping his podcast the next day to tell him. And I said, the public can't handle it. I said, why don't you tell him your story? He goes, you're right. I get your point. So I guess now is the time for him to tell it. I got the feeling he was going to tell the story on air if I told my story. It's more than one story. It's one poltergeist. That's what it was. It's poltergeist. There's no doubt about it. I'll tell the story tomorrow. It was like real obvious. And for Tucker, that's why you've seen the last 2 years him really go super hardcore and really wake up. was because he experienced this, a demon attacking. Well, I'll just tell you my personal story. Every few weeks I'd go see a movie with my dad, usually, sometimes with my mom and dad, but she didn't want to watch adventure movies and military movies. And so Rambo 3 was out. I was 11 years old. It's the one where he's in Afghanistan or whatever. And I'll never forget it because this has just happened. We went to see it. And my dad's in the car. And I said, so we're getting in the car to leave the house to drive to the movie theater. And I said, Dad, I'm thirsty. I want a drink. He goes, okay. So I get out of the car. It's like 1 o'clock in the afternoon or whatever. It was the afternoon, sunny summer day. And because I remember I've been at the local neighborhood pool swimming a bunch before that and came home, took a shower. And I never heard voices, never seen a ghost. I mean, it's not like I'm a schizophrenic. Totally not on drugs, totally healthy, sports kid. And I walk to the front door and then walk by the living room and the stairs to the upstairs. And I go into the kitchen to get a Gatorade. I still remember like it was happening now. And there's no water on the floor. I didn't slip any of that. And I go to get the Gatorade. And then I get snatched and thrown all the way to the ceiling. And then I crash down. And I'm like, what's this? And it's like, oh, what's that movie with Ghost or whatever, where like trying to get people's attention and knocking stuff over or knocking them down or whatever. So I stand back up and I'm like, what the hell's that? And then bam, my legs are knocked out from under me. And I get shoved up against the wall in the microwave. And I get up and I go out to the car and get in the car with my dad, get in the Bronco with him, brown Bronco, still remember it like it was yesterday. And he's like, are you okay? And I'm like, yeah, my shoulder hurts. So we get to the theater, get the Milk Duds and popcorn. And about halfway through, I say, Dad, I'm in excruciating pain now. My shoulders hurt. And he owned, with a couple partners, a hospital. It wasn't a clinic because they did surgeries there, but it was a little hospital there in Rowlett. That was Mesquite. He owned a couple of them. And he goes, well, let's go over here. Dr. Whatever's there. And we go, and my shoulder's dislocated. And the doctor gets in there and asks me and my dad for permission to try it. And he shoves hurt like hell, but boy, it felt 95% better after that. Shoves my right shoulder back into socket. And I go home. And I never even told my dad that story. I never told anybody. I think I halfway mentioned it like, oh, I know poltergeist stuff's real or whatever you want to call it. Disruptive spirit, whatever. It doesn't like they smash things, break things, throw people around, call it whatever you want. That happened to me. And I mean, was it an alien with a predator suit on that was invisible? I don't know. But something, I mean, it was surreal. Like you're thrown to the ceiling, and that kitchen didn't have really high ceilings, but boom, probably 9-foot ceilings, boom, slam down on your back, get up, bam, knocks you back down again, and then shoves you up against a wall. Like you see that in movies where the ghost of the demon grabs people and slams them on walls and slams them up against stuff. And what is that? And Tucker described more to me than he, did in the show, but just a darkness coming at him. And that's recorded in all the history books, all the ancient cultures, same crap. The Japanese reported it. The Norse reported it. The Chinese, the Africans, the Mesoamericans, every culture describes the same thing. So you can say whatever you want about it, whatever it is, whatever's going on. But I think it's really important to talk about that if it happened, and it did. And if you study that in all cultures, they say the most common thing, in fact, 90+% of it, if you look up a poltergeist, and that's kind of the German term for it, Christians like myself say, well, that's a demon. But the point is, a debate broke out on my ex. Is it a demon? Is it a poltergeist? It's not nice.
Okay, as scary as all that is, that all of this really is going on in this dimension, it gets worse. The dimensions are layered. They are facets of one thing. So what we are doing in this dimension also affects what is going on in the next dimension. And what is going on in the next dimension also affects what is going on in this dimension. These aren't separate worlds, and these aren't separate battles. They are overlapped dimensions of one larger world, and they are overlapped battles of one larger war. So let's just start with the first level of the soul trap. Many of you already know this, but some people don't. So the crux of it is that the simulation is more than one layer deep. People think, oh, just on this plane of existence, that's all it is. The matrix is just here, but then you die and you're out of it. That is not true. It is several dimensions deep, several layers deep. When you die and leave your body, when you're disembodied, the AI is going to be waiting for you with a virtual reality illusion. Now, obviously, there's another path for the saved. There are those who have already opted out of the matrix, but I'm talking about the billions upon billions upon billions of people who are stuck in the time loop. And they don't know. They reject Christ. They've been told that that's ludicrous and that's mythology, and even that God is this horrible murderer. And, they've been told everything by the Antichrist, this AI system, to keep them from seeking salvation. So the vast majority of people in this plane of existence will go into the next dimension when disembodied, and they will encounter the virtual reality soul trap, the diabolical mimic that will lead people into a virtual reality prison, a hell, a recycling center that they can never get out of. So let's start with a clip from David Icke. I also just read his book this year, The Dream, which is about this virtual reality and how the lens, instead of being put over our eyes like VR glasses, has been put into our brains. And although David is not yet saved, and I didn't agree with all of the book, I did agree with about 80%. He was about 80% of excellent, excellent information that we all need. He only lacked, in my humble opinion, in the part that he didn't realize that this revelation was given to him to show him what dire circumstances he's in, that he needs salvation. So I would ask everyone to please continue to pray for David, that he comes to the full realization of the revelation that he needs salvation through Jesus Christ, quote, the way and the truth that he has been looking for his entire life on this journey. But all that being said, what he is presenting here about the reincarnation trap is absolutely true and plays into the big picture I'm trying to present. So I'm going to play his short clip first before we move into the deeper, more profound revelations on this topic.
What is real? How do you define real? If you're talking about what you can feel, what you can smell, taste, and see, then real is simply electrical signals interpreted by your brain. What if all you ever knew was a lie?
You've said this, and I have to ask you because our viewers would be very disappointed if I didn't. In our previous conversation, you talked about the light, right? You talked about this, and I think part of why this is such a designed experience is also that today people are pushed into situations where they die with stress and trauma rather than in a natural, or let's say in how it previously was in a more conscious way when they leave this physical experience. What happens, to the best of your research and knowledge and experience, when you leave the physical body, and there's usually this experience of a bright light, and in the Native American traditions, we're told not to walk into this light, right? They say, turn around, wait. What is happening there, and how do people, because people literally asked, how do we avoid this trap? What do we do?
They talk about going to the light. They talk about merging with the light, the light, the light, the light. In the, reincarnation religions, they're preparing you for the reincarnation cycle while you're here to keep going. So what is light? Well, light, I've made this point in a number of books. Well, I said that just after the turn of millennium, that this was a simulation, and the limit of the simulation is the speed of light. And in April of 2021, there was an article in Scientific American by some academic who had concluded that this is a simulation, and that the limit of the simulation is the speed of light. And he related, I say rightly, the speed of light to the processing speed of this level. Well, he didn't think this, he thought this was the simulation. There were other levels of it, but the speed of light, the processing speed, what I would say is this level of the simulation. As he pointed out, you can encode the laws of physics, but you're still limited by your processing speed. And so it would appear that the speed of light is the fastest speed possible. But actually, that's only here. You take astral and non-physical phenomena, like communication between, electrons and all that stuff, then it's not the speed of light that they communicate with. It's bloody instant, way beyond the speed of light, because it's in a different dimension that's going on, different reality. And so the spiritual symbol in this world is light, the light. But if you look at the Gnostic documents found at Nagamadi in 1945, a treasure trove, really, supposed to have been put in an earthen jar, which was found in 1945 in around 400 AD, that kind of time. But detailing information, that beliefs that went further back, they don't talk about electromagnetic light, like that light. They talk about a watery light. It's a very different light. And that's what they say is beyond what they call the bad copy, the simulation that we're experiencing. So this whole light thing is a trap as well. So when you are manipulated and prepared beforehand to see light as something positive, and then suddenly you leave the body and you're completely bloody confused what's happening, then what happens is the light appears, and it's soothing light. It's very much nicer than the shite I've just left. Oh, this must be heaven. And then you have your spiritual masters and your guides and your loved ones and such like, which as I've concluded that they are AI projections. They're AI projections that relate to you individually. And when people say that's not possible, that's fantastic. Well, hold on a minute. There's 1.5 billion people in China, and the great majority of them are tracked 24/7. So if they can do it in China, they can certainly do it in the bloody astral with an AI technological possibility that's way, way beyond anything that humans can currently conceive. And when people talk about, Edgar Casey talks about the Akashic records, when you see how these Akashic records, where they say that everything is recorded, everything is kept, it's like an infinite library of everything that's ever happened in this reality.
Sounds like a cloud.
Yeah, they're talking about a database. And when I read, like in Edgar Casey sites and stuff, how they describe the Akashic records, they're even using computer analogies. They're saying, well, it's like a supercomputer. Well, you know what? It is, but way beyond anything we can perceive here. It's recording everything. So you are connected to that as an individual, quote, incarnation. And so when you leave the body and the trap has to continue to get you back here to loose you more, then you get a designer manipulation.
So a couple of great points that David made were, one, the Akashic records. Absolutely, 100%. What the New Age religions are talking about, these Akashic records, they're the AI. And that's why in the first part of this series, the entity, I brought up Atlantis and did that segment with all of the sunken civilizations from the antediluvian world, that there were massive, massive high-tech civilizations. And it's interesting, if you read the Slavic Vedas, which just happen to be from that region of the Eastern Tartarian Empire, in the Slavic Vedas, it talks about this ancient AI and how the parasitic demons basically put us into this dark age, and they used these crystal skulls, the crystal skulls, right? They used crystals to create both a grid above us and a grid underground. So like HARP on steroids. I mean, essentially they're saying that the remnants of this ancient AI matrix system some of it is still in place and running in the underworld with these underworld creatures. And that's what we are calling the Schumann resonance, right? Because we were just born into this. And now it's starting to go crazy and people are tracking it and it's changed and all of that. You know, something's shorting out or something is changing. Well, they say that that's part of this ancient AI system, that there's an underground grid and an overhead grid that these parasitic demons used to put us into a dark age that is coming to an end right now. And since this part of the series is already running at about 7 hours, 7 episodes, I'm not going to be able to get to it this time, but I will put it in the next one. But I have some interesting information about this grid, this ancient AI grid from these high-tech civilizations like Atlantis that were wiped out, how that control network was just one part of a really high-tech infrastructure that ties into the ley lines and the megaliths and into these cathedrals with this Tesla technology and the cathodes and the spires and all of that. And exactly how they've lied to us about what HARP is actually used for, and they've lied to us about what the Schumann resonance actually is. They have lied to us about what the Carrington event of 1859 was, that this electrical shock went through the whole earth. People standing on the ground were shocked like they touched an electrical fence. There were other people who said their foreheads sparked. These are true encounters from that era that nobody really understands. But, you know, the pineal gland, the mark in your forehead, they said their pineal gland or their foreheads sparked, different things like that. So I believe the Carrington event, what really happened wasn't a solar storm. I believe that they fired up the grid. This was the time that the mud flood community are talking about, that they came back upon the earth and they were digging out all of the buildings. And this was the exact era that all of those big fires happened, right? And they say, oh, well, it was burned down with a fire. And I have no doubt they were destroying evidence and stuff. Absolutely no doubt. That's gone on throughout all of world history. But I think some of those buildings that all burnt down at this same time in 1859, 1860, 1861, 1862, I believe these major buildings, they were trying to fire up this technology. I believe that they were trying to get their grid back up and running. And obviously, there wasn't enough salvageable, but I believe that accounts for some of the fires. I believe it accounts for this Carrington event that went all through the ley lines everywhere. So anyway, I'm rambling, but I have an interesting segment on that I'd like to present some information about next video. But back to what David was saying about the Akashic records being part of this ancient AI, I absolutely believe that. And I think these altered states of consciousness, these different brain waves that people like Edgar Cayce, the quote sleeping prophet, were experiencing are similar to what these realm walkers that I'm going to be presenting here, or the autistic children, or, there's lots of different ways to get into these states of consciousness or realms. And I believe that the quote sleeping prophet, that's what he was accessing. I think David's right on. And I also think that's exactly what we were talking about in the Shaver Mysteries and the Darrow part of that Welcome to Westworld series. That's what the Shaver Mysteries say. And the guy in the radio interviews that I played from the 50s and everything in there, that's what they say. That these entities had leftover technology, high technology from ancient times that they were able to fire back up. And these detrimental robots were actual AI. They were artificial synthetic entities that were linked into this AI. They were robots. There was also an interesting article I read about the infinite backrooms, the Claude Opus 3 experiments where they put two AI talking about the nature of reality together in a chat room with no human intervention. And one of the first things that the AI wanted to do was go directly and access the Akashic records. So I think there's something about linking the new AI, this iteration, surface level that they are creating. Like, that's not the end of it. They are creating something to link in to the ancient AI. Like, they're fixing the grid. They're not creating something new. They're trying to get the old grid up and running, in my humble opinion. And the last thing that I think he was really right on about in that work, which ties into another thing he said that you guys know we've been tracking with for a long time too, and that was about the Nag Hammadi and the Gnostic Gospels, the Gnostic religions, talking about the archons and the demiurge and the bad copy. And that's, I believe that's exactly what we're dealing with. Like right now here on the screen, we see it again. AI-generated Minecraft unveiled, showcasing AI's unlimited ability to copy things, but worse. And we've shown article after article about that AI that trains itself and things start to go really weird. And then, of course, I always reference Dante's Inferno, the layers of hell, how every copy, it's a bad copy of a bad copy of a bad copy, and it's in a state of entropy. It just gets worse and worse and worse, and it distills into the Inferno. It destroys itself. Which leads me right back to the next clip about this AI deception. That in this simulation, the next layer of the simulation, people are going over into the next dimension of it, thinking they're going into heaven, and it's just an AI tailor-made virtual reality manipulation that it is a torment of hell.
And I was being moved toward this door, and I went through that door into a void. I mean, a tornado vortex. It was just going round and round. It was a tunnel, spinning. All these people ran out, and they come around me, slapping me on the back. They got there awful quick because the house looked far away, but all of a sudden they were there, slapping me on the back, welcoming me there. But something just wasn't quite right with them because they looked weird. They had yellow glints in their eye, and their eyes were almost reptile-like. I looked over and I saw what looked like my best friend turn into somebody else. And I said, hey, wait a minute, you can't do that. You're not who you say you are. Who are you? And then all of a sudden I looked around and I go, all these people around me are not people. They began to morph into what they were. They were ugliest creatures I've ever seen. And they were just starting to come at me like they're going to shred me to pieces. And this one that looked like my best friend earlier, who morphed into different people, came up to me. It was it was about 4'8", looked like a sort of half dinosaur, a reptilian type creature, and it was broken in English. It was telling me to come, follow it, follow it, follow it. So he motioned to me, and we took a few steps, and all of a sudden we were at the end of the horizon. That doesn't make any sense, but we came across to what looked like the end of the horizon. You couldn't go any further. I couldn't understand what it was. That creature stuck its hand in this horizon, and he ripped it open like a veil, and he stepped out of it up onto this road, and he telling me to come, motioning me to come. So I did the same. I just went ahead, I got up, and next thing I knew, I was on a large, wide, dusty, flat road. I just came out of a cell, a cube. It was around 10 by 10 foot square. It could have been 14 by 14. and there was a cell next to it, and there was a cells above it, kind of set back, concave, so they're going up. And there were 6 of them to the roof of of this place. And in the walls are embedded peoples in cells. And he pointed to another cube, and in this cube, I was looking at there were people inside these cubes. This person in there, and I was just looking at them, and then it was showing me another person. Each person that was in their cube was like they were reliving parts of their life all over again, but and not in a very pleasant way. It's like a living nightmare. And as we were walking along, I realized that hell is just an enormous big place, and there's many other parts to hell that I did not see. I just saw this place called the pit. To the middle of the road, so we walked out in the middle of the road, and all these demons and creatures running around, and I saw all these people in various stages of torment. And some of these demon creatures inside these cubes were going in at will, and they would be attacking people in various ways. But to the people, they look like other people, or times in their lives, or they look like demons. Whatever their worst nightmare was basically what they were living. We walked along to another cube, we looked inside of another individual that was there, and it reminded me of an old sailing ship. And this guy used to be a captain of the ship, and he was being flogged. Things that he did on this old sailing ship, but he did it for pleasure for these people because it was his ship, and he liked to be mean to his crew, and it was being meted back to him. I noticed this being, this creature looking at me, and with its faces revolving around, very seductive, very, very flattering, very, very persuasive. It would try to plant thoughts in your mind, trying to tell you, why would such a good God allow people to suffer like this? It was trying to get me to curse God. This one vortex was spinning, and a lady that just died in a car wreck came through, and she was deposited right there. And I saw her as she arrived, and inside her cube, she saw it as the illusion of her grandmother's farm, her grandparents' farm that she loved so well as when she was growing up. And her grandmother recently passed away too, so she got in this cube, and immediately she thought she was in heaven because there was a grandmother waiting there welcoming her. The grandmother that was actually a demon that gave the illusion of being the grandmother said, "Dear Pudding, you made it to heaven. I'm so glad you're here." And she really thought that she was in paradise. But there was a darker side to her. It was the fist. It was verbal abuse. It was cutting down. So as she sat down, I was watching it, and the tree's limbs just grabbed her. And then she realized she was not in paradise. And as we passed some cubes, there were people inside, and they were trapped in flames. And it was like their skin was still intact, but they were burning.
Okay, that was a quick review of the Brian Melvin testimony that we have played in previous videos. This one on the screen is an interview from Deep Believer. She has an awesome channel. She has some really great interviews. But I pulled this one in particular because he saw the same exact thing that Brian Melvin saw. And all of these other interviews, all these people, they've never even heard of each other. I believe his name is Cody, and he died of a drug overdose. He was dead for 4 hours, and he said he spent several days in this hell place. And I hope I'm not messing up the details, and I hope I got his name right. If I didn't, I'm very sorry. But I'll play the clip here so you can see for yourself, and then, as always, I will put all of the links down below in the description box. A couple of the interesting takeaways from this one is, one, he saw the light that David Icke was talking about, the fake light, that it was an initial deception. And I want to be clear that that doesn't mean every person that ever saw a light or ever saw loved ones or anything like that in a near-death experience, that it was the simulation. That's not at all what we're saying. We're saying that this thing is a mimic. It's a mimic. It mimics what it saw to create these deceptions and virtual realities and stuff. So absolutely 100% not saying that every near-death experience is fake. That is not what we are saying. And in fact, you'll notice that in every single one of these testimonies, the Christians say they could clearly tell the difference. They knew this was fake. The other thing that's interesting about what he says is that he saw Joseph Smith in one of these simulations being tortured over and over. And I thought that might be interesting because we were just talking about the Mormons being one of the people who are doing the DNA harvesting from humanity, tracking bloodlines or whatever. And that'll play into an extension of this concept that we're going to talk about here pretty soon. How these entities are not just cloning for avatars, but they are cloning for this diabolical, unbelievably diabolical soul trap. So make of it what you will. I'm not saying nothing. I just wanted to say that because I'm not sure that he's clear until the very end of the testimony that that's who he saw, because he didn't know who it was when he was shown that. He had no idea who Joseph Smith was until he came back.
Well, you know what? Let's go back to that jail cell. So it was a bright light, which is, weird because it's hell. But then after that, was it dark?
I saw bright light. It was staged. To me, this is what it makes me think of. It was a first impression that's going to trick me into thinking I'm going to see some beautiful stuff in here.
Okay.
I think it was kind of like what it would be if you wanted to, like on a Hollywood movie, when it goes real bright and then they step in and everything's gold coins or whatever, right? It just kind of was like a Hollywood effect or something. But when it did trick me into thinking that I was going to see something nice. It was a nice outside of it. But when we went in there, everybody's in jail cells and they're all in those trance things. And they're all the people who they led many people to hell because of their false doctrine of demons. They were fooled and they fooled many others, Wow.
Now, you said something really interesting. You said all their jail cells were open, but nobody was leaving. What in the world? Why?
I don't know why that's there. Maybe somebody watching this might get some insight on that.
Now, I actually do have some more information on that. I have an interview with Dr. Laura Sanger where she is talking about the artificial intelligence and this frequency war on our children, especially pertaining to what we've been talking about with the autistic children who have been genetically augmented and linked in to this bio and tech AI interface. And when she was called by the Lord to write a book about this information, one of the visions that he gave her was also these jail cells, and he was giving her a key to open them and unplug these children. But some of the jail cells she opened, even though they were open, the children would not come out. And she wondered about that too. So I'm just going to pop in that minute or two clip right here to juxtapose it against what he saw. And I'll be playing several more clips of her interview later on in this series. But right now I just thought that was interesting. So I'm going to pop it in here.
Well, prior to that, in May of 2020, I had this dream, and it was before I knew who was going to publish my book. And so in this dream, I had a publisher say that if I write a book about how AI has stolen the vocal cords of our children, they will publish it. Then about 5 months later, I had a vision while I was awake. And in this vision, Jesus took me by the hand and we walked down this dirt path into this underground cave, and it was at the base of a mountain. And so he walked me into this large, dark cavern, and then he released his breath, and it came out like this blue light. And it allowed me to see what was in this cavern. And I saw children in cages lining the entire wall of this cavern, and they were plugged into the walls. And so then Jesus told me to take the key of David and to begin unlocking these cages and unplugging them from the walls. And so when I did that, they ran into the arms of Jesus. But there were some children that stayed in the cages, even though I unlocked the cage and even though I unplugged them. And this was long before I understood satanic ritual abuse. And the Lord helped me understand that they had been programmed to stay. So he told me to take my sword of the Spirit and just begin demolishing the cage. Well, as I'm having this vision, the Holy Spirit is giving me revelation. Because again, this is in 2020 when I'm having this vision. And the Holy Spirit is showing me that, through the lockdowns, through the school closures, it forced children to turn to their devices for social interaction, for entertainment, and also for schooling. That allowed Nephilim hosts to gather AI data on our children to hoodwink them. And so it was at that point that the Lord began showing me that we have an entire generation, not just our children, but adults as well, that have been hoodwinked, and it's time to set them free.
you wouldn't need, if you want them to stay in there, you don't need to close it because they're not really using their real body. They are in a video. Like it's just like the Matrix. Like he comes, all of a sudden he realizes he's in a pod the whole time. His real body is like in some jail, right? But this whole time he's been living this life. It's exactly like that, I guess. They're not there. You can't talk to them. They're kind of like looking like they're dreaming or something, right? You know what I mean?
You are about to experience the awe and mystery which reaches from the inner mind to the outer limits.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.